Okay. Hey, it's Futakoi the Alternative.
What? It's Kenji.
Your name says Kenji the Alternative.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's because I think I changed the name of this account to like something else because I was thinking about doing like an alternative channel.
Okay.
Some not anime stuff. Yeah, I think that's why.
Hell yeah, that's the best idea.
Well, last time I checked, the name was still Kenji Angie, so I was like, "What the heck?" That was a little weird.
Yo! Woo! Okay.
It's...
Oh wow, we're starting. Sweet.
Yeah, I just broadcasted it, and I'm just assuming people are just gonna
okay.
trickle in because I send out invites.
Yeah.
So let's see how this turns out. I don't have a follow up.
My bad. Hold up.
Well, there we go. Roger Smith, everyone, and Roger Smith's technical issues. So how's it going, Kenji?
Good. I was just watching some Aikatsu. 3 episodes in. It's pretty fun. Yeah.
Okay.
Like an idol show, but like the way it's structured, like shonen shows, the way talent is sort of handled is kind of like power in a lot of shonen, in the sense that like some certain characters are born naturally with talent, whereas others kind of have to develop it by training a lot. And it seems to kind of be looking at those ideas. It's a little bit odd because I don't typically watch idol stuff, but I don't know. It's interesting.
I could have sworn I've seen this before.
It's like 178 episodes, really long.
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, okay. I don't think I've seen it then.
Yeah.
I feel like I'd remember at least something from 170 episodes.
Yeah, dude.
Because I've heard of this before.
Oh yeah, it's incredibly popular, especially like on Twitter and stuff. People really like it.
Huh. That's really cool.
Yeah, dude. What have you been watching?
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
My next video is about Erased, so you can tell I haven't been watching anything.
What you do is you just make videos about stuff you've seen in the last 2 years. For the next 2 years.
Dog, my video before that was 12 Steps of DJ. Yeah, so nothing.
It's pretty good.
I do need to finish Rakugo, the second season, by August. And then I'm going to try and catch up. After this video, I'm going to try and catch up as quickly as I can. And that might include me just like sitting down like 4 hours a day and just blasting through the shows. Oh, I have seen Koi no Katachi.
How was that?
It's weird. I can't really say much without spoiling it, because a lot of my concerns are about it, like deep into the movie. So I can't really say much without spoiling it. But it's a very...
I have to say, with a Koe no Katachi, Yamada did it again!
Oh god damn it!
Oh yeah, my girl Yamada, yeah.
Yeah!
But actually, though, I also have a little bit mixed emotions with it. I don't know. I like some parts. I really like the beginning portions, especially the way it handled some of the bullying stuff. But like, I wasn't too into it really. I have a feeling it's
I'm
the source material more so than like Yamada herself. But I don't know.
Well, I think that's sort of the trouble here because I have to watch it a few more times to sort of get a feel for it a little bit more. But sort of my main concerns were just like there are large sections that were for the sake of adaptation of the medium. There were large sections that were removed, which I thought were nevertheless central to the ideas that it was trying to get at. So it's a very, to me, it's a very odd adaptation. But the problem here is that I think the fairest way to evaluate it is to evaluate it on its grounds as an adaptation, not so much as an offshoot of the manga, because it does definitely not try to be that.
I got you. I actually haven't read the manga, so I kind of went into it blind.
Oh, okay.
How do you think the manga compares? Do you like it more? Do you like it less? About the same?
I personally like the manga more than the movie itself. But that's also because of the way the manga tells its story. I tend to gravitate to that a little bit more because it's a little bit more decentralized. The manga, like the movie, very, very clearly focuses to a laser point on the relationship between Shoya and Shoko. And that's fair. But the manga has a very decentralized narrative in that there are a lot of moments where it lingers on the characters that crop them up. I mean, the entire sort of climax arc, the arc that sort of leads into its denouement, literally has chapters that are specifically devoted to what the other characters have been doing in the time that they've sort of self-actualized as people. And, you know, that's not in the movie for the sake of it focusing on a very specific part of Koi no Katachi. It's not in the movie, which I thought was a shame because I thought it was a very important thematic element. So I prefer the manga more, but I can see why people love the movie.
Yeah. I think I'll read the manga sometime soon just to see what I think about it, compare and contrast with the movie. People told I was actually planning on reading it beforehand, but everyone was telling me go into the movie blind because it's so good, and the manga is essentially just going to spoil the movie for you. But so I just decided to skip it. Plus, I was busy at the time, so I didn't have the time to read the whole thing. But now that you're telling me this, I think I'll check out the manga as well just to see how it goes.
Yeah, you know, it's obviously there's a very clear bias in that I love the manga a lot more than I do the film, and I had very high opinions of the manga, and so that might have influenced me going into the movie. You know, I might have been looking for something that wasn't meant to be there.
I mean, there can't be any sympathetic panels here.
That said, on the topic of sympathetic panels, how's it going, AJ?
Hola. Congratulations on 15,000 subs, man.
You're too far away from the mic. I can't tell if it's AJ or Abi yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is it A or is it J?
Yeah, this is AJ. Abi's in a different time zone. I'm gonna speak with him later. I just got up from a nap after.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I was really tired. It's been a rough work week for both my regular job and for editing. So, but actually, I wanted to ask you about the silent voice film, Joe. How do you think the film? Because I remember in the video that you did about about the panel layout and how you can kind of appreciate the story a bit more due to the absence of noise inherent to the medium of reading the manga, and how that also helps dictate the pacing. How do you think the film as a piece handled sort of that absence of noise, that those communication barriers?
I think it did. I think it did. I think it did a good job in terms of handling structural emptiness, the sort of ma that we would call it, in that you can see in the manga. The movie definitely handles that incredibly well. There are these. The movie has a lot of. It's got a lot of pillow shots. It's got a lot of sort of these in between moments where Ishida is biking and it's just empty. It's just structurally empty in terms of there is just literally barely anything within the scene. In moments of, for instance, leading up to the funeral, there is the cutaway to the flowers on the ground by the roadside, and there's just nothing. And there's a very clear use of distance and emptiness that does get translated over. So I think it did a good job. Yeah. So okay, let's get to the comments here. First comment says Kenji is gay.
Damn. Not good, not good. That's not a good place to start, my dude.
Kenji, you're getting exposed. Dog.
Damn, today's the day of exposed. First my second channel gets exposed, and now this. Holy.
Damn. Okay, let's see here. Let's go up to Isaac. Why are you muted, dog? You should unmute yourself.
Oh, hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
I haven't tried out this mic, so yeah, it's actually weird having you talk to me as a disembodied voice. I'm a little not used to that.
You're a little quiet, dude. Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Isaac, you're a little quiet. Oh no. He responds to that by muting. Okay. Hey Joe, is Recreators the best? I haven't seen it yet. What do you guys think?
I haven't seen it yet either.
I watched a couple episodes. It's all right.
I'm screaming
to be,
something to you, whatever something to me. I haven't seen it.
Okay, so
It is absolutely
I guess the question,
hilarious. So,
I have nothing to say about that.
I guess the question
like, I
to ask
out of that perspective.
Shit. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. Very, very awesome. Very awesome discussion here. Very amazing discussion.
Why is Edo
Take on
manga
Recreators.
Now, one of the comments said, "Why is Edo manga the show of the year?"
I haven't seen Eromanga Sensei. Like I mentioned to Kenji, I haven't seen shows in like past 3 seasons. That's why my next video is about a show from 2016.
Better late than never.
Well, it's weird because I've
Maybe we
already
should just
talked
say
about
what
this
will.
show, so it's just like, oh yeah, I'll talk about it again. What could go wrong? Um. Okay, let's see
What
here.
they say, why ruin a good thing?
Just end it on a high note. Um, Isaac, have you been watching any shows?
No. No, but I've been writing the entire.
I love the way you said that. No, you're just like, no. Of course not.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So, this is a good question. Thoughts on the final scene from End of Evangelion? What are your thoughts on that, Kenji?
I think it certainly happened. It's been ages since I saw End of Ava, and like I'm not a giant Ava fan, so I don't know. I don't remember too much about it. I'm gonna toss the hot potato to you.
What do you think about it, AJ?
I'm full disclosure. I'm also not the biggest Ava fan. If I had to go back to the first time I ever like saw finished it, what my general thoughts were. Yeah, I guess the fact that it just happened was that's probably the best way to describe it. Like, yep, there we go. I wonder what else I can watch. I guess it just didn't sit with me nearly as. Sorry, there's not more to it. I guess it just didn't sit with me nearly as much as a lot of other people did.
Isaac,
What's up?
what's your opinion on the End of Ava?
Huh. I don't remember much of it. There was a room, and I remember seeing chairs in it. Were there chairs in it?
Exactly. There's a chair in it. There's a chair in that. There's a chair.
Probably not
You
important.
should have like a million things to say about it because there was a chair in there.
That's the only thing I care about, but I don't remember, so it probably wasn't important.
Oh my god. God damn it.
I feel like we're pissing people off.
Well, so far what's been said in this voice chat has been the Koi no Kataji movie is weird and End of Ava isn't important.
Oh god.
Wow, we accomplished a lot. We better slow down.
Okay, let's see here. Well, Chris, you just did a video on End of Ava. What are your thoughts on it?
Who's Chris?
Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh, hey, hey, what's
I
up?
agree.
Thanks, thank you, Mr. AJ Cosplay. Kayfabe, we gotta keep that alive. Yeah. Well, I just did it on Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'm still writing the video for End of Ava, so that's why I was kind of curious, because that's gonna be a whole focal point of that video. Because that one line, that whole 3 minutes, is like, I already have something kind of thought out about it, but I don't know. That's gonna be fun to actually try to somewhat make it a audience-friendly video. I feel, because my mind's gonna be all around the place with that.
Okay.
Well, to be fair, I think Otto's was too when he wrote that.
Yeah, it's like just oh god, it's like there are many minds that I don't know. It's like Kon, Morimoto, Oshi also working on that, but it's like, oh damn it, Anno, just damn it, Anno. You are a mind that is a maze that I don't think there actually was. You're like the final Inception maze from that one scene. It's like, yeah, you weren't meant to. It wasn't meant to happen.
He wasn't meant to have an answer.
Have any of you guys come across that? Like, I'm assuming you guys know what WikiHow is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys come across that WikiHow article? How to be? Roger knows what I'm talking about. the WikiHow article titled like "How to Be Shinji."
I think I've seen that.
It's like a series of points on how to be Shinji, but it turns out it's just a character analysis of him.
I think you can sum up how to be Shinji in just one word: run away and refuse to get in the goddamn robot.
Damn.
I
He
think
actually
that's
doesn't
more
run
than one word.
I had to re-binge all of that franchise about 3 days to write a script. He doesn't really run away that much. Like, actually, it's like, we actually look at how many times like everything happens. It's like, like handful.
He runs away
Well, I
once,
feel like
and
that's
then kind
not
of
by
folds
choice,
in a lot of other situations.
Yeah, he thinks about running away a lot, but only does it like really one time in the whole thing. So he's just kind of there in a corner. He's like, no.
I'd say it's probably more about like running away from your problems, more so than like physically running away, like more like
Yeah, of
mental
course.
escape than
actually
anything
going
else,
to
you know?
physically run to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The world is kind of screwed, so.
All right, so Eduardo asked you, Kenji, why do you keep starting more and more shows?
I don't know, dude. I'm looking for something fun and refreshing, pretty much. Summer vacation started, so I got plenty of time. So I'm just like watching things that I haven't seen before, and hopefully finding a series that I can stick to and have some fun with.
Have you?
That's it, pretty much.
Have you seen Aki-Kon?
I don't think so. No.
You should watch Aki-Kon. If you want something that is refreshing, you should watch Aki-Kon.
I'll check it out, my dude.
Hell yeah. It will refresh you greatly. Okay. Feet fetish or armpit fetish?
Well, if I had to choose.
Oh, definitely. Definitely feet. Armpits, they're like hairy.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But feet are
Does it matter?
also just as dirty. Well, okay, it depends. Are the armpits shaved? Are we talking about like bare feet?
Yeah, but if they're
on the
shaved, then they're
floor?
like spiky. Like, because you
Yeah,
get like
that's not comfy, dude.
Well, not if they're
get,
clean
like
shaved.
the razor, and you shave it, it gets like the stubble there, and the stubble's a bit like spiky. You know, it's a bit prickly. You know.
Okay, I guess waxed would be a better phrase now.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see here.
Do we have any other options?
Death.
That's certainly an option.
Oh, this is an interesting comment here. Freud said that those who like feet have a fascination with death, if I recall correctly. Is that true, Isaac?
Why are you asking me?
Can someone explain that correlation to me? If it is
Freud
true,
was a weird guy.
that's kind of an understatement. That's like saying Hitler was a douche.
So, congratulations to the death drive. I'm not seeing the comment.
Isaac, you gotta turn your mic up more. I can't hear you.
Will, can you mute your mic? Like, what was going on with Will's mic? He had like 20 different people in that house.
Yep, that sounds about right. I think he also recorded in the middle of a busy dining room, which I thought was a really odd location to be recording things. But you know, whatever.
I don't know. His house must have been like breaking some sort of occupancy limit.
Okay, let's see here. DTA asks, was anime a mistake?
Yes.
Yeah.
From a certain point of view.
It's always from a certain point of view. That doesn't add anything.
I don't. Hey,
Well, it's only through.
I'll be one
it's
said
only
in
through-
Return of the Jedi. So I know that was a whole big
Yeah.
moment.
But it's only through imperfection that we can create perfection.
Dude, I
From
love
my point of
Kinemona.
view, Jedi are evil.
Well, then you are lost, my dear friend.
Okay, let's see here. Oh hell yeah, Yoshiraku.
I love
Hell
Yoshiraku.
yeah.
What the? Someone cooking?
I don't
Yeah,
know,
we
maybe.
got caterers, man. You didn't know?
No, didn't.
This is a big thing. Joe hit 15,000 subs, which, man, congrats. That's that's a big thing.
No, not really.
Yeah.
But man, I should have hired a homeless guy or something to join this live stream.
Homeless guy would be more interesting.
He would have livened it up greatly.
Wow. Wow, just ripping on all the guests here at this live stream, huh?
Exactly. Exactly.
And to be fair, Joe doesn't do
Well, this
it
was a
with
roast.
ourselves.
Yeah. Okay, a side thing real fast. You heard how Cowboy Bebop's going to finally get a TV show, live action, sometime, whenever?
Oh yeah, where you can talk
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah. I found an article because I was like, I want to know who was writing it. First, it's Christopher Yoss who's writing it, who doesn't have the best track record, so I'm not that excited. But I found this article from The Independent. It was the first thing that popped up. It is such a fun read because here, basically, oh my god, if I should pull up the whole article right now. Yeah. Cowboy Bebop was a 26-episode series that aired from 1998 to 1999. Okay. That's strike one. It was a space western focused on the cowboys, not the Bebop, the
Hell yeah.
cowboys. A ragtag group of bounty hunters led by former hitman Spike Spiegel. Which, was he a hitman? I thought that he was just always kind of like a thug. I never thought he was a hitman, but
Love the Cowboys.
Well, no,
Me
they're
too.
right. It did
My
air
favorite
from
baseball team.
1998.
Does he have a picture of
Yeah.
Cowboy Bebop at his computer?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
often
cow-
credited with helping popularize anime among new wave Western audiences by airing on the Adult Swim block, which knows Toonami.
Oh, it aired on
And-
Adult Swim. They're right.
I know, but
Toonami
it's
was
like-
the kids block.
They're like
Adult
somewhat
Swim
right.
is
That's the
where-
thing. It's like
No,
This
no,
is
no,
like,
no,
okay,
no,
you've got the
no.
Wikipedia
It only
article.
aired on Toonami. It only aired on Toonami after Toonami was revived back in 2012. Before that, it had aired on Adult Swim. Toonami's Midnight Run aired on weekdays. Cowboy Bebop aired on Sundays, along with Adult Swim's other comedic programming. And then it got moved to Saturdays when Adult Swim formed its own action anime block called Adult Swim Action in early 2002. So no,
once more-
he's right. He's been right
Okay.
so far. It ran from 1998 to 1999. It was
It ran-
26 episodes long, and it
no,
ran.
it was 90. It was 90. Oh shoot, you're right.
because it did run in 1999.
Oh my god, I forgot.
because it had
I got my own for past wrong.
I think
Oh my
there was
God.
like something. There was some sort of like terrorist act that went on in Japan or whatever, and the show got Oh yeah, there's the TV trope. But yeah, the show didn't finish airing in its original run, and it had this compilation called Mishmash Blues, which was featuring someday Cowboy Bebop will air in full. And then in 1999, it finally aired in full, which is why it's considered from 1998 to 1999, because it didn't finish its entire run initially in Japan.
Yeah, you're right. I thought I aired in 97 for some reason. I read that. But okay, if anything else to redeem myself, they go on to basically say
So this article's been pretty right so far.
Okay, well, I saw the cowboy thing, and it's like that's okay, but they're afraid of whitewashing. It's like this is a cast. I don't think I'd be that scared of whitewashing. I don't know.
People are always
Wait,
worried
the
about
cast is
whitewashing.
picked already?
What? No, but just like they're saying, like, oh, after Death Note Ghost of the Shell controversy, this might, specifically with their whitewashing, it's like they feel like they should be a little nervous for this one. It's like they're
I
Spike.
feel like with
Spike's
Cowboy
believe it's supposed to be like it's rumored that he might be Jewish. So it's like,
Oh yes, yes.
What?
But it's
Yeah.
because of his hair.
well, no, it's just Spiegel. Just like the last name. It's like
Yes.
there's a whole rumor like maybe he is. It's like I don't know. It's like kind of an odd name.
No,
We're
Oh, I
like,
didn't know
no, I
Spiegel
thought
was-
Watanabe confirmed he was Jewish.
I want that right now.
I want
hyped.
Andy. I want
Fan
Andy
art
Samberg
with
to be
Yamaka.
Spike.
I'm hyped.
Basically, like someone asked Watanabe, is Spike Jewish? And he was like, sure.
I'm hyped. I'm hyped for it right now.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, as far as the whitewashing thing goes, it's been a while since I finished the series, but has anyone actually confirmed Japanese in the show?
I don't care.
Maybe
I just
Faye.
want-
Maybe Faye.
I
But
just
then again,
want-
her whole background's
I
so
don't
blue.
think so.
Strange East Coast Spike Spiegel. Super cheap.
Actually-
This incredibly terrible Jewish stereotype. In space. In space.
That actually, holy shit.
You know how
Still
amazing.
better than Keanu Reeves.
I want that right now. I want it to be. I want it to be.
shit. There were those those
Oh my god, Jack! I know we've been trying to get our way to past the gates to try and get to Mars, but all we've got is this ramen here. It's so expensive. I'm getting some lettuce and we're going to
Holy
dip
shit.
it in chicken stock, and it's gonna be it's gonna be absolutely wonderful. I saved 65 cents on this. It's such a wonderful deal.
You know, I want that in space.
Why do you sound like
That'd
a
be amazing.
70-year-old woman?
You just sold me on this live action adaptation.
Yeah,
Holy
that
shit.
sounds
like-
like that.
That's the only thing going through my mind when I heard that. I was like, oh, I need this right now. I'm sorry. What were you guys talking about?
Rest in peace, Adam West.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's a shame.
Uh,
Really
so-
talented dude.
He'll not be fighting sharks on helicopters in heaven.
Mm-mm.
What?
Sometimes just
I cannot
just don't know how to
confirm
get rid
nor
of the
deny.
phone.
I'm sorry, you lost me there. What? What were you talking about? What? Helicopters? Sharks?
Yeah.
Helicopters?
Yeah, he fought a shark off a helicopter thing with the shark bat repellent.
Oh shit!
You don't know of the iconic battle of Batman versus the shark
No,
on the helicopter ladder?
no.
Oh, it's
Sounds
iconic,
better
man.
than Batman versus Superman.
It is. It is by so much more. It is from the classic, the early Adam West show, where basically you have a giant rubber shark, that's basically a sock that basically Adam West is wearing, as he's pretending to be on a helicopter ladder over the ocean, and Robin's flying. He's like, pass down the shark repellent, which is sharks don't breathe, so repellent won't do anything, and just pretends to spray, and the shark just into the water. It encapsulates the show so much. It's why I'm upset that Brave and the Bold got canceled, because it was a good throwback to that era. I know Batman's not always dark
Yeah.
and gritty; he's just always justice. That's it.
Yeah, I never really watched much of Brave and the Bold. It sounded like a soap opera.
Raven the Bold, what was like you said, kind of like the 60s series. It was intentionally campy, but I always felt like it was skewing more adult than I think a lot of people gave it credit for. I was
Well, Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Uh,
definitely more so than the Batman.
Yeah, not a big fan of that series. Looking back on it,
The Batman.
yeah, that was
The
the first
Batman.
animated series that came after Batman the Animated Series.
Oh, okay.
It
Which is
was-
why I thought the switch to Brave and the Bold worked, because you're not going to basically top the '92 series. So
basically, but I think they got the animation team and writers who were doing Jackie Chan at the time,
Oh shit!
which sounds really smart, but I think it was fighting a losing battle because, like you said, it was coming off of Batman the Animated Series. They turned the Joker into
Yeah,
a
beware the
hyena.
Batman. Beware the Batman got written off for taxes.
Mm,
there's always Beyond.
Beyond was good.
All right, let's see here. Thierry asks thoughts about the new Kino no Tabi adaptation. I didn't even know there was one.
Kino no Tabi?
Yeah, it's coming this
me
fall.
neither.
Damn, that's
Oh,
crazy.
Kino's Journey, right. Yeah, they just announced the cast list the other day.
That's
The
crazy.
original Kino was really good, so like I don't know. I'm kind of excited.
I still need to watch
Optimistic.
the original.
I know a certain World War II dragon that's not gonna like the studio.
Studios.
Dean? Oh shoot, is it Dean that's doing it?
No, fam, it's not Dean.
Oh then. I can't think of another studio that has a bad reputation for
I don't know.
dragons.
Oh,
on.
it's the Visk Johnson's least favorite studio.
Yes,
Gay,
Lurch.
the word.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. It's pretty.
What studio? What studio?
Lurch.
What have they done?
The
Gakugurashi, Scum's Wish, Ass Class.
yes.
Oh, they did Danganronpa too,
Wrong.
right?
Okay, Ass Class was pretty bad,
Danganronpa's.
but Scum's Wish was alright. Okay, Danganronpa was not so good.
They did what was it? Magical Girl Raising Project. They did that.
They did that one harem show that I don't remember the name. It's just like something some harem show.
Bahamut Chronicle or
Yes,
whatever.
that's the one. That's the one.
I mean, because they did a few harem shows.
It was the one where one of the characters at the beginning was just like, yeah, my vagina is hot. Please touch it. I'm just like, this doesn't make any sense. None of this is logical. Why would she feel hot down there? And second of all, if she said it was hot, why would anybody touch it? You know, it's just dangerous. It's all around a bad situation for everyone.
Oh my god, this sounds amazing.
You
I don't know what you're talking
Just
about.
go for it.
It sounds like the makings of a true classic in my
Did you
eyes.
ever do a weekly
Yes.
watch on Bahamut Chronicle?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. It was great. It was amazing. I think we kept calling the monster Darkrai. I don't remember much of it. How's it going, Jacob?
What about Schwarzesmarken?
Ah, shit. You found out my actual name. Shit.
Hell yeah.
Oh, man.
Yes, Schwarzmarket. Yes, that was okay. So there was a video I made a while ago where I was just shitting on the first episode of Schwarzmarket, and one of the things that I was talking about was trench warfare, and how for some reason the series never showed incendiary weapons as being as effective as they actually are in real life. And people are just like, but no, it's the hardness, harder than diamond. And I'm just like, what? Also, I got a lot of comments saying in the visual novel, this makes more sense. I'm just like, Jesus Christ. I'm not reviewing the visual novel. Suffice to say, that was a great great video. A lot of people got on my case for that.
Well, man, you gotta read all.
I gotta read it all.
Read it all. All
Okay.
like 100+ hours.
Hell yeah. Kenji, you're a visual novel beast. Have you done any of Schwarzmarken or the Muv-Love universe?
I don't know about Schwarzmarken or whatever that is, but I really I read Extra, Unlimited, and Alternative, the main ones. And
Okay.
they're really good.
Okay.
You gonna ask or?
Okay, let's see here. I love how you design your thumbnails. Videos are great too. I love the way this comment is structured. I love the implication this comment chain has. It's just like, I love your thumbnails. The videos are okay too, but dog is your thumbnails. That's what's up. I love
Really
it.
messed up.
Thank you, Varun. Varun. Thoughts on the He Became movies? I haven't seen the movies.
Haven't seen them.
Me
No,
neither.
they were announced.
Oh, okay.
They didn't come out yet.
That explains why I haven't seen the movies.
Still haven't seen them. Actually, are any of you going to Anime Expo?
Yes.
Nope.
I just
I am.
got confirmed.
Okay. I saw that they're like debuting, like there's gonna be a few movies that are gonna be debuting there. I'm pulling up real fast. There's like one movie that actually it's from MAPPA that kind of interests me.
Yeah, there's I got the
in
email.
this corner of the world. Yes.
Yeah, the World War
Yes.
II one. That actually looks really good. I want to see that.
I want that movie right now in my body, but not in a sexual way, more like in a I've watched this movie kind of way.
Just like absorbing.
Yeah,
everything.
being in New York is suffering.
I'm glad
you think
did.
it'll
Goes
be
all the way across the
refreshing?
country.
Yes, I do think it will be refreshing. Not as refreshing as Aki-Kon, though. That show is pure refreshment.
I agree. I watch it every day.
You know.
Yeah. But yeah, it's Sunday at 5 o'clock. It's like, okay, no, I can see that.
I might be able to see that.
I mean, the actual event lineup's not out yet, so who knows? Maybe
Yeah.
it's something better.
Have you
I'm
guys been to
literally
Expo
just-
before?
Huh?
I never have, but I'm literally just going to treat it like Anime North every time I go, which is I pray to God that there's a Persona panel or Persona tournament, and I just join that. Or I just sit around the games room and I just put Persona into the PS3 and just play that all day.
Living mechanics.
Your priorities straight, my dude.
Nah, this will be my my fourth time there.
Oh, okay. This is my first time there, and I'm kind of going randomly.
Okay.
So,
Make
I
sure
don't know
to
what
get
to
a lot of food and a lot of water on you. Just store bottles on you somehow.
Oh,
Make sure to get a Canopy shirt too.
Yes.
Yeah.
AJ, have you bought your Canopy shirt yet?
no, I've not bought my Canopy shirt.
You have
yet.
to buy your Canopy shirt.
I will buy my Canopy shirt. We're gonna roll in as a group.
We're gonna roll in.
Wearing our Canopy shirts.
My goal.
I walked by him last year and like wasn't even sure if it was him or not. Then basically started just tweeting that he couldn't get in line. It's like, oh, that was him. I should have said hi.
I'm gonna try and get Canopy. I'm
Yeah,
gonna try
no,
and get
you gotta
Callum-
bring a shirt too.
I'm gonna try and get Callum at least $1 more in Patreon. That's what I'm gonna try and do.
Yeah,
Or-
no, everyone should come in with Canopy shirts. That's our big meetup.
Or at the very least, I'm gonna try and get him a number. I'm like, I tweet
Get
him. I'm
him
like,
a
here you
number
go,
or
Callum.
give him your number.
No, I'm gonna get him a number. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try my best. It's gonna be hard because he's not goddamn there. But I
Well,
think
a lot of people there.
I think the Sakuga analysis will sell itself.
Which one? I'm pretty sure there's like 4 going on that weekend.
We'll see. We'll see. I'll try some. But yeah, Chris, get a shirt.
All right. Well, I got a shirt on right now.
Get a Canopy shirt. You pedantic
Alright.
scum.
All right, then I'll
It's-
just.
It's
I'll
getting
go
to
to,
that time, that Canopy time.
But yeah, but AJ,
Done
it's-
with them.
it's
They're
your
gonna
first
be
time,
out of
right?
the convention center shouting, "Bahi JD, Utapon can't innovate."
I'm not yelling that.
Great. And then someone else is gonna be like, "What do you say about Utapon?"
Anyhow, Chris, what were you going to say to AJ?
Oh, just if you're going, me and I know a lot of the YouTubers are gonna have like this whole. We like rent a room like just across the street from the convention, so if you can meet up with us, you're welcome to go over there and stuff like that. This nice like rooftop thing, looking over the convention and whatnot. It's nice. It's nice.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm staying with Avi and Soon and Baka Shift and everybody. So
Yeah. I know.
my main goal is to
I'll-
try to see as many people as possible. That includes you guys.
Yeah.
Tell
I'll only go.
people to get Canopy shirts.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
We all gotta
I
get
will
Canopy.
make it my duty to tell them all to get Canopy shirts.
No, nobody's told me anything. Nobody's told me anything because I don't really keep in touch with Anitubers outside of like Roger and Michael. But I'm I may or may not show up. I don't know. I'm probably just going to be in my hotel room playing Mario Kart the entire weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, there'll probably be a group meetup the first day and whatnot. So, yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I do. I'll spend $100+ to play Mario Kart.
You'll spend all this money just to play Mario Kart in a different state.
Hell yeah!
That's what the experience is all about.
That's the Anime Expo experience.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm close enough to commute to it, but it's still like an 1.5 to 2 hour commute for me. So
I can't just casually commute because I'm on the completely opposite side of the continent.
I mean, you can just make it a road trip.
Same.
That's what the first plan was going to be, but that's way too risky. I would have to take off too many days from work. It's cheaper in the long run just to fly there.
Yeah.
No, AJ, you got to take a Greyhound.
Wait, are you?
I gotta take a Greyhound.
Gotta take a Greyhound, man. That's what I did for Evo, and it was the best and worst experience of my life.
How long did that take?
What happened? Did I tell you guys about like what happened when it was like Tennessee or Kentucky, but it was like somewhere in the Midwest where I sat beside a dude who was like kind of really sketch.
Was that the Monster Mash story?
No, that's a different story. That's a different story, and I don't regret that story at all. But essentially what happened is like there was this point in the Midwest where I sat beside some dude, and he was like, he just got out of prison, and he was just like, and what happened was he was just like, it was just really sort of inane chit chat that I had with him. But one of the things he said was just like, hey buddy, you want to hear something funny? I got to tell you a secret. I'm just like, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. And he's just like, yeah, I just got out and I'm not supposed to leave the state, but I got something to do in Colorado. I'm just like, okay, I'm just not going to say anything because this could turn out bad for me if I do. So yeah, I was just like, okay, this guy just got out of prison and he's not supposed to leave the state. And he's leaving the state. So yeah, it was pretty awesome. It was very exciting. He left in Denver. So at least he was pretty accurate in terms of where he was going.
Oh boy.
Spooky.
Regal Ragasi in the chat asks us to talk about Cornexia and the 8 Seals. We're about 8 months too late for that, I feel, to be relevant.
Where's episode 2?
Yeah.
It's never too late to talk about art. It's never too late to talk about art.
I apologize. I apologize.
No, you're probably, Chris, you're probably just like, oh yeah, we can't talk about Kazimir Malevik's The Black Square because it's too late. It's never too late to talk about art. Where's the
All right,
comment?
It's too
Okay,
late.
yeah, let's talk about art then. Let's talk about this art then. I liked the really sketchy pencil sketches in some parts. I like that. You could feel the work that was still being put into it.
I think my favorite part.
I'm just waiting for episode 2.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
my
what all
favorite
all the plot lines will be resolved. Everything will be better.
I think the best part.
Yeah,
of
why?
that was,
Like,
oh yeah.
is the Patreon still up?
His Patreon is still up. I'm not sure if it's still meant for the show or not, but
I hope it's meant for the show because I don't know what he's spending it on otherwise.
did he get a new house recently?
Did he?
I thought so. I don't
Yeah,
keep
he
up.
did.
I don't keep up with Miss T's stuff, to be honest.
But he also has a daughter now named Misty.
If anybody is in the chat right now listening to this live stream, you guys can back me on my new Kickstarter project. It's called Eromanga Sensei Live Reaction featuring Homeless Man. We'll back so I can let's feed and clothe a homeless man on the condition that he watch all of Eromanga Sensei.
Oh my god,
Wait,
that's brilliant.
How long are you feeding and closing him?
I'm only like an hour and a half away from Toronto, so this is totally doable. There's tons of homeless people there.
Easy.
Yeah. Dimitri Remy asks, is Berserk still a bad anime?
Are we talking about current Berserk?
I haven't seen the most recent one.
Well, they're calling it The Berserk, so is the new one called The Berserk?
Oh, I thought
Is
it was
like
called
the
Meme
Batman?
Zone.
I don't know. They just said The Berserk. I know. The Batman.
The Centaur.
Wait, what about Rick Santorum?
No,
I haven't seen the CG Berserk
Centaur.
anime. I've only seen the one scene where he dons the Berserker armor, and all of the comments in the YouTube video there were just like, "This is where the animation is at its top level. This is so amazing." They all of the animation before this was terrible, but this redemption, and I was just like, "Oh, okay."
It's like, oh, you poor things.
Animator is amazing.
Like, just I know what video you're talking about. I just feel like, oh, you poor things. You've been beaten down.
Well, I watched it, and I was just like, "This is a weird scene. This is kind of weird."
I don't know. Have you seen
This
the
looks like
scene
it was
where,
made lightweight.
yeah. Did you see the scene where Guts is just basically standing? He's perfect. It's just a still image of him, and they bounce him up and down to make a walk cycle.
Dude, that sounds amazing. That sounds like Grimgar.
Yeah, just essentially what it was is they had a still image of him talking, and he's really close to the screen to basically where it's just basically his forehead to basically his pecs, and it's just him basically it had the wiggle effect basically on it, but just only going up with the y-axis. It's just kind of him slowly vibrating off the screen. It's like
Okay, that sounds amazing. I need to watch this now.
Yeah.
I need to watch this now. I'm going to ditch my 5-minute video on the Berserk manga, and I'm going to talk about the movie, the show, the TV show.
I've only seen the first season, and it was very special, I guess you could say. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah. Are you calling the show mentally retarded?
Maybe not. To your interpretation.
What kind of euphemism is that?
Oh god.
All right. Let's see here.
But I feel so bad for the people who like the manga and live with these kind of adaptations, you know?
Yeah.
It's very strange.
I just feel bad because some of the waiting nearly 20 years to see the Berserk armor animated, and it's that's what you finally got after all that time.
And you're just saying, amazing, good shit.
You know, if I had $1 billion, you know what I'd do?
Buy a Coke?
Close the homeless man.
Well, there are a lot of things I do, but I think a very important thing to do for the community is to get the licensing and funding so that there is another Berserk anime, and then make sure it's a fantastic adaptation for the first 6 episodes, and then for the last 6 episodes, it's just a rewrite of Ichigo 100%. And people are just like, what the hell is happening? It's like, yeah, this is the perfect show. Come at me.
No, if I could buy any license, I'd buy One Piece and then never actually get to the One Piece after all this time. I would have ended the episode before. Yeah.
Are you
I'd bring all the 4Kids actors back.
People to translate untranslated shows. I don't know, dude, Samurai Giants or something, or what's that shit? The Gamba no Boken, Gamba's Adventure. That one need the translation.
Chris?
Old Bizaki shows.
Chris?
Yeah.
Are you gonna end the One Piece series by having Luffy look into the camera and then say, "It turns out that my nakama was the One Piece I was looking for the entire time"?
No, what I would do is, let's say the One Piece is behind a giant door or something like that. He's like, "This is it. We're almost there." And it's just like the camera gets a little forward and bumps his shoulder almost. He's like, he turns around "Who are you?" And it turns out there's been a cameraman this whole time recording everything. And he's like, "I don't know who you are," and then punches out the camera guy. And just basically the camera guy, the camera's on the floor, kind of a whole Dutch angle kind of thing. And we hear the door. I'm like, "Oh my god, that's the One Piece! Oh my god, look how beautiful it is! Oh my god, look at all this!" I'm like, "Guys, can you believe what we're seeing?" and that's the 23-minute episode. And then like just you see the feet walk off like 20 minutes later. Oh, that was so awesome. We finally got to see that. Well, let's go back home now.
Oh, so it's like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction.
Yep, exactly. That way it'll live on forever. Everyone will be like, what did he see? What did he see? It's like, who was the director? Who was the cameraman? Who had the boom mic? Where's the boom mic?
Nah, man, it'd be best if Buggy the Clown took it. He had beaten the Straw Hats too the entire time.
Yeah. Varn Swap, I think that's how you say his name in the chat. Top 3 favorite anime YouTubers. Do we have favorites?
How about you guys go through the list? Sheep, you got to answer too. You're gonna be this goddamn voice call.
Dude, you exposed me again. Shit. So am I supposed to answer first?
Yeah, top 3 favorite anime YouTubers.
All right. First one, pause and select.
No, you don't have to kiss my ass, dude. I don't care.
Well, no. Well, dude, it's like you can say I'm kissing your ass, but I also patient you. So I'm like, well, you're the only one I actually patient you now. So, yeah, pause and select.
Oh, shit.
Let's see. Scent Anime is pretty cool. And I'm not really much of a Digibro fan anymore, but yeah, Digibro is okay.
Okay. Kenji, the engine.
Ooh, okay. Let's see. Number 1, Dalto.
Yes.
Pause and select. Number 3. I have to think. Hold up. I don't know, dude. Anime every day. There you go.
I'll tell Lewis you were a third afterthought. Anime every day. AJ.
I'm sorry, I forgot you.
This is tough. I know it's going to sound like I'm just copying everybody else, but Joe, I really do respect your content and everything.
Damn!
You're like one of the few people I still consistently watch. Me and Abby, we both consistently watch all the videos that you put out. So you first, then forgot his name because it's not like English. Alexander. Oh, it's Alexander.
Oh, Alexander. Yeah.
With an X, but like,
yeah.
I know it's Alexander, but just the way it's spelled. So,
Alexander.
Exactly. Yeah. And I guess Giga, number 3.
It's funny because like I'm assuming you're following Alexander on Twitter as well. And
yeah,
the first thing you look at him is just like, this does not look like a man who watches anime.
No, it's not.
The first thing I thought about was how he was very conflicted with his Berserk video. Because he changed it like 4 different times.
Hell
his title?
Kept tweeting about it. He was all like, but is this accurate to the video? And then people are like, yo, why did you change it? And then he's like, all right, I'll change it back. But wait, am I sure I want to change it back? Then he changed it like again. And then they're like, yo, why did you change it? Crazy.
I don't blame
Let's see if I can get
titles are
Alexander in here.
hard.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It was just funny.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right, so Chris, your turn.
God, I know too many people. Jack, Under the Scope, because I've known that guy basically back when he was like at 80 subs. So happy to see where he's going with the channel. Joe, you're actually there because when you actually use no, because like here's the thing. When you actually use big words, I feel like you actually know what they mean.
We'll see about that.
Because I see a lot of people like, when they use like words like that's not how you don't speak like that normally. But like I feel like when you say it, it's like ooh fancy. That's what I feel. I feel like I'm watching fancy stuff and I watch your stuff.
What do you think about that, Isaac? Okay, I guess he's taking a shit or something.
And third person, just because he inspired me to basically start any tubing, I guess that's our noun or whatever. Lewis, Anime Every Day. And a YouTuber I could bring back from the dead would be Demolition D, because I want him back. I know, come back, man. I know you're out there. I know you can hear us.
But that's like 4.
Well, I said like one person I could bring back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like not in my favorite, not my top 3, but like if I could bring one back. Yeah.
Okay. All right. The big words one. I wish Isaac was here because he has a vocabulary that challenges mine. So he'd be able to tell you whether he'd be able to tell you or not whether the words I'm using are correct or not.
I know. Like when you did the first short for Genius Party, I was listening to that, it's like, damn, I'm glad I'm far away from you. That way people, it's like, I know, my dialogue is not, does not keep people yours when I do videos.
I mean, like honestly, like, who cares?
Well, yeah, it shouldn't, but still, it's like, as long as your message goes across in general, that's all that matters. But just know the way you can like just eloquently use. I'm saying you're good at scripting. No, it's a compliment. It's no, take it. Just take it. It's okay.
I don't know, man. Have you seen some of those rough drafts?
I don't know.
It's a bit of an eye opener.
You managed to keep the sentences pretty short, which is something I couldn't do.
Yeah.
All right, Roger.
KYDB.
Hell yeah.
Best. He has like the best editing.
KYDB is god editor for all the weirdest reasons.
Crimbo the Dimbo definitely has some of my favorite comedy videos. And probably Mr. Anime.
You were lingering on my name for so long. You're like, I gotta think of someone better.
Yeah, no.
That was pretty good.
You know, is there no other Mr. in the whole anime community?
There are like 3 like professors.
Mr. AJ cosplay.
Yeah, another
Yes.
Mr.
Oh yeah, guys, Professor Otaku, greatest YouTuber.
Dog, there's like Professor Anime,
Professor
Professor
Otaku.
Otaku.
Like, you know, I pick on Mr. Anime's reviews, but like Professor Otaku know what the word plot means.
Hey man, he just
Skullman
like
review was inadequate. I'm calling it here. Bottom line.
Okay. Isaac.
No.
Okay.
Isaac.
Joe,
Please
what are
reveal.
your favorite
3.
anime YouTubers?
Isaac, list me 3 anime YouTubers. Oh, you can't do it.
No, I can't do it.
There's like 3 in the chat right now.
So if anybody is curious who Isaac is, he's my colleague from work. So he's not even part of this community.
Oh,
Okay.
All right. Okay. I don't need to list mine because moving on.
Boo! You have to list yours, man. It's 15K. This ain't 3K anymore. You can't cop out.
All right.
Serious
Okay.
business.
All right. Okay, that's true. That's true. I still also need to finish that Perfect Insider edit. That was 14K ago. All right. Top like Ani tubers. Yeah, I would definitely say KYDB is up there. Because his stuff is really weirdly fun. Well, not weirdly. It's weird and fun whenever it comes up. It's just like this ecstatic, neurotic unveiling of his life through really obscure shows.
Yeah.
This is hard.
That Sakuga snob.
Sakuga snob. Ooh, this is
Yeah, the
this is
Sakuga snob.
this is tricky. I would see, like, all I watch are cat videos, so this is hard.
I know, Joe. Let's rephrase the question. What are your top 3 cat video channels?
Oh, okay. Easy. Mugu Mogu. Mugu Mogu. And KYDB. Easy.
Right?
Yeah.
So simple. Okay. What about Mumkey Jones? I'm not a big fan of Mumkey Jones.
Yeah, man. I showed him his funniest video, and he just wasn't powerful enough.
It's it's true. Like, if I wanted someone to yell in my face about school shooters, I can just go to downtown Toronto and talk to the nearest homeless person. Like,
Good point.
and I'm being reductive for the sake of a punchline, but I mean, like, Monkey Jones is just not my type of channel. Like, I'm not going to judge someone for liking Monkey. It's just not my cup of tea.
Nah, man. I emailed him on about that whole podcast thing. He never started it back up. Never responded. Not cool.
Let's see here. I just read on my phone what? Okay. I'm the pause and select doesn't understand those big words he uses. Yes, that's true.
He's convincing. He's convincing.
Did you read Shoujo Shumatsu Ryoko? So I've heard of it. I've never actually read it. It's on my manga reader favorite list. That and 60 isekai stories that I have to still read. I've been on an isekai binge lately, which has been really funny funny as in interesting, strange. For several reasons. Primarily because it's entertaining as shit, because it always has the same general idea where it's just oh yeah, Tanaka is this. He's the world's best mechanic, or he's the world's best pharmacist, or he's the world's best, I don't know, airport strip searcher. But then he died because of karoshi. And now he's been transported to another world as a fetus, but in this world has magic. And he's going to use all of his knowledge as someone from Japan to be overpowered. And I'm just
basically
amazing.
you've just been marathoning Beck Mongolian Chop Squad.
Yes, the best isekai. And if anybody disagrees, I will fight you.
All right, I gotta get going. So, congrats on the 15K, Joe. I'll talk to you all later. So, have a nice day.
Catch you later.
All right, see you, Chris. Okay, so next one is nobody mentioned pedantic romantic. Well, on the topic of pedantic, let's see if I can get him in here. Yo, Lachlan, my Negro friend. Here we go. And now the clock continues. Or something, I don't know. Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Subscribe to Axel Lotlo. Yes. Prost reviews are more like just why I adore this show. I'm so confused. What's going on? Does anybody know what that means?
I don't know, dude. I don't speak anime, nerd.
God damn it. Prost, Mirage, get in here. I need you to debate against Kenji. He just called you a nerd. He just called you a nerd. Don't take that sitting down.
Remember that one time I debated World War III Dragon on Oshi versus Ano? It's gonna be one of those.
Oh yeah.
Hell yeah. That was rough.
I think it's referring to Professor Otaku,
Okay.
because I was talking about how I didn't like his Skullman review because I thought it wasn't good,
Oh, I see.
as opposed to not liking it because I thought it was good.
Ah, I see. Yes. I'm so confused. Yes. Okay. So how is this we still have 37 viewers? We've talked about nothing.
Yo, Joe, I got a question.
Yeah.
Why is Akitaro Daichi, why is he fucking cool?
Dog, he is like the god character. Every time he's in an interview, he's just like, bruh, I was like looking at this and I was just like, this is amazing. And I'm just like, shit. And every time he's doing an interview, he's dressed up as a ninja for some god awful reason. I have no idea why, but it's always happening. And it's just like, oh my god, Akitaro Daichi, he's the god. He's the god. And also he also did Now and Then Here and There. And you know, it's amazing. He's just like, hey, how's it going, guys? I'm gonna be doing Kadocha, which is like this, you know, this shoujo story. But then right afterwards, let's do a story about war rape. That's right. I'm Akitaro Daichi. I'll do what I want. He's amazing.
Fucking nice. And just to bring up Kodacha is like fucking great. So good.
Oh, it's a great show.
Yeah, no,
Fantastic
its
show.
comedy style was really good.
Yeah.
Like, even in the stuff I don't care much for, like his comedy style, like I didn't really care much for Elf Princess Rain because I felt like it just kind of was too fast and I had a hard time keeping up with it, and it felt like it didn't really go anywhere at the end of the day. But it still had that comedy style Taro Daichi is known for, and because of that, it was still a bit of a charming watch.
Yes. It's fantastic because everybody you should donate to my Kickstarter. It's a project where I'm going to fly to Japan and have Akitaro Daichi live react to Arrow Manga Sensei. Back my Kickstarter. The first 25 backers gets a free Canopy t-shirt.
Make sure it smells like
I better up my pledge.
Up your pledge, dog.
Yeah, well, Joe, have you seen Kodomo no Omochu? Or I think that's what it's called. It's by that Daichi guy, and I've been meaning to watch it for a while, and I was wondering if you've seen it.
I might have.
I'll copy paste the name in the chat.
Kodomo.
I said it wrong.
Are you
There it
referring
is.
to Kadocha? Kodomo no Omocha?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that sounds like
that-
Kadocha. Yeah, that's Kadocha.
Yeah, Kadocha.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Yeah,
It's amazing. It's just like boom, amazing.
All right, bro. I'll check that one out soon then.
I remember reading an article somewhere. I can't find it now, but I swear to God, this existed somewhere, where like one of Hideaki's influences for Karekano was Kodocha. I can't find it now, but I'm just like, this is hilarious if that's true.
Dude,
I really
that's
like
honest.
Karakano, so
Dude, if that's
But,
actually accurate, that makes so much sense. Like, there's
Yeah.
so many things that, like, I'm seeing that really embodies what Karakano is doing, especially in the beginning.
Yeah.
With, like, when we were sisters and stuff. So much.
Okay. So, next comment here. Digipro is the Jesus of the English-speaking anime community. I have no idea what that means.
Dude, he has said that 4 times.
Has he?
well, like his facial hair makes him looks like Jesus. So like I don't know, dude. Maybe
So
he
wait,
is.
did Digi die and come back to life?
Not yet, but it's in
Yeah.
the future. I heard after the road trip, this is when he dies for his sins.
Did you grow up to a small child and was just like, boom, you're back to life? Snob, Aki Dearest, and I don't know who these people are. Oh, I know
well,
Snob.
Sai does more so Let's Plays though.
I don't know who they are. I guess I know Snob. I know Petros.
Who Aki Dearest is? I remember you one time saying,
Oh, yes.
I hate Aki Dearest.
Expert.
Oh, Joe.
Oh no, I've been exposed for my hate of Aki Dearest.
She's clearly
yeah,
not
okay.
very dear to you, huh?
So I guess Sai is the only person I don't know.
He did a Gangnam Style.
What?
I love Gangnam Style.
Damn. I didn't know he was an anime YouTuber.
Yeah, dog. He's like planning a 15-part series. It's gonna be lit.
Let's see here. KYDB. Yeah, KYDB. Dog, get in here, dog. Let me see here. See if I can. No. I don't know what he is. Wait a minute. I can just set it on Discord. Okay, no, I can't apparently. Okay, let's see here. Next one. Reminds me. What is this? Like an entire name? Jimin reminds me of a young Mamoru Miyano. Digibro is the god of Western anime YouTubers. Okay.
You see, I told you. He says it like 4 times.
Well, it's a different person though.
Ah, shit. I didn't know they were. They were.
It's Junjin, and then now it's WTF Park. His disciple is the pedantic romantic. I wish I had a disciple. That would have been cool. I would have been
I
all
don't know.
like,
What do you mean? I'm your understudy.
no, you're not.
Yeah,
That
I
would have
am.
been cool. I would have been all like, don't do what I do because it doesn't pay off.
Nah, man. Didn't you see when the weekly watch ended? We agreed that we'd go into this kind of partnership where you would teach me everything you know,
That doesn't sound right, but
so
I
that
don't
I could
remember
pass
enough
it
of
on
that
to the next
conversation.
generation.
I don't remember the conversation ever happening.
Yeah, and then you're like, don't tell Sen anime stuff I said this. Rakugo video was better than his.
This seems like a weird conversation. I don't remember this conversation happening.
Happened after we did the whatever the last weekly watch was that the Super Lovers one, or whatever the last weekly watch was? You said that's when you said that.
Oh yeah, I need to finish Super Lovers.
I
Isaac,
finished the first season, but I didn't watch the second.
Isaac, you should watch Super Lovers.
I've seen it.
Wait, have you?
A few episodes.
You should watch all of Super Lovers.
Why does anything happen?
You should watch all of Super Lovers.
Well, presumably something happens.
Okay, let's see here. I look forward to the... Oh, sheep. Oh, okay. I look forward to the podcast every week.
Well, no, like I'm talking about the dumb podcast that Digibro and Monkey Jones does.
Ah, yes,
They talk utter nonsense. I find it funny.
Okay, so let's see here. These dudes get crucified. This whole chat is about Digibro. This whole chat's about Digibro.
Yeah, and not one mention of the book club, funnily enough.
Yeah. It's just like it's just Digi. Okay, let's see
I
here.
really like Digi.
Nanato Karu. Oh, that's really interesting. I need to sort of ask people who sort of practice that, like the veracity of what is in Nanato Karu, but I think it's a really how can I say? It's a really fascinating story, I think. You know, the idea of because it really tells me a lot about S&M that I never really considered. The idea that, you know, it's this practice in which you sort of give yourself in your entirety to people, and sort of it's this continual push to make yourself vulnerable, and in doing so, it reveals elements about you and what it means to be with someone. It's a really interesting story. I read a few works by the mangaka before, and I didn't enjoy them, but Nanato Karu was a very nice outlier for me. Have you guys read that?
No.
Nope.
Yeah, I read a bit of it. I find it interesting how like the relationships kind of just amps up on just, you know, just getting crazier and crazier with the ropes.
Yeah.
And the gags. Well, not really so much gags.
Well, they're literal gags.
Well, sorry, I was thinking more of like the scenes when they go outside than like the later scenes.
Yeah, there's a few ideas I think it's playing around with. So, you know, I think like on a very basic level, it's playing around with the idea of, you know, like Honen Tatamai, you know, the idea of like this truthfulness and this facade. Because, you know, there are these characters who are masked in particular ways, and then they reveal themselves by engaging in this practice. So it's really fascinating. Digibro is the god of the Western anime community. I'm so confused as to like what's going on here. this comment, something is happening. I don't know.
Evil gang are after you.
I have no idea what's going on here. And it's just like it's not even like a oh, don't talk about Digi sort of thing. It's just like I've had all of my conversations that I've had with Digi has been pleasant. So it's just like it's more so it's just like this is just kind of happening. All right, so next one.
Hey Joe, just going back to Nana, did you read the summer offshoot where they go to like to like what the guy is like favorite S&M writer?
What?
Never mind. I guess
What?
that was the only word to type.
What are you talking about?
It's the other part of the. Hold on, I'm just gonna mute myself and look for it real quick.
Okay. Miyazaki. Well, just my Kickstarter. It's going to be a homeless person or Akitaro Daichi. Somebody is reacting to Arrow Manga Sensei. Probably going to be a homeless person. Hell, if we hit one of our stretch goals, it'll be 3 homeless people.
Holy.
If we hit the top stretch goal, I will have a homeless shelter react to Arrow Manga Sensei.
Joe, you need a new channel? Homeless people react.
Hell
Arrow
yes.
Manga Sensei.
Homeless people react to Arrow Manga Sensei, and it's just Arrow Manga Sensei.
Joe.
I can't read
would
these
love
subtitles.
Oh.
This is going too fast. Why is that 11-year-old girl? Why is she always undressing? What's going on here? Listen, I ain't no pedophile. Why you showing me this? You got change?
I want that. Homeless people. Be like, hey, how's it going, guys? It's your boy. Pause and select, and today we're gonna go downtown Toronto, just go to shelter, and we're gonna show him Arrow Manga Sensei. It's gonna be like, hey, how's it going, guys? We're gonna be holding an event, but it's gonna be a prank because what's gonna happen here is that I'm going to be advertising free soups, and they're gonna get the free soups, but first they gotta watch some Arrow Manga Sensei. Let's check it out. It's like, hell yeah.
Oh.
That's the anime YouTube channel I want.
Same.
It's homeless people.
That would be horrifying.
That's my
Watching
channel. My channel's gonna strive to be that, my man. That's the goal.
This new
Hell
song
yeah.
No Fear to do that every time. By the way, I found the title. It's not a Takaru Black Label is where they go to like.
Yeah, so Black Label, they go to a cottage, and it's just like chapter upon chapter of a sexual tension. And I'm like, I really hope there's a payoff. And the answer is there is no payoff. There's like 2 panels that could be considered payoff. I'm just like, I guess, okay, I guess. But yeah.
I think he just made it just because like it was 2 years into his writing for the normal series. It's like, guys, no worry, they'll get closer as it goes on. No worries.
See, I would believe that if there was more evidence of that.
Hey, man. It took 4 years to write that like that as well in between the other series.
I mean, like, to be fair, I do like Nanjo Karu quite a bit. It's great. I love it.
No, I like it a lot too. I kind of don't know what I feel about his kind of obsession with the sweat, but at the same time, it makes total sense. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, let's see here. No mic or bravery for that. God damn it, KYDB. They like his persona over his analytical skills, and people confuse one for the other. Is that Roger Smith? I
I don't know.
That might have been a biggest moment.
I think it's all Digibro at this point.
Is Digibro the Citizen Kane of anime? That's a good question, Kenji. What are your thoughts on that?
Yes.
Not even the Citizen Kane of anime YouTube. The Citizen Kane of anime.
Okay.
Hating SAO the same way Citizen Kane invented movies.
The same way. Damn.
Oh,
Damn. That's a very lofty claim.
Thanks, dude.
Tweet that out to Go Jesus. Citizen Kane invented movies. Axel. I mean, sure. Axel, just message me on Discord. Let's see here. Digibro is the Joseph Stalin of the anime. I don't understand these metaphors. I don't understand these metaphors.
It's another way of saying God, I think.
Joseph Stalin?
Referring to the way God comes over and colonizes everything.
Oh,
Right?
okay.
Yeah.
Bro colonized the 3x3 threads with his video on 3x3s. There you go. That's the analogy.
But did he colonize boring taste?
Oh shit!
Crap, dude.
Oh shit!
Nah.
All right. Okay. So let's see here.
Adolf Hitler.
Yeah, we have Citizen Kane. We have Citizen Kane, Jesus God, Eagle Maniac, and Joseph Stalin. I don't understand these sounds. I just don't get it.
Colonization is a thing that ties all of them together, I think. Yeah.
Including
back.
Citizen Kane.
Mhm.
Sup? Let's see here. Danberu nan kiro motteru. I haven't watched of Best Guy Ever stuff. Like, I don't know if you guys know my YouTube viewing habits, but I don't watch a lot or most on YouTubers. I just watch cat videos. Like, I just watch cat videos, honestly. I don't watch a lot of anime YouTubers.
Oh, you don't even watch Linus Tech Tips anymore?
No, I haven't watched Linus Tech Tips in a long time.
Damn. What about Dame Drops? Food reviews.
Well, of course, I watch Dame Drops. I mean, I need to know. I need to know how good the chicken fajita is.
5.
But have you called
all
Shark
day.
Tank?
I need to know the difference. I need to know the difference between what 3 chicken fajitas is like versus 1 chicken fajita. I mean, how will I know without Dame Drops there to guide me?
I don't know, dude.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. Hey guys, RC Anime here. Okay, so that's a really interesting thing, which I was really surprised, actually. I was really surprised that people never sort of mentioned that to Digi when he did that whole video where he was talking about like RC Anime's voice. He's talking about RC Anime's voice. And a lot of people were defending RC Anime. And they were saying, well, that's his voice. He can't help it, and so on and so forth. And I'm just like, okay, cool. But like, there was one defense that I thought was useful that nobody really mentioned, or at least I couldn't find people mentioning, which is that like it's sort of a little challenging to sort of criticize someone on their voice if they've established that they are very comfortable using that voice. And so what I mean here is that Digi is very clear in that he does privilege the author as a metric in which we can sort of interpret art. And so the question now becomes, well, hold on, if you're going to sort of get on RC Anime's, case for his voice, then, if he's comfortable with it, then that simply is a means of presentation that he's willing to engage with. And so it seems a little sort of counterintuitive to get on his case for his voice if that's the presentation he wants to present. Because you'd think that if he really had a problem with that voice, he would find a way around that. Mm-hmm. So I never really saw that counter argument measured against him. Everybody was talking about like, oh, well, that's his voice, he can't help it. But, if he was completely comfortable with his voice, then that simply is an expression of the artist, which is something that Digi very much values. So why is he not valuing the artist's intention in that specific situation?
Because he was mad he was getting made fun of.
What?
He was mad because he got made fun of by him.
Yeah.
Dude, he was just mad. He was just like, fuck that guy.
Well, I'm no one to talk here. By the way, I'm axolotl. But axolotl. But my voice is also a problem because I'm not an English speaker. But actually, Digi also mentions that you need to be something engaging in some artists is that you can watch how they develop and how you start to understand how they see their art through the development of each new piece of art. And I think, as Joe mentioned, this is something that you can see in RC Anime. And I think that's a valid point. He can develop, and he kind of has grown to make this style his own.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's really important because the voice is itself a means of expression.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can start, let's say, yeah, you can suck at the beginning, but you eventually get more fluent with it. I mean, you can be this, hell, I am trying to act, but in the end, you can end up making something different and try to modulate your voice and try to make something more fluent. And that's what he's trying to do. But if you, since the beginning, try to smash it with, this is not how you do it, you never grew up and you never develop a better style or a unique style, what Kid Digi specifically wants more in this community.
What did you mean by voice as an expression of intention? I didn't quite get that.
For example, I mean that most of what we say in our videos has to do with how we say it. For example, Digi, most of what he says is in the writing, but I think that's only half of the message we're trying to come across, mainly because we also want some emphasis in some words particularly, and he voice sometimes, for example, he uses the everything a painting style, and he likes to let some of his sentences lead to some more visual intent, which is something I try to defend him for.
I see.
Yeah, something around those lines. It has to do more with the acting, I will say, because when we record, we're acting, and he tries to modulate those changes when he speaks to the microphone. Sorry, I may kill this.
Oh, I was waiting for whatever Isaac was going to say.
Oh, the question was actually directed at you, Joe, initially. I saw Digi's video and the one he was referencing. I was kind of struggling with the concept of voice being an aspect of intention. Maybe this has to do with me being terrified of my own voice. So never mind. When I managed to formulate an actual question, but
Cool.
okay.
Cool.
Yeah. No, carry on.
Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Where did we get off? Oh, I guess Axel left. Where did we cut off here? I appreciate your vids on how you edit manga videos. Those have been super helpful in making my Berserk vid. Them ink reveals. Oh shit. What are paddle balls, Delta? What are paddle balls, dude? Well, actually, you know what?
Everyone go subscribe
Delta.
to Delta. He's the best
Delta,
anime
get in.
YouTuber.
Where's Delta? I'm gonna invite Delta.
If you want, I can DM him the link.
I just DM'd him on Discord. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing. That's what.
The Delta makes every call better. I'm just saying.
So what do you think about this comment here, Isaac? Sheep just said, jouissance is the act of watching cats.
I don't understand how watching cat can. No, really, the way that you're enamored by cats is something that I just find fundamentally incomprehensible. So, no, that could be a kind of jouissance, but I don't think that's what. Oh, I disagree. Let's go with that. What's your take on jouissance and cat videos? Since
Next comment. Would you do any more videos about Western graphic fiction? So I would say probably not. I'm not entirely sure. Probably not. I just don't know a lot about Western graphic fiction. If you are interested, Andrew, if you are interested, one of my buddies, Hassan, he runs a very good channel that talks about Western graphic fiction. It's Strip Panel Naked. You might find that as an interesting channel. It's very good. Makes a lot of very good stuff. So if that's where you're looking for your itch, that might help. Thoughts on new Tokyo Ghoul read chapters? See, I haven't read like recent chapters of Tokyo Ghoul read. I read like the first 10 chapters, and then I was just like, oh, this is cool. And then I decided to wait for it to update per week, but I absolutely forgot. And now it's been like a year and a half. Do you have a fan Discord? Not really. I mean, I have a Discord in the video description that links to what I guess can be called sort of like AniTube Somalia.
why would you call it that?
That's kind of what it is. It's kind of just a shit show in Discord form. I've got I am running like two two Discords though. One is a Civ 5 Discord, which you should, if you've played Civ 5, you should totally check out. And the other one is for the book club. The book club is in a separate Discord because it's specifically about the books that are being discussed. But other than that, yeah, there used to be like a main Discord. It's still there. It's just I left it up to Scrolls to manage it now. Oh, and she just answered my question for me.
Oh, well, sorry. I figured just be like, well, you can find it in this video.
Aren't axolotls native to the lands that used to be around Mexico City?
Yeah, they used to be. They are borderline extinct.
Oh, dude, your mic is super harsh right now.
Oh, sorry. They used to live around the lake of Xochimilco. They are currently in a process to.
It's still really harsh.
Oh, fuck. Sorry. Now it's
No,
better?
it's the exact same. It hasn't changed.
Oh. God damn it. Where did I go wrong?
Have you tried lowering your gains?
That could be a good move.
Okay, while Axolot is fixing his mic, let's go on to the next one here. God damn, it's just Digibro stuff.
Someone
Let's
asked
see.
this question. Besides seasonal anime, what have you guys been watching, if anything?
Oh, okay. What have we been watching? I've been watching reruns of Sunny in Philadelphia. If that counts for anime.
Dude, 10 out of 10, best anime.
Hell yeah. I love it.
Sorry. Let's see. Mac is my waifu. There we go. I can say what I've been watching, but I'm not
seasonal or like
interested
just
in-
shows in general.
Oh, we know that Kenji and Roger
besides
have just been
seasonals.
watching like a bajillion shows at once.
But I've not been watching anything seasonal except for I'm not 2 into. So like I don't know. I don't know if you guys would agree. I know Joe, because you're not watching any seasonal shows at all. You probably don't have an opinion on this, but I kind of feel like this season's a little bit underwhelming. I don't know.
I
What do you guys
finally
think?
disagree.
It's okay.
Thing is Grand Blue Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's like there's definitely the highest. I've been meaning to catch up with that in the beginning, but I think that was one of the better shows of the season. But
Yeah, Atom is cool.
like I've been watching Bahamut, and that's been pretty cool.
Yeah, that one cool. I'm currently on
I've
11
seen
shows.
Bahamut. Everyone likes that though, so maybe that's why it's a little underwhelming for me because I'm not watching the biggest show or the most liked show of the season, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also watching Aramanga, and I'm just like, man, this is garbage, but I'm just gonna watch it anyway. Although, I don't know.
I love how we ask besides seasonals, and we just start talking about seasonals.
I thought you said seasonals. That's why I was confused. Oh my
Axel,
God.
your mic
Okay.
is still too harsh, dog.
So, I've been I finished up Orgus, one of the super dimensional series from the '80s that are like mecha shows. That was pretty cool. Just because a bunch of different cultures kind of joining each other at once. So it's like different races of Earthlings interconnected
Cool,
with just like a robot show. I thought it was fun.
I'm watching. This is. Do you want to go first, Roger?
No. You can go.
Okay, I'm watching the show. It's being translated as we speak. Only 3 out of the 70 episodes are translated. It's called Yume no Crayon Okoku, or Crayon Kingdom of Dreams. This is
Nice.
a Toei show by the creators of Ojo Majidormi. Junichi Sato, my band Junichi Sato, worked on it. Has a really good cast, and it's just really fun and silly. It's about this princess who goes on an adventure with a little pig and a little rooster, and it's really silly and it's really fun. So if you're not watching that, that is a fantastic show.
Dude, that sounds awesome. Junichi Sato is amazing.
He is. He's my favorite director. Watch all of
When
his
all
works.
70 episodes
I'm really glad
drop,
this is getting
I will watch.
translated.
It's Hui's law. If you don't make your videos superficially appealing in terms of presentation, you won't reach a large audience with your message, and feels his voice makes the video less watchable. I'm not entirely sure I understand the context. Also, my eye. Okay.
I think it's
No.
the anime thing.
I think I get it.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure. Like, if I think the question that then gets asked then is like, how much is RC Anime trying to reach a large audience, and how large of an audience is he trying to reach for?
Well, Kanapa said he's trying to reach whoever is fascinated.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming
So
Kanapa
that's
is
sort of-
lying.
And like, that's sort of I think that's sort of an interesting note. I mean, like, would it really detract on a noticeable scale? I guess that's the question I would be asking. Like, obviously, there's no good way to measure it. But I mean, like, there's a lot of particularities in this community in terms of their content that can really put people off. So, I mean, like, how is Matt's voice, like, specifically an issue? Okay, next comment.
The music is funny too.
Next comment. Let's see here. Civ 5, yes. Civ 5, Civilization 5. It's amazing. Pro Tank Gaming, it's on my Twitter. I sent the Discord link. It's also in the Huntington chat. No quitters, but we do play with our own rules, which are, it's 30-second simultaneous turns, immortal difficulty, standard continent / Pangea, 6 players. Let's see here. I'll join when you answer my questions on paddle balls. Too bad, Dalto. You don't get to decide the conditions of this. Top 5 hentai. I don't think I can name 5 hentai.
Super lover, apparently.
What's wrong with you?
I know Urotsuki Doji. I know Legend of the Overfiend. But that's because it's mentioned a lot.
Dude, Ronso 1, the best in
Lemon, come on.
It's a creamy lemon.
I was going to say Makaku City actors, but that's not a hentai.
Posson's leg is hentai.
Onichichi? There we go.
Yes, Onichichi. There we go. Boom, done.
Oh,
Onichichi.
The other Onichichi series and I'm pretty sure there's like at least 2 more Onichichi series. So there you go, boom, done. Top 5 hentai. It's good doji and 4
There's
different
only
Onichichi.
2 timelines.
God damn it!
Yeah, but they're like multiple OVAs, so you can read it that way. And
Okay,
they're also,
that works.
I also nominate.
Don't cheat.
Fujibu.
Don't cheat.
I don't know of any other
Fujibu.
hentai.
Bible Black.
Yes, Bible Black. Yes, and there's at least 2 Bible Black. So
La Blue
boom.
Girl. La Blue Girl. Anyway.
Yes, La Blue Girl. Yes. Yeah. So there we go. Uroski Doji, 2 Onichichi, and 2 Bible Black. There we go. Easy, done.
And I already mentioned the rants. Greatest episode 4.
Okay. So let's see here. I'm so confused here. Orgus is a cheesy series, but I really love Mecha. What?
Well, no, I was responding to somebody who's saying he's looking forward to it.
Oh,
And I
okay.
was just following and saying, yeah, it's a cheesy series, but I really enjoy it.
How excited are you for Hajimete no Garu next season? Yes, I'm super excited for that. Super excited for that show. I read the manga and I'm just like, wow, I did not know this was something I wanted, but now I want it. So yes, I'm very excited for it.
Are you gonna make homeless people watch it?
Yes, yes, yes.
When they ascend from Era Manga Sensei, they can watch Hajimete no Gal.
I'm gonna make a 3rd channel. It's gonna be called Homeless Anime. It's just gonna be homeless people watching anime.
Hajimete no Gal rant, episode 1.
Hell yeah!
Why you feed them Sagiri?
30-second rant.
I still need to finish that real life thing.
No, you to real life.
Let's see here. Civ 5 Discord. Peter, I would say if you're on my the main Discord, just go into Huntington and I put a link there. Curious, when it comes to video editing, specifically anime vids that don't have any face cam, do you draw a line that's like, okay, this has no thought put into the editing whatsoever? I think that's sort of a dangerous line of thought to have, because the moment you say like this is an example of where there's no thought put into the editing, you've established a sort of a quasi-prescriptive stance on how editing should be. I mean, it's completely possible that something that from a viewer's perspective might look completely asinine or inane, but the creator could have thought, well, this is something I want to put into it that makes a lot of sense to me. And so there could have been a thought to it.
Nice.
So, oh yeah.
Okay. For me, is when the clip is too long. Sometimes it's just for.
Oh, Axel, you're still coming in pretty harsh, dude.
Oh crap! What's wrong with the microphone? Oh,
It's
that better?
Yes. There we go.
I don't-
Yes.
I don't know why it changed back. I changed it a moment ago. Okay, now it's alright, right?
No, now it's bad again.
Why it keeps changing?
Your microphone does not like you, dude.
Once you dead.
Never mind. I have to go. Sorry for the inconvenience.
Very well.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
All right.
Peace
Yeah,
out,
man.
dude.
Okay, so I guess while Axel is fixing his mic, She, what are your thoughts?
About what?
When it comes to video editing, specifically anime vids that don't have any face cam, do you draw a line that's like, okay, this has no thought put into the editing whatsoever?
Oh, well, a lot of times, depending on the YouTuber, I'll just listen to it in the background. So I don't really have much thoughts about it. I mean, sure, I guess if I was actually watching it actively, I would be kind of mad if it was just kind of showing a clip over and over again. But I'm just like, I listen to it in the background, man. I don't really care.
Okay.
There's a couple YouTubers I will actually watch your videos for, but they're very far in between. Like Muzzer's Basement, I'm not watching it. I'll listen to it, but I'm not gonna watch it.
Oh god, I can only inhale so much. Kenji. Kenji, what are your thoughts?
Wait, what?
God damn. As a video editor, are there moments when you watch an anime video and you're just like, okay, this has no thought put into the editing whatsoever?
Not really. I don't know. I don't pay too much attention to editing when I watch an YouTube video, because what I usually do is I tab out, and then like I usually listen for like 5 minutes and then I stop watching the video.
God damn.
Well, I don't watch very many YouTube videos. I'm like you, Joe.
Roger.
I thought he was referring to when we're editing a video.
Thought it was like when you're watching someone else's video as
Like,
someone who makes.
do you ever
videos.
have this shot where it's like, you know, I'm not going to put too much thought into it because like I don't know what else I could put here.
Oh, if that's the question, I don't really think so. Well, whenever I'm saying something that's not that I can't represent with clips from the show, I just usually just put in like Sakuga or something from that show. That's about it. And then like at least something's pretty good is going on while I'm talking.
You know what this moment needs? It needs Sakuga.
Yeah.
You know what this moment needs? This moment needs Yamada.
Hell yeah.
Because she's done it again.
How about you, Matt? What's have you, when it comes to video editing, specifically anime vids that don't have face cam, do you draw a line that's like, okay, this has no thought put into the editing whatsoever?
Let's see. Like when I'm doing it myself, or I see someone else doing it.
I think the question asked is like when you're watching it from the perspective of video editing.
Oh, like if the editing clearly isn't like it's just random clips on screen, I'll just change tabs and listen. I treat it as a podcast.
But is there sort of a formal moment where you're just like, this is clearly like a random clip? Like, is there like something that you look for or that you notice?
There's key indications whether or not you're going to find something that's full of the random clips. And it's if they purposely segment it with like screen cards that's like screenplay, music, animation, like then you know at least you're going to find something that has like show specific clips. If it doesn't have that and it's not making any overarching like point in anything they're saying, then you know you're going to just click away.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter if you're showing
editing is when they like repeat like the same clip over and over and over, but it's not like, you know, like a GIF repeating or like, you know, an atmosphere one. It's just like a character walking and then it repeats back to the beginning. And
it's like an
walking
artsy,
walking.
Like the YouTube channel.
No, it's like that's like something like Mr. Enter does, where he'll like repeat like a 3-second clip over and over and over, and it's just like, dude, just hold on to the end of the footage. Like, you don't need to repeat the clip over and over. Comes off as sloppy.
What about you, Isaac? As a professional video editor, what do you think?
Wonderful talk.
Isaac, are you there? He says did he go to sleep? He just go to sleep and he's still in this chat. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so thanks, Lorpo. Okay. This is Batu Nichols holding out for Princess Principal. Good wife fate. The Monogatari series. I haven't followed much of it after Nisei Monogatari. Like, it just completely fell off my radar. That's my story.
Nisei was the weak one too. Last I checked.
Was it?
According to
Yeah,
fans,
it
at
was.
least. Like, it wasn't it mostly about the sisters? Looking back on it.
Yeah.
Those were the sisters one,
It's
yeah.
mostly just to foreshadow. It's mostly to foreshadow shit that happens later. Pretty much. It's not really good. I don't think.
Funny enough, the most interesting parts of Nisei, from my memory, was probably the points with the one dude that's a vampire with the gray hair. He's probably the most entertaining part about it.
I really like the Kaiki scenes. Like, you remember, where like everything is like
Oh, wait,
red,
are you
and then
talking about Iago?
Aragi meets Kaiki for the first time, and it's like, holy crap! It's like a
Might
really
be.
powerful scene.
Are you talking about Iago's avatar?
Not sure. Is it the one on Discord?
No, he.
What?
Avatar one.
Oh, or
You-
lag.
You transferred into the otherworldly dimension. He has like a scar, and I think there's a scene with him in one of the Monogatari shows where he's wearing like a Hawaiian shirt and he's wearing sunglasses. And he has like a scar on one of his cheeks or something. And he has like slicked back gray or like black hair. I think that might be Kaiki. I don't know.
I'm not sure. Girl with a Hawaiian shirt is Oshino.
So, Thierry,
Isn't it
like-
that guy who was the con man or whatever?
Kaiki. Are you? You're talking
this
about Kaiki?
Yeah, this Kaiki. Kaiki's
Oh,
good.
that's who I was talking about. So we're on the same level on. I guess we agree.
Yeah, Kaiki was the best one.
Yeah, no, he was cool.
Mm-hmm.
So, Thierry, no, I did not abandon it after the toothbrush scene. I was just like, holy shit, this shit was amazing. No, I just completely stopped watching it. Okay, so let's see here. Well, how have you guys been doing so far?
I'm hangry right now.
You're hungry?
No, I'm hungry and I'm angry. I'm hangry.
Hell yeah.
I need my season 3 of Shokugeki.
What?
I will forever be hangry until season
3
3.
boys, season 3.
Hell yeah, that's the best one.
Yeah, directed by Yamada.
Season 3 hype.
I love it.
Directed by Yamada.
Could you imagine what that would do to like the Yamada base if she just came out directing Shokugeki?
Yamada did it again!
Like, she just goes from these like really reverent, like personal, like very likable shows like K-On!, UFO, even what is it, The Silent Voice, and then she just jumps into the fold.
Dude.
And directs Shokugeki.
Dude, do you know how amazing that would be? It would be like, oh no, she's netting the soba, and then all it is just like a shot of her legs. I'd be like,
But that's
yes,
perfect. That's perfect.
this is the Shokugeki I've always wanted.
Like, they don't focus on the legs enough in Shokugeki. Like, she could bring some good contrast.
Hell yeah. I need
Wait.
more legs.
We'd get some really interesting shots, like Sakuga, the corner of like a dining room table that they're cooking on or something. You know?
Yes! I need that right now in my Shokugeki no Soma.
Just imagine the orgasm scene. So let's focus on those legs. It will be the
Yes.
greatest spot.
Amazing. Yes, when they eat the food and they just orgasm, all you see is just legs and feet. And it's like, I love it. I love it.
You see their thighs and you're just like, do we see any closer? And then, Nothing. You forgot you're watching.
This is
just
true
a regular
mastery.
show, not a port.
We've elevated it into art.
What if Soma just swore at everybody whenever he was like in a Shokugeki with them?
We become a Tampoko.
Like, what if every time, like, for example, when he was in the Shokugeki against Ikumi, what if, like, when she was really shocked at, like, how he prepared his dish, they did a cut to his face, and he just goes, "Fuck you, meat bitch." That's what I need.
Yes. Do you think there's a link, a correlation between Haibane Renmei and Lane for the crows and lore and shit? I mean, if you want to make that argument, I guess.
Are there power lines in Haibane? If not, then there's no link.
That's a good
Are there
question. I don't
robot
remember
ghosts?
there being power lines.
Ghosts and wired dreams.
Where's my Haibane Renmei chapter in Robot Ghosts? I don't remember that one. Yeah. That's a good question, of which I don't have an answer for, or at least not one that would make any sense whatsoever. Okay, so let's sort of. All right.
Pretty interested sheep.
Hell yeah. So I think let's get to the main topic of this chat 2 hours later. The main topic is the early game, the early stages meta game for Civ 5.
No.
Generally, you want to pressure with chariot archers, but composite bowmen are really where you're going to want to use take out cities. Catapults are too risky because they have a 50 production cost, and you have to set them up to fire. They're not very good against units, so you just go for
I
composite
came
bowmen.
up with this really good theory craft, right? The idea is, what if you're not Korea or Inca? We're
Yes.
in Iroquois, right? You spawn into a 50 pile circumference of jungle, right?
Okay.
And hills. Now, what do you do? What you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to spam out 3 settlers, 1 worker, and 3 scouts, right?
Okay.
Now, once your settlers are all settled, all within a pretty close range of each other, because you're gonna be going Liberty here, right? Now, the idea is you only build scouts as your military unit, even on Immortal, and you just go for all the tech for XP upgrades for military units, right? And then
Oh, you mean Shoshone?
No. Well, like, yeah, in premise, but like you're not Shoshone, you just got plain old scout, right? So you're gonna be running around at like turn 50 with like, what is it, like a rank 3 or 4 scouts, right? And they're gonna be strong. And there you go.
Okay, but you can't choose the same. You can't choose the same bonus for 2 cycles.
It's bullshit.
You can't choose the same bonus, so you can't rush tech.
This fucking game sucks. I hate it. What's the fucking point?
Got stopped by Sid Meier's right there.
What's the point if you can't get drill 3 scouts? Come on.
I love the moment we started talking about Civ and we just lost like 5 years.
I'd fucking leave too.
Another tactical decision.
I was thinking about leaving actually.
What the fuck is Radiance? What?
It's a Dota item. I'm talking about.
Okay. I was gonna say, am I getting memed?
No. You are getting mean, but I'm talking about a different game.
Okay, good.
Oh, I see. Kenji, in terms of Kamige, you would recommend. What would you recommend? That's not cross-channel.
The first Kamige. Oh. Well, very recently,
Get
there's a
into this
Kamige
track.
that just came out, and it's on Steam. And I was part of the Kickstarter. I put down like for the localization, I put down like $140. It's
Okay.
called Dies Irae, and it's really fun. It's about
Spell that for me.
Nazis, and they're evil, and like the main character, he beats them up and shit.
Okay.
And it's kind of like Fate, pretty much, but like it's like better than Fate. It's very fun. The main heroine, the main female character, is a lot like Sumika from Love Love. But she has a really good voice actress, and she screams a lot, and it's really funny. I don't know. I'd really recommend getting it.
And
it's
all that people think
the art
is
is
going to be bad.
fantastic.
This art is pretty
Jazz is the
good
music.
for. This art is pretty good for like a fundraise game.
Oh, it's not fundraise. Like the localization was fundraise. The
Oh,
visual
okay,
novel itself.
okay.
Was, yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was like all right.
Yeah. If that was the art for like a fundraise VM, that'd be insane. But look, yeah, it's very pretty. The music's very good.
It's free to play. It
So
up until
I'm
the
not
DLC.
too I'm not too deep into it, but like it's really fun. Go read it.
Oh, okay.
Night after night.
I don't know what else.
The
Mob
same
Low's
dream.
pretty good.
We take that back.
No,
Mob Love is
Dice,
fantastic.
Dies Irae, that's getting an anime.
Anime
In,
is
fall.
gonna be really bad. The anime is gonna be.
Yeah, I
really
know.
bad.
Everyone's been telling me it's gonna be bad.
Worst thing. I saw the PV, and holy shit, it was like the worst thing. So like the VM opens up with these two friends fighting. They're having like a fist fight, and it's described as this really brutal fight. Like the parts of their bones are like sticking out and shit, and it's like so violent and bloody. And in the PV, they're just like punching each other, and it looks so poorly animated. And it's like, damn, you don't get any of the impact that's like in the VM. And obviously, like, I don't know. Also, I said before, the main heroine has a really good voice actress. She retired after the VM, so she's not gonna be in the anime. So like, what's the point? What's the point if you can't hear Kasumi's voice? Like, if you just read the VM.
You see, the point, Kenji, is that we get to see this that I posted in chat, animated.
It's impossible.
Look at that.
It's not gonna look anywhere near as good as that. Well,
I
one
need
of us
her
is gonna
to.
look at
The
that.
blonde woman is beautiful. She needs to be.
I think I need to read this.
You
Beautiful.
really should. It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, someone in my Discord chat, Aesthetic, keep it.
In case if anybody's curious as to what that link.
Everyone listen to him.
She's
Joe,
beautiful.
play the link that I sent.
She looks like Lisa,
And-
my love. Wait, she's in shackles. No. I just noticed.
This is her backstory. This is her backstory.
This is horrible.
She doesn't.
This is terrible.
I don't know what you deserve.
What the hell are? Oh my god, that was too fast for me. What the hell are? Was this translated from Finnish? My god.
It was translated the same way Persona 5 was.
Hell yeah.
Poorly.
Ha 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 ha. I had no clue what the hell she was saying.
It's way funnier if you listen to her like actually say that. It's her voice is so good. It's so good.
Hey.
One of the best performances ever. I don't know what else to say.
Looks like I need this right now.
Oh, everyone needs it.
It's free to play.
Yeah, I'm downloading
Actually-
this as I speak.
It's not free. The first 6 chapters of the first route are free, and then there's like two DLC things. Yeah, for like $40 total.
Such a fucking ripoff.
Just got.
Nah, you gotta wait till the Steam sale.
I got
Speaking of Steam sales, anybody watching this chat, Civ 5 will be going on sale for probably $15.99.
Damn.
in the coming weeks. You should probably pick it up and come play with us.
All
Damn.
the DLC.
Jeff too could learn a little bit from me. I'm very good at chilling.
So like $15 for that, including the DLC.
Most likely, yeah. That's more like the Humble Bundle rate, but like it'll probably be that.
Okay,
Especially since Civ 6 is out now, it'll probably be really cheap.
Oh yeah, you guys should all just get Civ 5. So
We've only lost 12 viewers since we started talking about Civ.
hell yeah.
It's not a worry, John.
It's okay. It just means that the people who have stuck around are an elite cadre of people who are awake at 12:30 a.m. and willing to listen to nobody's rant about Civ 5.
I don't know. I think we lost actually 10 people.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, that I gotta say, man, that guy sure is trash.
I have no idea what you
Now.
What? What?
I'm only awake because I heard that sheep is the best kisser of all time.
Damn.
Wait, I said ass kisser, man.
Hey, your words, not mine.
Wait, god damn it.
I was trying to give you a hookup, dude.
You motherfucker.
What's
You mutilated my words and turned into something else.
Okay, let's see here. Let's figure this out. What can we talk about that's anime related?
White Deku is an annoying protagonist.
Let's talk about 2017 summer season.
It's a good idea.
What is summer season 2017? All right, let's get this.
Ooh. Yo, look at Gamers. Gamers looks good, dude. Look at that.
You know, with gamers, I'm not really that interested.
Gaming anime, finally, dude.
We don't have enough of those. We need more.
I'm only gonna watch it because
Yeah, we need an anime that's like about a gamer girl.
I'll tell you right now, like after Yaoi on Ice happened. Wait, Yaoi on Ice. Whoops. Freudian slip. Yuri on Ice happened. I know for a fact that the ballroom anime by IG is gonna be like lit as fuck in terms of fandom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like Yokuso no Ballroom, that's gonna be great. Or the
Also,
Ballroom.
Dive will also hit those motifs.
Okay, let's take a look here at summer 2017. Owari Monogatari second season.
That's gonna be good.
I'm so far
I love Owari.
Second season of Owari Monogatari.
We get a video game anime adaptation by UFO Table.
New
Those go
Game
well.
2, the second season of New Game.
I'm
Yeah,
actually
New Game
surprised
2 is gonna be hype.
because
I'll learn all about ethics in games journalism.
I found it
A second time.
Ranbu anime I watched to be really boring, so I'm hoping maybe UFO Table might.
Oh my god.
Katsuki
Hajimete no Yao, dude.
And that
Ranbu.
well,
Yeah,
Token
it's
Ranbu
really-
looks like the it looks like the poster looks like the poster for Karen Senki. Like it looks so bad.
Oh, what's happening, dude?
Okay, let's see
Actually,
here.
I didn't think. Oh my god.
It is 1863 as the tumultuous samurai era is coming to an end. Japan is split between the pro-shogunate and anti-shogunate factions. The fate of the world is threatened as an army of historical revisionists are sent from the future.
What?
Which one is that?
Course of history.
What?
Yeah, that was like the plot of
So
like,
isn't it basically UFO Table's take on that
Which
one
one is that?
that one anime from like last season?
Yeah, no, not from last season, from fall 2000.
Yeah, fall last year. What was that show? It was
It's
Drifters. No,
no,
It's-
not Drifter.
Oh.
It's still Token Rambo. It's like Token Rambo Hanamaru, I think, or Hanamaru 2.
okay.
Yeah. Well, that was the Doga
Oh no,
Kobo.
this first one, Hanamaru. There we go.
It basically reads
Yeah.
like a fucking like an UFO Table version of Drifters, though. We're gonna be real here.
Well, I mean, I'm okay with that. Like, if it makes it any more
Historical
interesting,
revisionists.
I'll be watching an episode anyway.
This has some very sort of grim Uyoku Dantai feels here. Like, I would not be surprised if someone in this show just looks at the camera and says, "It's debated what happened at Nanking."
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
Joe, you see where New Game 2 is, Joe? See
Yeah,
where
I
it is?
Right here.
Scroll down and look at what is right below it, dude. Anime of the season.
Hell yeah! How'd you make the no got it?
I didn't think this is coming out until winter next year. I'm so happy.
The Delta anime.
That's all you need. It's just this spring. The season of love has arrived, and it seems that finding himself a girlfriend was harder than Junichi believed. To break the status quo, Junichi's friends have forced him into confessing to the gal, Yame Yukana. However, things do not go quite as he expected. A series of firsts begins. I've been reading this manga for quite a while, and it's goddamn entertaining.
Wonderful.
I'm really looking forward to the Kakeguri anime. The previews for the faces are so
Oh
great.
yeah, the manga is really beloved, huh?
I've only seen the first chapter, but I see the previews and you see the character design.
No, Joe, don't even look at that one. Just ignore that one.
They're so plain.
No, just ignore it.
Oh, what?
Trailer.
The Fate Apocrypha is actually going to be good.
Why? Because it's A1 goat.
It's actually going to be good.
Because it's A1 goat
Nah,
church.
I'm calling it right here. Yeah, I'm calling it right here. Fate Apocrypha is not going to suck.
This seems like
You know, I'm going to give props to my favorite outsourced studio, Creators Impact. Netsuru Trap will probably be the best show of the season.
this seems like a very challenging summary for someone who is not familiar with the.
Basically, I can sum it up for you right
Yeah.
now. It's the normal Grail War, right? But with teams. Literally
Hell yeah.
two teams. Two teams, red versus blue.
I'm telling you, it's going to be good. And if it isn't, this isn't the biggest regret I've made playing Sakura's investigation anime of the season like last time.
Dude, I love that show for like 5 episodes, and then it kind of just.
It blamed all the mysteries on one guy.
You know what they say, Roger? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot, unless you're Roger Smith, 2004.
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Zure Children. That one looks.
Also, what's up with that anime right below Hachimete?
Wants to hear a hot take.
Well, okay, let's go through here.
Go for it.
Kenji, can you run through Yak? No, that's the name of the academy. Kakegurui.
You want me to read that synopsis?
Hell yeah.
Okay, bro.
Read it for me,
Okay.
baby.
Private Academy, an institution for the
Already
privileged,
lost.
with a very peculiar. Fuck! Did I
It's
give?
kaiji with waifus. It's
It's not
kaiji
even
with
Japanese
waifus.
words. It's curriculum. You're just like, oh,
I
fuck.
give up. I give up.
What's
I
that
love-
Japanese? What's it?
What's that Japanese word?
Curriculum. Too many
Growlers.
Japanese words.
See, as a man of simple words, basically what he's saying is it's kaiji with waifus. And ecchi.
Okay, I like.
Dude, I'm sold.
It's literally all about gambling. Like, if I'm
Oh man, are they
Yeah,
gonna
in-
face
in
off
your
against
face.
the bog for all 12 episodes?
You see, when you're the sons and daughters of the wealthiest of the wealthy, it's not athletic prowess or book smarts that keep you ahead. It's reading your opponent, the art of the deal. What better way to hone those skills than with a rigorous curriculum of gambling? At Hyako Private Academy, the winners live like kings, and the losers are put through the ringer. But when Yumeko Jabami enrolls, she's gonna teach these kids what a high roller really is.
So it's basically Shokugeki no Soma with gambling.
Yes! I need this
Yeah,
right now.
it's gonna
I
be
need
so
this
good.
right now.
Dude, look at the trailers. They're legit really great. I'm looking forward to it so much.
I'm pretty familiar with the main females like face and stuff because Sydney on Twitter like always posts fucking panels from the manga of it.
You know what I want from this show? I want there to be a scene where a guy teaches you how to count cards, but it's all told through metaphor. So it's like, it's all told entirely through like, I am a European knight, and this is how you count cards. That's what I want.
This is how you play your cards, right?
You know, I
that?
I want the Shokugeki no Soma treatment where they're always talking about like the umami and the savoriness and the taste of everything, but it's all through metaphors.
The heart
I
of the
want
dice.
I want that for I want that for gambling. I want some character, some character who's just like I don't know, she's just like it's like, oh no, she's like the god of roulette and she's represented by like a giant UFO.
Dude,
like I want that.
I would not be surprised.
Hey Joe, you see the name of that anime to the right of Ballroom? Yokoso. I want you to read that out loud for me.
Yokozo.
Yeah, to the right of that, Joe. Scroll down a little.
Netsuzo Trap.
Oh, Simple Gear.
Now scroll down. It's a TV anime, but that's alright.
Oh.
Dude, it's gonna be so lit. It's really hot.
Favorite show of the season.
Also, I love how the show on the right of that show, it looks like some kind of ripoff of Scum's Wish.
Hell yeah. Let's see here. Netsuzo
I was
Trap.
thinking of Anonymous Noise.
Yuma to Hotaru ga osananajimi. Sa.
Okay, English.
Yuma and Hotaru have been friends since childhood, so it's only natural that when Yuma is nervous about her new boyfriend, she asks Hotaru for advice. But when Hotaru starts coming on to Yuma for what feels like more than just practice, what does it mean? With boyfriends in the foreground but a secret passionate tryst in the background, will Yuma and Hotaru try to forget what happened between them, or have they fallen into a trap of true love and betrayal? Brought to you by Seven Seas Entertainment.
It's a Yuri NTR. The anime community will not withstand this. Guaranteed.
Dude, I cannot wait. Creators and Pack are my guts.
I need to make a video about this show immediately. What is Netsuzo Trap and how does it relate to nationalism? How does it relate to Japan's right-wing organizations?
I mean, technically it would relate to nationalism in a very long-winded, connected sense. Because
it's cool.
NTR
The
is
show
only-
is cool.
Yeah.
Japan is cool.
Yeah.
Coincidence?
Thanks, Douglas McGray. Oh, Koi no Uso is getting an adaptation. That's interesting.
Yeah, but the studio.
I've been reading this manga and it's weird. It's got some very weird chapter layouts. I don't know why, but sometimes it'd be like 19 pages, and other times it'd be like 3.
Yeah.
Usually that's a sign that the mangaka is undergoing health issues.
Well, I hope he feels better.
I got the new chapter out. It's only 3 pages.
That happened with what was it called? Tasogare no Amnesia, I believe. Is like Decimated of Amnesia. There's like this one part where the artist got really sick and underwent major health problems. But for some reason, the artist was just like, no, I need to keep making more chapters. So instead of like going on hiatus, the author released what essentially looked like rough drafts. And they're just like these like weird sketches. And it's just like, well, I guess. Sure, let's go with this.
Have you seen that anime, Joe?
Decimated of Amnesia?
Mm-hmm.
No, but I've read the manga and I know how it ends.
It's a fucking mess. I don't know how much of a mess the manga is, but oh man.
Dude, are you guys excited for Isekai Wa Smartphone Tutorial?
Wait, where?
Whoa, scroll down. We gotta see this.
Yo! Whoa! Yes. Okay, let's see here.
It's another fantasy anime where the MC was accidentally killed.
Yes, I told you. I told you. They all start like that. They all die accidentally. So it's like, yeah, I'm like the best. Like,
Every single show.
you know, I'm like the best mechanic in Sendai, and I died from Karoshi, and now I've been reborn into another world, but this world has magic. I'm also 16 now, or you know, it's just like, yeah, I'm the world's like best pharmacist.
This one looks far better than ReZero.
And I died from
One
Karoshi,
pharmacy.
and I've been reborn into another world, but it's got magic, and I'm also like 10. Yeah, you know, I was an office worker and game designer, and then I died of Karoshi, and I was reborn into another world. And I'm a big dicked mage, and I can shoot dragons out of my asshole. It's just like it's so often. Like I've been reading so many like isekai manga, and it's so often.
That's the best part. So let's see. Toya Mochizuki was accidentally killed, and as an apology, God allows him to be reborn in the fantasy world.
Oh my god, it's literally just fucking...
And so Toya chooses to keep his smartphone in the next world.
This
He
is such a
useless life.
stupid choice.
It's like-
That's so
Wonder
stupid.
why.
He's not gonna get any cell service.
He's not going to be able to
Dude.
charge it.
He's not
Dude,
gonna
that's
get any
for your
cell
own.
service. What's he gonna
Dude,
do?
that's
What's
for
he
your
gonna do? Tweet to nobody?
He's gonna use it as a flashlight, like in
projecting a little, John?
ReZero.
Nah, man, he has like all these like great plans he has saved on his smartphone. So when he's
What
like
is-
10 years old, he can use it.
What is Toya gonna do? What is Toya gonna do? Is he gonna like go into Nico Nico and then has his browser's gonna be like can't load? He's got no cell service.
Are we literally just going to talk about how it's a cross between the convenience of the cell phone and ReZero and the what's the one that had 2 seasons and it was like the failure of no, the other one with the blonde hair like armored girl and the fucking Aqua who doesn't wear panties.
Konosuba.
Oh,
Yeah.
Konosuba.
It's literally Konosuba meets ReZero's plotline of convenience with cell phone. Like there's
Okay, let me see here.
there's nothing.
Toya
No,
Mochizuki
I
was
gotta-
accidentally killed. And as an apology, God allows him to be reborn in a fantasy world and will grant him any wish he desires. Oh my God, any wish! And so, Toya chooses to keep his smartphone in the next world. In his second chance at life, he befriends many important figures and comes across the world's secret. He
Basically, he
inherits
gets
the
a harem.
legacy of
He
an
gets a harem.
ancient civilization and travels around nonchalantly while possessing powers that rival this world's kings. What, cell phone?
You know, I'm disappointed because
I like how we gained
Main
all
girl
the
is
viewers
harem.
back. All the viewers are back because we're talking about harem anime.
you know, the most disappointing thing about this anime is that the best girl with the pink cat is gonna lose, and this could be disappointed every time.
Okay, so
She's
we
just
have
about to be a clone.
we have a blonde-haired girl. We have a brown-haired girl with a hat. We've got a silver-haired girl. We've got
Silver-haired girl looks
Cat?
kinky.
So great.
we've got a oh my god, I don't remember.
She's a Hime-sama, dude.
It's a very specific.
Shrine Maiden.
Yeah, I don't remember what their names are. What are they called?
Miko.
Kimi no Nawa.
Mikos, yeah. Yeah, we got a Miko. We've got another silver-haired girl. What are your odds that this silver-haired girl and this silver-haired girl are related?
Pretty high, and
Like
I think
10 out of 10.
I think the one with the legs up has the leg up.
Is she Onesama?
Like if you're
And
not
this girl
related,
is the kawaii moto,
Probably.
and then we got a silver-haired maid girl. So we're going for a double there. We're going for a double whammy there.
People are gonna
Yeah,
get triggered by
I
Ren.
bet she's the Felix of the show,
Oh, we got a mascot character.
or the June, the Felix or the June.
Hell yeah. Okay.
You know,
Don't you scroll past gamers.
I really wish I was a fan of Hellgirl because it'd be kind of cool to watch the first season of Hellgirl.
I didn't know this was still going. I thought this
Nobody
ended a
did.
while
Me
ago.
neither. What the fuck?
Nobody
Like-
did.
I thought Hellgirl ended a while ago.
I guess it must get like good.
It's
good,
coming
ratings or
back.
something.
there a single person who like watches all of Hellgirl and is like, damn, dude, I'm so glad it's getting a season 10 or whatever it is?
I want to see the numbers
Like,
for
I've
Hellgirl.
never met any, like, yeah.
Because I see Hellgirl like merchandise and everything all the time when I go to Anime North, but I'm just like, I've never met a single person who's just like, yeah, like I love Hellgirl.
Me neither.
Wait a
It's like,
second.
who are these people?
I have a
Fujoshi's.
friend who likes
Hellgirl is still popular. I remember that being like 2007, 2008.
Yeah,
it's
like
cared
a
about.
very long time.
I want to see some numbers on Hellgirl. I really want to see numbers on Hellgirl because like I don't
When
know.
I was in
It's
when I was in high school, dude, I ran into like some girls in the anime club that knew of Hellgirl, and it was just really like disproportionate to like the general audience of it. Because like here you have like these really like emo-looking like dressed like teenagers that are really into Hellgirl. Meanwhile, their favorite anime is like Black Butler and Sword Art Online, and you're just like, it doesn't make sense.
yeah, it's I don't know. I haven't met anybody who's just like, yeah, I love Hellgirl. It's amazing. But like I see merchandise for it everywhere. Gamers, okay. And Kenji, since you so gracefully messed up Kakegurui, can you recite gamers?
I'd love to, my dude, but I'm actually gaming myself right now. I'm playing Paladins.
Okay, well, you know, there we
Play
go.
better video games. You know?
Now you can
Yeah.
use the power of Paladins too.
I'm
Gaming.
looking at the sales on some
I don't know. It's gonna be like I can like pretend that I'm looking at the screen and like know what it's about and like give my own synopsis. Okay.
Oh, this
Like,
is a story all about how this little anime Naruto got her life turned upside down.
All right,
So
so
okay, it's gonna be, and you guys can tell me if this is correct or not.
okay,
It's gonna be
yeah,
about a girl, right?
okay,
She goes into the game industry to become a game designer, right? But like at the same time, there's like this one guy, right? And he's like, oh,
No.
okay,
no, don't
okay, there's this one
don't-
girl.
don't correct him mid speculation. Let's see how far this goes.
Okay, so there's this one guy, right? And he's like, his name is Jimmy,
Okay,
and he's a hardcore gamer gator.
No.
Can I tell you about ethics? And she's like, yeah, sure, I like ethics. I took an ethics course in high school.
oh
And then
yes,
he's like,
ethics
okay.
Gadaisky, yeah, okay,
And then he hits her in the head with a baseball bat.
okay.
Awakens in another world, populated by like dwarves, and then like she gets to bring her cell phone, and then she like
Oh, man.
plays Castle Crashers on her cell phone in another world.
Is this
That's
anime
your guess.
called Mino
This
by chance?
that synopsis sounds like everything that would annoy me in an anime. They'd be like, oh yeah, he's been sent to another world, but everybody's a dwarf. They're just like, okay, I guess.
Dude, I got the description of gamers for you. There's
All
no
right.
way I can give people what can you
Let's see how
said, though.
close I was. Let's see how close I was.
Okay, Sheep. Can you recite the real gamer story?
Sure. So this is a story that revolves around certain students in one hobby. Best girl, Amana Keita, is our lonely protagonist who has a passion
Those
for
words weren't
gaming.
there.
Dude, Megami Han's the best girl, so that's why I have
I was right so far.
has a passion for gaming and is friends with Uehara Tasuku, who's secretly a fellow gamer and is someone who believes his life is perfect. We also have Karen Tendo, the club president of the video game club, and Chiaki Oshinomori, who constantly bickered with Keita. This story is filled with non-stop sequence of comedy scenes and misunderstandings. Our chaotic romantic comedy.
Man, who wrote the synopsis?
Yeah, I like
Right,
mine better, to be honest.
No, like yours is definitely better.
Man gets knocked out by a baseball bat, gets sent to another world, where everyone's a dwarf.
Wait a second. You said best
yeah.
girl, Amano Keita, but Amano Keita's a guy.
He's being voiced by Megami Han, who's my favorite sage. So that's why I said that.
You buy this little shit.
Of course I'm a biased little shit.
No partisan hackery, all right?
No, sheep. You have to be objective. Okay.
Right.
Let's go to Jikan no Shihaisha.
Ooh, the one to the right of that looks pretty cute.
What are you
Sorry, I
talking
jumped
about?
I jumped the
Jigoku
gun.
Shoujo Yoi no Togi.
No,
Oh
no,
yeah,
no,
the
No,
the
below
children
that.
one's gonna be.
Wasn't it?
It just
below that.
No,
the
romance.
Treasure
Jigoku-
of Children or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's
it's-
see here. Roger, can you describe the story of Jikan no Shihaisha?
I was gonna wait till dive.
The story
What?
centers on Chrono Trigger copycat rulers, those who fight the time-eating demon. I can't go on anymore.
I can do it.
Time-eating demons.
Okay. How about Matt? How about you describe Tsurezure children?
Cute characters doing cute things.
That's not what it says. It says a series depicting various scenarios of young love. You bitch.
Ooh, this is my show. The stories
Into the
range. The stories
It is.
range from a boy crippled by his absolute lack of confidence in himself. Cannot
It is
accept the fact that the girl of his dreams actually asked him out on a date. This is you, Joe.
Shut up.
Stop. The near psychotic girl that pours out her own.
Shut up.
Whoa, hold on. This got dark.
No, it's not that dark. It's supposed to be a
To
lot
the
of
near
vanilla.
psychotic girl that pours her own blood into her homemade chocolate in order to win his heart.
Wait a while.
Wow, this sounds amazing.
Dude, I'm looking so. This is.
That's how
it's gonna
people
be-
get HIV.
This is gonna be a good season.
Maybe
Yeah,
that's
like
what it's
you're-
about.
No, like the thing is, like I heard that like all these couples just pair up. You just kind of watch their romances unfold when they pass the ask them out stage. At least
This
I want to believe that
sounds
Reddit post.
amazing.
All right, Roger, you're up.
Roger, go for dive.
All right. Yeah, let's talk about Battery. All right, so the series revolves around the Mizuki Diving Club, MDC, which is on the verge of closing down after having financial troubles. The club's
course.
new coach persuades the club's parent company to stay open on one condition, that the club sends one of its members to next year's Olympics as part of Japan's Olympic
So it's literally free.
But it's gonna be like Battery too, because it's gonna be like
free.
it's gonna be about gay people in rural.
It's literally
rural,
free with
Japan.
like an
Yeah, it's
ad
gonna be
goal.
about growing up gay in rural Japan. Easy, done.
Yeah, and telling your little brother that'll never make it anywhere in life.
Oh, that hits home.
Exactly like Battery.
Okay.
Oh no, this entire row looks awful.
This title, Knights, with an apostrophe to note that there is a
Knight
possessive
is-
noun,
Night is and magic.
possessive noun, knights, and magic.
Shoot this person who did this.
Isaac, are you still awake?
I'm here.
Isaac, can you read the tale of knights and magic?
A mecha otaku is reincarnated into another world as Jesus Christ, what the hell is this?
You lost me at Mecha.
Tell if you guys are reading these or just like fucking with me. Because like I'm like playing a game now, so I don't know. Is this Mecha Otaku reincarnated?
Continue, Isaac.
You got this.
Also known as Eru, in this world, huge humanoid weapons known as Silhouette Knights exist. Dreaming of piloting those robots, Eru and his friends. These damn names. Arkid Alter and
Adultrudo.
aim
That's
to
what I'm
become
saying.
Night Runners.
Basically, Persona
Just
the
read it.
mech.
I
Basically,
want to-
Persona 5 the mech.
I want to watch this show purely to see how the voice actors are going to pronounce these names.
This is going to be anime of the season for Elijah. Guaranteed.
どうして当たるのお腹いあるけどさ。
Actually, of this entire row, what interests me is number one that there's 2 Mappa anime in the same season. Oof.
3 actually. Bahamut's 2 core.
Because Muhammad's
no.
coming in from spring.
Yeah, but they've been
Oh.
doing Bahamut. But like
Sounds
that
even
could
more-
run into some quality issues for actual budgeting.
Oh my god,
But,
this naming sounds even worse. Matt, how about you give this a shot?
Togrul Muhammad is a young passionate.
No, it's not Mamet. It's not Muhammad. It's Mamet.
Oh, okay. Togrul Muhammad is a young passionate serving on the divan of the Turkil's stratocracy. The clouds of war are gathering over his country due to the threat of an aggressive empire. With the divans split between warmongers and pacifists, Mamet begins his quest to keep peace at any cost. As he finds himself deeper and deeper in the politics of ancient world, new enemies and allies surface. Who will? Joe Scroll.
Oh yeah, okay.
I'm the only one that has that chance to tap for it.
With the divan, wait. Who will prevail? What will Mamet do if war proves to be inevitable?
Dude, he has to find peace at any cost, dog.
They went full roleplay with that one.
Okay, I guess I'll. Oh my god.
The Kinema Citrus one interests me because the last time they did anything, they fucked up the entirety of Under the Dog. So we'll find out.
Yeah, and Kanema Citrus had a pretty bad year last year. They screwed up Kumamiko. They screwed up Under the Dog.
Yeah.
Kumamiko was the worst show. That was the biggest blunder of the year.
Kumamiko.
I never want to see that.
AKA Stockholm Syndrome.
I love Kumamiko, man. It had the best ending possible. What are you talking about?
my
Everything
God.
all worked out.
Oh god.
Okay,
Sounds
on to the
fun.
main
That show gives
event.
me PTSD.
The enormous cave system known as the Abyss is the only unexplored place in the world. Nobody knows how deep down goes this titanic pit, inhabited by strange and wondrous creatures, and full of mysterious ancient relics which purpose is unknown to modern man. This sounds a lot like Nausicaa. Generations of bold adventurers have been drawn by the cryptic depths of the abyss. In course of time, those bold enough to explore the dangerous pit came to be known as cave raiders. Wouldn't those be like scavengers or spelunkers?
Compelling.
And that's the name. They're going
Oh shit! They're talking about Osu, man. Where's Scrolls?
Oh, man, he's just on that whack catch the beat. Like, he doesn't even play Osumania.
In Osu, the town at the edge of the abyss, there lives a little orphan named Riko, who dreams of becoming as great a cave raider as her mother was and solving the great mystery of the pit. One day, exploring the murky depths, she stumbles upon a little boy who turns out to be a robot.
Oh
Okay.
no, Chobits boys. We back.
Yes.
Boy.
Yes! Give me another Chobits. I want it right now.
Hey Joe, it's your favorite word.
You know-
Isekai in Shokudo.
Yes! 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 I hope the main character died from
Oh
overworking.
no, it's a mystery. It's over.
Oh, that's
It's a mystery isekai.
Is this
Okay.
Studio Lurch fucking rom-com high school anime? Yeah, it is.
Well, I feel really bad for this character. She's literally called a whole girl.
She a hoe.
It's literally translated to idiot girl.
A hoe.
This Yonkoma style manga features Yoshiko, a genuinely stupid girl. She can even manage to get all zeros on multiple choice tests. She hangs out at school with her childhood friend who she claims to like, and he has to put up with all her ridiculous behavior. And
Wow, it
behavior
sounds like my relationship.
I'm more interested in this multiple choice thing.
Matt, which girl are you?
I would probably take the black-haired girl.
Okay, let's see here. I guess Tom, are you there?
Yeah, sure.
Tom, can you read us the description here for Yokuso Tsuryoku Shijo Shuji no Kyoshitsu? Eh?
Looks like a hentai title.
Give me a link to the page, and I'll.
Oh, but you can just read it off of the live stream here.
Screen keeps
Hold
cutting
on, I'm
off.
a peace out guy. So I'm gonna listen to a podcast and game a little bit. I'm a go. Have a good day,
Get you
guys.
around.
Congrats on the 15K, Joe.
Keijo.
Keijo.
And Zoe's left.
Is the wind blowing in your hair?
Is it?
You tell me.
All right, so let's. Okay, all right, Tom, let's do this.
Everybody scroll down to find this shit. Yokuso Jit. What a fucking mouthful. Christ. Kodo Ise Ikuse Senior High is a leading prestigious school with state-of-the-art facilities where nearly 100% of the students go to university. That's like the dream. But the freedom to wear any hairstyle. But the truth is that only the most superior of the students receive the favorable treatment. Is this a battle school?
Oh
I don't
no,
know.
the D class. Good luck with that name. Fuck that.
No, everyone's going to do their seasonal impressions, and that's going to be the joke.
Man, Black is a test that doesn't
My
work. at
people are
school.
having difficulty pronouncing Ayano Koji Kiyotaka.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I'm reading this. Ayanokoji Kiyotaka is a student of D class, which is where the school dumps its inferior students in order to ridicule them. Oh no. For a certain reason, Kiyotaka was careless on his entrance exam and was put into D class. And he meets people. And he begins to change. How deep and
Wait
insightful.
a second, this is just Origairu.
This is just Origairu.
Not even. This is just a rewrite. This is literally a rewrite. It even looks like a rewrite.
Or the Assassination Classroom adaptation.
It's
Yeah,
manga.
and the D
It's
class
everything.
is the application classroom.
Sup,
Hello?
Matt? We're just going. Sup, Matt?
Hi, I'm sorry that I'm very late. It's 1 a.m. I'm going to say that I can't stay for very long. And I'm a bit under the influence, or I'm a bit drunk right now, so it's not, I'm not very presentable at the moment, but I came here because you invited me and I didn't want to insult you. And I want to congratulate you on 15K subs. Welcome to, I don't know, the club of significant people or whatnot, whatever people like to call it. And yeah, what's up, guys?
Quick,
how's everyone?
find him the most ridiculous description to read.
All right. Okay.
What are you guys doing?
We've just been reading the summer 2017 descriptions, and God, what's the dumbest looking description here?
Oh, yo, I got you.
Oh
covered.
man, the new Walking Logic is gonna be hype. It's
Oh,
like
the one-
they took out
Battle-
all the bad parts of Walking
Battle
Logic.
Girl High School. Battle
Girl High School. Okay. All right, Matt. I need you to read Battle Girl High School.
Wait, I thought.
Where
Oh,
am
okay,
I
yeah, there's
reading
2 minutes.
It's in the chat. It's in the Google Hangouts chat.
Hang on. Okay, wait. I can see it on the screen. Sure. Hang on. For fuck's sakes.
Good luck.
What am I reading?
Battle Girl High School Battle Girl Project.
It's like to the bottom right.
Why the fuck? Why?
Because you should.
Based on Colo, please. Something. School action role-playing game. What the fuck is this? Set in the year 2045, the world has been contaminated by Ilosu mysterious invaders who suddenly appeared,
The Chinese.
and humans find themselves restricted and contained. Standing boldly against these invaders are ordinary girls everywhere without a powerful army or even weapons. The Shingugamine Girls Academy is a school for these Hoshimori Star Guardians destined to fight the Irosu. The player is assigned to this academy to train the girls and take back the contaminated Earth. And so once again, the chimes echo through the sun-strewed schoolyard to mark the beginning of classes today. What the fuck?
I love how you just turned all of the sentences into run-on sentences.
I'm sold.
See, I knew it. I knew this would be the best.
Battle Girl Project. This, what is that?
Ridiculous.
Okay, so let's see here. What's the next?
Are you guys doing first impressions?
We kind of ran out of topics to talk about, so we kind of just opened up the summer 2017 list, started going through them.
I see.
I think the best one so far. First impression. Oh, exactly.
Michael.
Me too, Roger. Me too.
I think the winner is going to be the 4th season of Jikoku Shoujo.
The 4th season of Hell Girl.
That said, Matt, have you?
Yes.
Do you know anybody who's seen Hell Girl?
Hell Girl? No, actually.
Nobody.
Oh wait, I know Glenn.
Of course.
Glenn loves Subway. If you know him, yeah, I believe he has seen Hell Girl, or he told me not to watch Hell Girl, and for him to tell me that, I just assumed he has seen it.
Like, it's
no.
It's.
I
So
remember
weird.
when Funimation or like Panel, because they had first licensed Hell Girl, and it's like they were trying to talk it up, but they didn't really have much to say, so it was like, oh yeah, not like kill a dog if you have this power.
What is that?
And then they just moved on to the next
reoccurring
show.
in Japan, isn't it? Killing puppies. I mean,
Yeah, then they just moved on to the next show.
animal brutality certainly has its place in Japan. It's interesting because in Japanese culture, the reason why there's so many stray cats in the street are because Japanese people, if they don't want to deal with their pet cat anymore, they just like toss them out into the streets. That's quite an interesting thing about Japanese society. Yeah, I'm
that
sorry.
happened in
What were you saying?
Rakugo.
God damn.
I'm sorry, I don't know anyone here, so I don't know what to call you guys by. I know Joe, and I do know the other Matt here on
Hey.
Twitter.
Okay, I was gonna be like, well, you see, there's a complication here.
Okay, so there is Tom, he runs he's part of the Garcast podcast.
Doing well there.
There's
Hello, Tom. Good luck with your podcast.
It's basically dead.
Sheep does.
That's every podcast, so you're doing it right.
There's
Sorry,
Sheep.
what?
I don't think Sheep makes any content.
I don't make any content. I just.
That's completely fine. That's actually better. It's good that.
That's all I do. I just.
Okay, so, I mean, I like the animal that pretty much conquers the population of whales as well.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Time to
what
get
that
the
said.
sheep.
We're all down
What
for
does
the
that mean?
We're all down for the sheep. So.
What's your favorite beer, everyone? What's everyone's favorite beer?
Great Lakes Brewery Christmas Ale. IPA.
I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm sorry, I'm taking over this conversation. It's not me
It's an
doing this live
IPA.
stream. It is Joe. Congratulations on 15K subs.
I don't know why you keep congratulating me. That's not why I invited you.
I'm sorry, Joe. You know, this is actually I know that we don't exchange in conversation very much, but I do enjoy your videos. I haven't watched many, I guess you could say, AniTube videos anymore, but I do enjoy yours. I haven't seen much stuff recently, but the Yokohama Karansha one was
like
a really enjoyable watch. Like I really like Understanding Disaster, that whole series. And I did see the Imagined Communities one because Anderson, you know.
Yes, Benedict
Guys-
Anderson strikes again.
Always. I was thinking though that the anime community, or what people like to call the anime community, is interestingly also somewhat of an imagined community, especially that because I don't know, I'm
hell yeah.
sorry. I've been drinking.
You're almost interesting there.
I don't know why you keep apologizing.
Yeah, Joe, is Isaac still here?
Yeah, Isaac's still here.
Okay, good.
Well, Isaac, are you still
yeah,
here?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Awkwardly, yes.
Well,
How are
Roger,
you, Isaac? I don't know you, but how are you?
Still just as awkward. Hi.
I mean, it's good to be awkward on the internet, I suppose. People find out, you know, people like quirks like that. They find it, I don't know, quaint.
It's Moe.
Yes.
I'm sorry for giving you that topic to work with.
You know, speaking of Moe, I want to talk about actually the thing I'm most excited to see next season.
Is it gamers? If it's gamers, I'm punching you.
It's gamers. It's gotta be.
Fuck off.
It's my pine jam, man. It's my pine jam.
It is Senki Sessho Simple Gear AXC.
What?
Oh, there's another simple
Gear.
Gear.
The fourth series of Simple Gear, dude. The series is incredible.
Hold on. Scroll down right below.
That's all you need. That's all you need to sell. It's like this is the fourth simple gear.
No, Joe, scroll down one.
It goes from 7K to 9K to 14K.
What's that one on the left?
The series won't stop selling. And here you are, you have like the most ridiculous lesbians in anime just fighting each other.
I like
And
that
the more you
artwork.
watch,
I like the
more you-
artwork, but it's not going to be animated very well, I can tell.
Oh, that's good.
I mean, guys, I seem to stress that the greatest character of all time is Yukine Chris.
Skirt no
Essentially,
naka
she
wa
is a
kuramono deshita.
silver hair twin tail girl with giant boobs.
What has a
That's all
magic
you
bust
know.
on?
What?
I'll find out what magic bust is on.
Oh yeah, the Magic School Bus. They've done a bunch of
Magic School Bus.
Magic Bus has worked
Yeah, the
on
Magic School
Legend
Bus.
of the Galactic Heroes.
Magic Bus.
Well, by that association, this is probably going to be Snob's favorite show of the coming season.
Oh my god, this animation studio has done tons of hentai. Like,
Yeah, they
tons.
also did Cinderella. Boy! From
Cinderella
good old
Boys.
Monkey Punch. Yeah, from Monkey Punch. They also did Demon Lord Dante. And Mad Bull 34. And Burn Up Excess.
Oh, hey. I remember Nazo Tokine. I remember being really off-put by it.
TQ season Jesus 9.
Yeah, that was
Dude,
the show
tech
we
you.
watched with Michael and DX and
Yeah, it was the one where the office
yeah,
lady
with
wanted
the
to
working lady.
Yeah, she wanted to get a promotion, and then she met some sort of evil force, and the evil force was just like, "Yeah, I can give you a promotion, but you got to solve these puzzles." I'm just like, "What?"
Is this like a
Yeah.
LucasArts game?
Yeah, no,
Yes.
that show was insane. Insane, I mean insanely bad.
That's
This
the correct
show is sexist.
adverb. Yes, I did say that.
I remember
Yes.
you saying that.
Oh god.
Urawu Usagi-chan. Ooh, what's that middle one? Konbini Karashi? That looks cute.
Oh, that said, Matt, are you going to Anime Expo?
Which Matt are you asking?
Asian Matt.
Me? Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I will not be going to Anime Expo this year. I am going to be not in America during that time. So
Ah, okay.
I'm going to be in Tokyo with the Canepa Effect.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's breaking news. Very exclusive information about that. Callum and I will be doing some little research project with I can't say, but we are doing a research project in Japan.
You should visit Yasukuni Shrine.
I visited many shrines the last time I was in Japan, and I want to start visiting food places this time.
But did you visit Yasukuni Shrine? It's the special
No,
shrine.
Is it? Is that some porn thing? Because
No, it's the war crime shrine.
oh, is it?
Yes.
I mean, I suppose I can go there. The Japanese didn't treat my people very well in World War II, so it'd be interesting.
Oh no!
Don't go there. Don't
So
go
you
to
went
that
there
shrine.
early.
Don't go to Yasukuni Shrine. Because the only people who go to Yasukuni Shrine are like revisionists.
I broke the news.
Wait a
It's
second.
no
Are
longer
they
That's
hot.
interesting.
From the new Token Ranbu series?
Did they go there?
Can I go there with a red cap that says "Make Japan Great Again"?
You can.
You can dance if you want to.
It's not like Japanese people can read English anyway, so
Nah, you gotta go there with a Canapa t-shirt.
fuck that.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Callum and I know each other very well, and we are comfortable enough to tell the other to fuck off. So
No,
very
they'd
good.
be all
Callum's
like,
a very good friend of mine,
"Something
though. I
to
should
deny."
say, if you have not watched the videos by the Canapa Effect, I would suggest anyone to watch them. It's a very good. Callum's gonna hate for me to use this analogy, but it's very much like Wikipedia for anime, for the anime industry. He hates calling it that, but essentially it really is like it. So I do recommend Callum's videos for that.
This is about.
He will
this is about
kill
teaching.
me once he hears about this, but it is the truth. I'm sorry, Callum. I'm like every frame of painting, so it makes it fair.
Well,
Every
that just,
friend to
that just
painting.
means Joe's a hack then. What do we do?
Well, if you would like to, it's like if I'm on pause and select, I guess I should mention the anxiety of the author. I don't know if you've read what's his name, Harold.
So it's like
something.
death of the author, but with anxiety.
No, it's Harold Bloom. Is that it, Joe?
oh, what about him?
Anxiety of the author.
Anxiety of the author.
Is it? Is
No,
is that what it's called?
Anxiety of the author. I've never
Anxiety
heard
of
of that.
authorship. Anxiety of authorship.
Oh, anxiety. Okay, anxiety of authorship. No, I think the only thing I've read
Wait,
by-
I'm sorry. That's Sandra Gilbert's response to Harold Bloom's anxiety of something.
Influence, I
Which
think.
anxiety of influence. That's exactly, yeah. Where essentially it talks about how every originality is an old-fashioned concept, and everything stems from something that essentially had already been designed beforehand, and people who create content or supposedly original content have to, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, like have to just essentially live by this anxiety of staying authentic while also nodding to their influences in a way. And yeah, that's the same thing goes with YouTube, essentially, where everyone takes from other people. What matters is if you can find your own version of it, or find something that you can provide that the other person didn't ever have the chance to provide, or didn't provide for whatever reason. I'm sorry, what was the question?
I don't think there was a question.
Oh yeah, you asked me if I was going to AX. No, I will not be there at AX this year. I might be attending Anime NYC, however, though it's not confirmed yet. But yeah, if anyone is going to Anime New York City.
Well, doesn't Roger just like live there?
I do. That is true.
Yes, I also live in New York City.
Then to you at I've ran into you at what was it, Village East twice.
Did you?
Yes.
Wait, did you come? I'm sorry. Wait, were you the guy at the Harmony showing who just?
No, I was at Kizumonogatari, and I was at Sword Art Online. And you took a picture, and I was like, "Yo, I'm in this picture. What the heck?"
I'm sorry. did I meet you though? Did I speak with
maybe.
you?
No, you did not. But I was there, and I'm like, "Whoa, there's RC Anime."
This is a really slipshod memory going on here.
Is
Yeah,
that
I'm sorry.
the RC anime?
Because I
Yeah, I know.
remember going to the every 3. I didn't go to the third Kizumonogatari showing, but because I saw that one in Japan.
Yeah, no, yeah, I think it was the second. No, because I didn't go to the first one. I went to the second and third.
Okay, yeah.
one.
So
It was
the second one was, yeah, the second one was only with one friend. I remember. I don't think I spoke to anyone there. And Sword Art Online, that was recent, and I definitely remember not meeting up with
Sword
anyone.
Art Online, you were like 2 rows behind me.
Oh, was I? Oh, you should have. Did you come say hi?
I did not, but I stared.
In
quite an obnoxious fashion.
I appreciate the gesture, but next time come say hi if you see me ever at a.
Yeah, no, I just didn't want to harass people at a theater, you know. There's always that worry.
Roger, you got to maintain
It's fine.
eye
What's your
contact to exert your dominance.
You can call me Roger. You could call me whatever you'd like.
I mean, whatever I like. That's pretty vague. You're gonna start hearing stuff you might not like.
I mean, it comes with the territory.
I'm sorry. I'm pretty.
No, it's good. It's good.
You are
good.
pretty.
Look, it's 1:20 in the morning.
Okay,
no one's
so
gonna
Roger,
hold this against us.
Roger, are you? Why does it? See, it sounds familiar. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Yeah,
Roger Smith.
Well, this is the Roger Smith from.
Roger Smith. Wait, Roger Smith.
Yeah. Stop negotiating.
Kevin knows you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kevin Nia.
Of course.
Kevin knows everyone.
We've chatted quite a few times.
I chose his time slot specifically to accommodate Kevin, and he didn't show up.
Kevin's a great guy, though. Sometimes he's not always the most reliable with plans, but it's because he is very busy with his life, as I'm sure anyone is. And he's a very cool guy. The other like 24 hours or so ago, I was just like, he's pretty. Kevin's the first other YouTuber I actually ever spoke to. And yeah, he likes to scout these guys. I'm sorry.
It's like a talent scout.
Yep, he scouts.
Okay. Let me rate the chat. Zentagon. I know you, Zentagon. I know you from Twitter. Yeah. Anypod. Recording Anypod's been difficult recently. For God's sakes, I should stop. This is not about me.
No, please continue.
I would just say this really quickly. I'm sorry, Zentacon, or anyone else who watches Anypod. I don't think anyone else really does. The reason why we haven't recorded anything is 2 reasons. Glenn has been finishing a semester of uni. I have been moving back and forth between Los Angeles and New York for the past 3 months because I've been doing something. And Callum right now is living in Japan, so it's very hard for us to all get together and record, but hopefully soon enough. And Joe, actually, I had something to ask you about the podcast that I'll ask later.
What?
It's about Kevin and I, but never mind.
Okay.
Wait a second. Wasn't Anypod the podcast Digi name dropped or whatever, where he was all angry?
Oh, are we gonna talk about that?
Wait, are you gonna
no.
bitch motherfucker?
Yes. I'm actually very happy about that. Now people have something else to call me besides RC, and I'm very grateful for that.
Well, you gotta build a brand somehow,
Yeah, certainly a very good way. So you know how on like Rotten Tomatoes you're certified fresh. I'm a certified punk bitch motherfucker, and it's been an adventure, that's for sure. I'm kind of sucks that I wasn't present for the main action, but yeah, looking back at it on Twitter and whatnot.
Did they ever contact you for the follow-up Weebcast thing that they did?
I didn't hear anything about a Weebcast or whatnot. I do know that Giguk and some others got together in a podcast, but I don't directly communicate with anyone. I've only like spoken to Giguk once at last year's AX, and Giguk is a very cool guy, actually. But besides that.
Jeff isn't very good at responding to people requesting Weebcasts. I mean, I commented on his last Weebcast, and I'm like, yo, when am I getting on the Weebcast? Got like 40 likes. I'm waiting.
I don't know who Jeff is.
Mother's Basement.
Oh, okay.
Ironically, he doesn't live in his mother's basement. But yeah, no, I thought it was really.
He lived in his mother's basement when he started.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, like, dog, your brand's got to evolve. But yeah, I thought it was kind of odd that they had a Weebcast talking about this whole thing afterwards, because they invited everybody that Digi lambasted, except for you.
I remember Callum talking about it. Now, I guess no one contacted me about it, though I didn't really do anything. I don't think I'm really a part of the drama, because all I said was, I just made a sly remark on the amount of indulgence Digibro superficiously places on his videos. Now, I've never really seen any of his content. I've only seen his After Dark content, actually, because I find that quite entertaining, because I do enjoy watching self-destruction. But I'm not really, how should I word this? I just didn't care. I guess that's the best way.
At the end of the day, it's all in good fun.
Yeah, it's just, this is YouTube, and YouTube is probably only 4th highest on my priority in life.
YouTube drama doesn't last anyway. It disappears pretty quickly.
Yeah. I do sometimes feel sorry for like subscribers and whatnot, because like they always come like, oh, you don't publish anything. Oh, I thought Digibro killed you and all that stuff. And like,
nah,
I just haven't been posting a lot.
Now that was a guy.
I'm sorry.
Who
this is
killed.
not about me. This is about Joe, and I'm apologizing a lot for that too.
Yeah, we should get Departed Reflections on.
Departed Reflection. What happened to that guy? Is he still around?
Digibro killed him.
What
Oh
do you
yeah,
mean?
yeah. He was like, your reasoning for thinking K-On! isn't good enough. Fuck you.
Yeah,
Okay, well, I'm a what? Oh, wait, how does I don't understand, how does a YouTuber kill another YouTuber metaphorically? Because
it's
very
just like how Digi killed an anime, he also killed a YouTuber, and it just so happened to be Departed Reflections.
Well, has the Pathetic Romantic made a video mathematically proving that Digibro killed the Departed Reflections?
No, but I think
you
Blade
would
will
need
be
mathematics to prove it.
I think Social Blade will prove it.
Yeah.
That's interesting, because when Digi commented towards me, my subscriber number spiked.
That's really interesting.
You just said Joe's safety word.
That's really interesting.
That's really interesting.
You should like go.
I'm
back
sorry. Why?
You should go back and watch.
Why are we talking about Digibro anyway? I feel like he's one of those people who likes to pretend that he's very relevant, and I mean, in maybe one niche he is, but in the outside world, really, it's.
I don't know. We spent like, there was like an hour of the chat that was just saying that Digi was like the Citizen Kane of anime.
Digi's reach is
okay, no, okay. Now that actually annoys me. That genuinely actually gets on my nerve.
No,
Okay,
think,
what? Citizen Kane, where one day he's just gonna die alone in a bed, naming out like his fucking YouTube channel, or like instead of saying Rosebud, he's gonna say Twilight Sparkle, and then just like drop his little My Little Pony figure.
I think Kenji was joking when he said Digi was the anime. He didn't even say anime YouTube. He said Citizen Kane of anime.
Okay, because if he compared himself with one of like the greatest films ever written, that's I do know that Digi is very conceited. Sometimes I can't tell if that's just his drunken raid or if that's a meme that he's attending, or I don't know.
He's like the equal opposite of the anime snob. That's all you need to know.
But I do enjoy that anime snob, not based on his opinions, but just how he's sort of. No, I don't know how. I've only seen
man speaking at 2 times speed.
Yeah, he's very. Yeah. I feel like he's very, almost.
Yeah,
he's like very. What's that, like Monty Python-esque? You know, I can't take him seriously because I don't think he is being serious for the most part, or he's over exaggerating on his seriousness.
Anime snob is pretty cool, so he's okay.
Is the anime stuff still around? I have not heard from him at all. I have not heard from anyone at all, actually. Besides, I know Pause and Select is like one of the only channels that are still like really running at full steam. Though that could just be me being out of the loop.
Hell yeah!
Look out, Joe! You're the next Arcada.
Oh God.
The ending is paramount, Joe.
The only time I've talked to Tristan was when I asked him where the bathroom was. I didn't know.
Hey, dude, where's the bathroom?
Well, it was just like he tweeted out that he was going to be meeting people outside of his panel before his panel started, and I really needed to go to the bathroom, and I was like, oh shit, I could just ask him. So I went up to him and I was like, hey, where's the bathroom? And he told me what the bathroom was. It was pretty cool.
Did he know who you were?
No, I didn't really care. But he told me where the bathroom was, and that's all that mattered.
He supports you on Patreon though, so you think he'd know.
Tristan was like one of my first backers. It's so weird.
I do find that kind of stuff really interesting. Do you guys know of the Jerry Seinfeld and the Kesha incident?
Yes.
Yeah. I feel like that is
I have no idea what that is. Can I get some background?
Basically, Kesha came up to Jerry Seinfeld at like a red carpet showing or something, and she tried to like shake Jerry's hand and like give him a hug and be like, "Hi, how you doing?" And Jerry thought she was like some crazy deranged like fangirl, and he like pushed her off and like just played it cool, and then Kesha walked away really embarrassed. There you go.
Essentially, yeah. I feel like that was last year's AX, Mutter's Basement. I guess his name is Jeff. Jeff hosted a YouTubers meetup at AX, and he announced it publicly on Twitter. So a lot of these smaller YouTubers, whom I don't know, like not many people knew, they came up into the group and they started speaking to other people. Mainly Jeff and Hoden and Giguk, and a lot of these people, just no one knew who they were, and they kind of just like got swiped out to the curb. Not in the face of like arrogance or cockiness, just in the face of we genuinely don't know where you come from. And I always feel like that's a very interesting dilemma because we've all started from some sort of flat ground where we look up at other people. Like obviously Pataku was one of the first people I got into before starting my channel, and I don't know. It's
alcohol.
I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, I really enjoy Blue Moon, that's for sure. And there's this really good tequila that was like a 40% alcohol, and yeah, I had shots of that. I'm sorry. But yeah, the AX panel, I didn't go to the meetup besides I was unfortunately there for like 5 minutes. I normally don't.
I was gonna say I saw you there briefly. Like,
Yeah,
you
because
were there.
did you see Glenn and Zach
Zach
like
is
drag me
Zoini,
there?
right?
Like they carried me there.
Zach is
Huh?
Zoini, right?
Yeah, Zach is Zoini.
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah,
I felt
I saw
sorry
that.
for Zach because
He
Zoini,
did
like
not want to
Zach
be there.
as Zoini, yeah, he had very little subs, and when he went there, he was essentially neglected by almost everyone, and he kind of felt embarrassed. And I do. Zach's a really cool guy too. If Zach ever listens to this, you're pretty chill.
Yeah,
But I'm sorry, you're bad at
Zoini's
Overwatch.
Pretty base, dude. I remember one
Yeah.
time he asked me for Stardew Valley footage, and I gave it to him, and I heard nothing back, and I still haven't.
Your footage wasn't valuable.
Wait, let's see. Spice Trade Magnet. So I basically have bloated expectations about how anime music analysis should go, and then RC goes uploads the Yoko Kano. Oh yeah, that Yoko Kano video. I'm sorry, that was a very bad video. Like I genuinely hate that video. I agree. If you have any like bad, like really harsh criticism, I will take it because that was a horrible video. Like most of my stuff is pretty bad, but that one was just genuinely horrible. I don't know why I made it. Well, it was the only time I ever took people requesting me to make a video on someone, and I really do like Yoko Kano. And I thought, okay, let me read some interviews. Let me take a music 101 class, and let me try to talk about Yoko Kano. And it didn't work. Yeah. So.
What are your thoughts on the Yatatachi articles?
Yatatachi articles. Well, I personally know Katie, who runs the site, and I've written articles for Yatatachi as well, so I will say that they are amazing.
No, I was referring to your articles.
Oh, my Yatatachi articles? Yeah, they're fucking great. You know,
Yes.
they're the best articles, and if you don't agree, you can go fuck yourself. I genuinely, I don't have many opinions on what I write or the videos I make. This is just me like doing it as a hobby. Hopefully people enjoy them. Hopefully I'm not completely wrong and I'm actually saying something insightful. If not, then at least, hey, people are like, hey, I know who RC is. I don't know. This is Joe's live stream, everyone. Let's
Yeah,
talk about pause and select.
you know, it's late. We just, just shooting at different things now.
I feel like I'm stealing the show. So, Joe, actually, I don't. I remember when you started on YouTube. I remember the very first video I watched from you was the Monster Musume
Oh yeah,
spatial comprehension.
I still got a bone to pick Canapa about that. But anyhow, what you say?
Callum is horrible about video titles. Anything that uses a keyword for, like a vocabulary word for a person above the 9th grade is just like bad for Callum. He thinks that his ideology is that titles are supposed to be very simple and concise, which I agree, but also very rudimentary and elementary at the same time. So essentially they have to be like so-and-so for dummies.
They're not allowed to be big and wanky, according to his Twitter.
Yeah.
Not allowed to be. No, yeah.
Does he?
And as you can see, he how he uses the word big and wanky, or not like buoyant, or would buoyant be a bourgeois? I don't know. Like
bourgeois.
Bourgeois? What?
Hell yeah! The moment I've uttered this word, I now have control over the means of production. Yes. No, it was really it was
interesting.
It's very interesting. It was mainly my concern when he said that he equated spatial comprehension to framing, which kind of bothered me because spatial comprehension is actually a thing. It's a term used primarily in psychology on how 3D planes are mapped in 2D spaces.
And Callum is a media student from a very fake university, so.
Damn. Australians on suicide.
It's fine. I say that to him face all the time. And he tells me that my English degree means nothing, which is very true because my grammar is shit.
Well, I mean, worst case scenario, I graduated with a degree in poli-sci soc, and I minored in econ, and now I make videos on the internet.
Wait a second, you minored in econ?
God damn it! I know where this conversation's going. I know where this is going.
That's a major to me.
It was you all along, Joe. How could you?
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's actually me.
Econ.
It was me, Econ. No, it's very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It was very interesting where he talked about my title on Sweetness and Lightning as well.
Oh yeah, to pick.
Callum has. I don't think there's been a single person where Callum hasn't criticized for their titles, despite the fact that he made a video called "How Phantom World Excels Beyond Its Genre," where in the video he doesn't talk about that. In the video he just talks about how he enjoys Phantom World and how he thinks that it breaks, like, he doesn't even really talk about breaking tropes. He just says that, oh, this makes a joke out of this pun or like this like archetype or whatnot, or this cliche. But Callum is a chill guy. He just likes to sort of pick a bone at people every now and then to have this very, I guess, this like snarky character here and there. But it's, I don't know. Yeah, Callum, I can see why you and Callum would clash in terms of approach.
No, man. I was in a call with Callum the other day, and I showed off to him my impression, and he wasn't too impressed.
Wait, you were in a call with Callum? That motherfucker, he was supposed to be with...
Yeah, he wasn't too impressed with my Canepa impression.
What's your Canepa impression before I continue?
That animator is amazing. Bahi JD comes in directing Adam the Beginning's opening. Amazing.
It's pretty accurate.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's pretty horrible. It sounds accurate, but it sounds like the sound of it is horrible. It's like, it should be more like, hello, I'm the Canepa Effect. Today we will be talking about how PA Works is trying to become like KyoAni. Or I don't know, something along the lines of that. But...
PA Works is trying to be like KyoAni.
But Callum Callum's a lot more knowledgeable in the industry than I am. That's for sure. He will out-quiz me any day about who does what and who does that, which is ironic since he never watches any anime.
But he never gave anybody the source when he said that New Game had very bad production delays. So I don't know, man.
A lot of his stuff comes from Twitter and translations. I feel like Callum should really start. He's kind of beginning to do that now, but he really should. Half of his stuff comes from Frog-kun, who is a translator, and Frog-kun is a rather very good translator, and he's been getting a lot of his information from Frog-kun translating all these Twitter accounts and these message boards that are coming from Japanese websites. Now, when it comes to sourcing, I'm not allowed to say.
No, it's fine. I just want to know what source said that New Game went under heavy production delays, because it looked to me like a pretty well scheduled show, but like.
No, I'm very. Well, we have to go by the knowledge that 99% of shows go through a sort of scheduling delay because shows are, produced while they're airing, and that always causes issues. It's the cheapest way to make the show, but it also is the most difficult way to make the show. And you have all these animators sort of just trying to make hundreds of frames for one episode within 7 days, and then have another week where everyone else like dubs the show, puts the coloring in, puts CGI elements in, have the photography work put together, and it's really hectic. And normally someone makes a mistake because everyone is overworked. So at one point someone normally makes a mistake, and that causes scheduling delays. I don't know if anyone has seen Shirobako, but
unless it's My Hero
Yeah.
Like done in January.
That was well put.
My Hero Academia, he said. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that second season is insanely well scheduled.
I don't know.
Not the first
I do not know anything about My Hero Academia, so I can't say anything about that.
Mad
But
Money
I won't-
Miles told me to buy My Hero Academia.
Buy. Putting in portfolio, guys. By the way,
Yeah,
everyone
no.
got to say, very
He was
essential.
telling me
Putting-
how to diversify my anime watching portfolio.
Thanks, Miles.
Miles is the best.
Yeah, no, that Crunchyroll video is brilliant.
I want to see more. I can't wait for the next season. I hope he does another one.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
Like, I disagree with Miles on a lot of things, but I gotta respect him for having a Lupin the Third avatar.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I just want him to like license Princess Principal and then have him like recommend that shit to me. I just want to see what he says.
I want Miles to dress up as the Princess Principal.
Dude, if he dresses up as Dorothy, I may fall in love.
Hell yeah. What the? Oh no, Isaac left. But where is? Oh no, what happened? Okay, so we can't talk about the Deleuze because the Deleuze specialist left, and I'm not equipped to talk about Deleuze.
Who's gonna answer my Deleuze questions then, Joe?
Huh?
Is there any point being here now?
Well, you should have asked. You should have asked about the rhizomatic analysis when he was here. Now it's too late.
Fuck
you, Joe.
Guys, I gotta ask an honest question just to go back to anime. I'm just the kind of guy. And I gotta ask, is anyone excited for Mahojin Guru Guru? The continuation of a great series.
Mahojin Guru Guru?
Yeah.
Oh wait, is that RPG parody show or whatever?
Yeah, I watched like the first 16 episodes of it, of the old one. And I thought it was really great.
Yeah, it's getting a new season, right?
Yeah. Is this this coming season? I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah, what did you think of Hakuba Kitaro, by the way?
I'm 3 episodes in. I really enjoyed it a lot. I like how I think you're foreshadowing Neko turning into the Neko yokai.
Oh yeah, is that Neko, is that a Shoko Nakagawa's character?
She
the singer?
shows up.
Yeah, she sings the ending theme, right? Yeah.
I don't remember, but when I heard her name, I'm like, oh, wait. So this is how she turns into Neko. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm really hyped.
It's really cool because each episode of Hakuba Kitaro is its own little, almost its own little parable or something along those lines.
They work as parables and also kind of almost origin stories for kind of the little for the cast of Kitaro. Like that.
Yeah, so I just read the first sentence of Mahojin Guru Guru on Wikipedia, and this sounds amazing. Particularly this part. It's a lighthearted series aimed at older children. It contains occasional toilet gags and some innuendo that might startle Western parents.
Of course.
So this is like Haybot.
No,
Haybot.
not really.
This is Haybot. This is the sequel
I
to
gotta
Haybot.
finish Haybot.
No.
Well, you're Roger
Innuendo.
Haybot.
First off,
Haybot's-
that series is from the 90s.
Yeah.
So
Mahojin
after
Guru
Haybot would be a
Guru.
continuation of that.
Yeah. That's been around for a while, Mahojin Guru Guru.
But no, it's not really extreme as Haybot, because Haybot is just fucking insane. All the fucking
Yeah, man. I need to watch all of Haybot. It's gonna be exciting. The first episode was fun.
The next 3 episodes is pretty great. It just gets crazier and wackier as it goes on. I want to watch the rest of it. I want to watch this because it's just so fucking dumb. It's just damn, I kind of want to hate that. I want him to say stupid shit to me.
No, that'd be cool. I just didn't get around to watching the rest of it because it was like, you know, Scrolls was all like, "Yo, Roger, watch Heybot. You know, you can just watch an episode a week." And I'm like, I don't know if I want to start it right away. I started it right away, but I only watched the first episode.
Hell yeah.
You know, with Heybot, it's just one of those things where like it's so fucking intense.
Yeah,
it's
I know.
Like binging a series of characters, like I don't know, like for me, like you know, there were that controversy about live tweeting a while back, but I just want to stop and screenshot everything in the show.
Wait,
it's so fucking good.
Wait, the live tweeting controversy? Are you referring to the one with Jekko?
Yeah, I'm joking.
It's all like, you can't live tweet anime because it's like pausing an anime is bad. Is it that one?
Hasn't Jekko come around on his opinions a bit though?
I have
probably.
no idea.
I mean, I kind of get it in a way because it's like, dude, I feel like you're judging the story based off your first watch and you're just pausing it every fucking minute.
I get.
I would be mad at that.
I get why Jekko, because Jekko's a guy who wants to get as much enjoyment out of what he's watching as possible. He wants to get the most out of each and every episode that he watches, right? So he feels like if you pause an episode, then that's another thing you lose. But I feel like he kind of worries about that a bit too much. And I feel like you can just rewatch an episode if you feel like you missed something. Or that's the whole point with streaming too, that you can pause, but you can also go back. So if you feel like you missed a key detail or like else you feel was a bit off that you're not fully understanding, you can go back to that part of the episode. Or if you want, if you feel like you missed something else, could start the entire episode all over again. You could watch it twice. You could watch it multiple times. Like nothing's preventing you from doing that.
No, of course. I'm just saying, I think like he was judging it based off the attitude of the people who are doing a lot more at the time, which I kind of agree. It just seemed like they're watching it for the first time and just kept stopping it. And it's making like these like big big sweeping judgments about the show itself, even though they're like stopping every minute.
Well, the soccer community in general says a lot of dumb stuff. So like pausing an episode or not constantly, like they're bound to say something stupid. Like any community has a lot of people that say dumb stuff, you know?
No, I agree. I'm just saying like that's what I remember.
Not to put down the Sakuga crew, I really appreciate what they do.
Yeah, I really look forward to their articles every day. I
think the Sakuga community is fantastic because it essentially is bringing attention to these people who work very hard and don't get paid a lot of money, who are doing great work, and it's bringing all these individuals to our attention and saying, these people once look at this great piece of animation. This is how it was made. These are the technical aspects, and I appreciate that side, but I find that a lot of times there are certain unsavory parts of the Sakuga community where they just say a lot of false information outright.
Udapon never innovates these talents back. Udapon can't innovate.
He isn't a very good director, but you know, he has a lot of good friends. You're saying that the dude's only talented because he has friends? Like, that's kind of like, I'm not a big fan of Shingo Natsume's timing, but I think his directing is solid, and I think that's why people would want, like, for Shingo Natsume, just because he's a nice guy. No, they're gonna work with him because they think he's a good director. Like,
I think it comes from this respect of the shows that we worked on are stuff that we can look back on and be like, yeah, this was really cool. So why they prioritize.
Well, it had a lot of cool animation talent too.
Well, yeah, of course, like the little types of people and like.
You know what doesn't get a lot of attention though, and a friend of mine was asking me about this a while back because he wanted to know a lot about editors in anime because he was finding like he found out about this editor who edited some of his favorite openings, and he found like a certain style with her editing, and he wanted to learn more about it, but there's like no information on people who edit anime.
Yeah, when I was working on when I was making that Overlord video, I was trying to find out more information on the editor for that show. It's hard. It's so hard finding anything other than what was on Anime News Network.
The main issue is that even if people, I agree about the whole editing issue. The main issue with that is that's not because there isn't a circle or a niche of people who aren't interested in the editing aspects or the editing unsung heroes. The problem with a lot of the anime industry is that the reason why we know so little isn't just because it's occurring in a different country and we can't read Japanese, though that is a big reason to it too. But another reason is that there really isn't any information coming out from the industry for the most part. There are some studios that are more open about it, like PA Works and Kyoto Animation like to be more open about themselves and what's going on inside. Well, PA Works likes to show people parts of what's going on inside. They don't show everything, that's for sure. But that's every studio to many extents. The main issue is that there's so much flipping around of people who are doing all this random stuff that it's hard to get a solid clue into what's going on into the minds of these people, because a lot of these people are being forgotten in Japan as well as America or Canada or the UK or any Germany, France, or any other big market for anime. That's the main issue. I mean, most of the time, the editing doesn't occur in-house. It occurs in editing studios where they have specific studios to edit shows, to edit anime. And we have that in the West too. With a lot of movie trailers, we have trailer houses where essentially these are just studios to edit trailers. And the first time they ever edited a film, Suicide Squad, that fucking turned out horrible. But yeah.
Hell yeah, Suicide Squad. Oh, please continue.
No, that's all I had to say. It's not like that there aren't people who are interested. It's that just no information is leaking out. And that's because the industry itself is just very, very close-knit. And for the most part, all these little like background studios, like sure, there's Studio Pablo or Ryu Bito. Those are two background art studios that like people know about. But besides that, there are, I assume, dozens more, and nobody really talks about them because there's no information coming out on them. Like you have like Grafnica and Polygon Pictures being CGI studios where they do 3D CG animation. Sure, some people have heard of. Most people have heard of Polygon by now. Some people have heard of Grafnica, but there's like hundreds of others that people don't talk about, and that's because they're small and they essentially just do their work like this, and then they disappear. It's kind of like visual effects artists who work on Hollywood films. Those don't occur within 20th Century Fox or Warner Brothers. You know, those occur in like Lights and Pictures or Imagine Fire, which are like CGI element studios. And the only time they really get recognition is like during Oscar season, and that's it.
Interesting. But can you tell me why Brazil wood camps aren't a viable strategy for the mid-game?
Brazil what?
Fucking goddamn it. God damn it.
All I know
Did you know
is
Brazil? What? What about Brazil?
Wait, what?
No, it's
I thought I heard someone say Brazil.
It's a Civ 5 joke.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Terrace Farms. But
I
yeah,
don't speak
all I know
Portuguese,
is
so I know nothing about Brazil.
I bought a bunch of art books, so hopefully they'll get translated. I know someone, and maybe there'll be some interesting stuff in there. And if not, I can do art book reviews.
Yeah, the problem with, I mean, some art books are really insightful. I have a Koei no Kotachi one where you have stuff like how Yamada talks about how she had the voice actress for Nishijima. Yeah, so I don't know how many people know about this, but with my broken Japanese, I roughly translated, finding out that Yamada had the voice actress for Nishimiya to record her dialogue separately from the rest of the cast to give her a sense of like a better, stronger sense of segregation from the other characters. And that kind of stuff is really interesting. But then there's also a lot of interviews where the director or the producer just say that, oh yeah, like this, like we like did this because we thought it was fun, or we did this because like of that, or like very vague stuff. And in the end, all they really say is that, oh, we just hope people enjoy it. A lot of the time they say that's because a lot of studios are under contract to not really give much impressionation on the stuff they're doing, because you know, most beside every this is actually every anime studio where they essentially take works from Kodansha or other licensors of mangas and light novels and then adapt those as anime by essentially bidding to work on it. So it's kind of like cities bidding on the Olympics, I like to say. So like right now you have Los Angeles and Paris bidding for the 2024 Summer Olympics, and they're trying, both of the cities are trying to convince the Olympics committee that their cities are better hosts for the ceremony in the year 2024. Like Los Angeles will say that we've hosted it before and it was a huge success. Paris will say that, oh yeah, we've also hosted it before. It was a success, though a very long time ago, but Paris has a lot of culture in it. And studios do the same thing, you know, like, yeah. So like Madhouse or Trigger will like try to fight for, not so much Trigger actually. Trigger is trying to do something different somewhat, but you would have like Madhouse or Production IG, you know, like A1 Pictures, those studios which are like like there's literally nobody actually ever in-house in those studios besides like some producers.
And Ishihama. And
they just try to bid for shows and whatnot. So yeah, I don't know. I'm like,
yeah,
like because there's so little. They're like, everyone always just talks about studios, and I feel like it's gotten better now, but we're still at the point where people would be like, oh yeah, this is a Madhouse show. Like I remember like Madhouse doing this other show. Like, oh yeah, Madhouse did like High School of the Dead, so I'm definitely gonna like this show. It's like different people. Madhouse is not remotely in-house. Like just because they've done the latest 4 Hosoda films, that doesn't mean that they're in-house. And then people use that for the reasoning of like talking about budget as well. And for the most part, every show, no matter like One Punch Man has the same amount of budget as freaking like a really Shoujo Tachi. You know, Shoujo Tachi and One Punch Man have the same budget. Why does One Punch Man look so much fucking better than Shoujo Tachi? Because Shingo Natsume is like friends with every single fucking animator.
He's got friends, yo. Nah, but seriously, I've been reading a lot of interviews and old new types, and I think that surprisingly, the creators in those interviews, at least about their intentions, a lot of the times, like a lot of the interviews don't feel like a waste. Like I understand by the end of it what they were going for with the shows they're making. So I'm not sure if it's like that with the art books, but if it is, it'll be interesting.
The art books it's really like intermittent reinforcement buying art books. You never really know if you're gonna get gold or if you're just gonna get some nice pictures, and that's why we always keep on getting them.
Well, that's why I bought them because I got free shipping.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying that getting art books is a bad thing. It's great.
But I made sure like there was text in it because some of them
no. Yeah, I know. I'm just talking about how like how much insight you could get. Sometimes you don't get much. Sometimes you do. Like my friend Russ, who does anime, Russ, he got this Haruhi art book, and it had text in it, but most of it was just, you know, very vague comments on the show.
It is a bit of a crapshoot in that regard.
I've got Uno Tsunahiro's Zero Nendai no Sozo Ryoku. It's a book about media theory in Japan during the mid to late 2000s. And I am slowly, that's the key word, slowly trying to translate that, but it's not easy.
Yeah. Anime academia is something that I feel no one really talks about, actually.
Well,
Like,
no
I
one
haven't
really
seen
talks about it outside of like a
academic essays
small.
on anime.
Oh, there are tons of them. There's millions of them.
I know,
There's like,
but it's not. It doesn't feel ubiquitous, you know.
yeah, it's sort of because like it's very I think we can probably call it a little cliquish, because a lot of the people whom are writing and a lot of people whom are getting published are either sort of they're people whom are sort of in this sort of new wave where they're coming from the early mid 2000s and they're publishing stuff now, but a lot of the things they're publishing aren't in macadamia for the most part, because macadamia is sort of like the big one, or at least it's the most well-known one. But you know, they're publishing in things like the Journal of Japanese Studies, or they're publishing in religious studies, and you know, there are all these things that are not necessarily about anime. But you have the people whom are in sort of the macadamia circle, and a lot of them are from fan groups in the 90s. And so that's why you have people like Helen McCarthy who are still getting published, even though she writes books about her top 500 anime heroes and villains. And that's it. She's like the Digibro of anime publication.
So now, essentially, there's like nothing like reading into fucking Gretel and Beowulf and seeing how the villain has influenced the next several centuries of literature. That kind of stuff. I mean, I wouldn't expect to find that in anime academia, because it's not that anime hasn't had the history. I feel like it hasn't had the exposure.
Well, there are texts that do that. There are very influential works and scholars who do make that kind of claim. A lot of it is Evangelion. Like if you look at any scholarship on Sekai texts, it's always Evangelion. And it's always like, oh, Evangelion changed this because it was so influential. And you know, if you look at a few light novel studies, you know, if you look at a few things on light novels and how they work, a lot of their narratives, a lot of them have Sekai stories, and a lot of them draw influence from Mizuhito's Iria no Sora, UFO no Natsu, which the author quite very clearly states, yo, dog, I want to make my own Evangelion, but my Rei is going to be 10 times sexier. Like, you know, it's...
I always felt like Evangelion was just taking from the idea of the monomyth, you know? Which is just essentially like this narrative trope about the protagonist being someone from normal civilian ship.
Well, it's...
from anything, really. For thousands of years, we've been sort of making stories surrounding that sort of concept.
Well, so I think there's a sort of a disconnect here in terms of what we're getting at here, which is that
maybe, yeah.
I'm not saying, nor is the scholarship necessarily saying that Evangelion itself as a text is this actor that thus pushes it, but rather that it stands as a cultural artifact in which it sort of influences a lot of things outside of it. So I guess in short, it doesn't really matter too much how we might perceive of Evangelion on its formal elements in terms of how that story is constructed, but more so the fact that it exists at the time it did, because so many pieces ended up drawing upon its influence.
I understand. Though I know a lot of people always like to say Evangelion saved anime, but I always had I do like Evangelion a lot. I enjoy the show. Movie, the end of Evangelion, I have very mixed opinions on it. I'm not very sure of where I stand for that film, but I don't like to think that Evangelion not necessarily saved the anime industry. Now, was it the first anime to significantly garner a huge gross apart from its peers of its time. You can argue for that. But if any show really saved the industry, I would always point to Revolutionary Girl Utena, because that was the show that brought in a lot of different animators into the industry, because that was like essentially Utena was like the training ground or a training school for multiple animators that are present today, like Hosoda and some others. I'm not saying that has anything to do with what you said earlier, but that's just me going on a tangent.
I mean, like, I think that's a fair position to have, because I think it's a very dangerous line of thought to believe that there is some sort of structural lineage that we can look at, because like, one of the things that's really fascinating about academia is that it's very easy to get into tunnel vision. And, you know, you look at, for instance, you look at Western academic work on anime, and a lot of it is Evangelion. If you look at the mid-90s, a lot of it is Evangelion, a lot of it is Ghost in the Shell, and those are the two big lineages it talks about. But obviously, you know, there's more than just Evangelion and Ghost in the Shell in the mid-90s. You know, like, why has no one been talking, for instance, about Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko? There is literally only one article written in Anime Academia in the West on Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko.
That's very sad.
And
I feel like YKK's presence is so lacking anywhere.
How much academia is there on Key the Metal Idol after all? Lane and Ghost in the Shell ripped that off.
Yeah, this fucking...
I can't say for sure. But
I have no idea about Lane, but I always point Ghost in the Shell towards Blade Runner or Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Really?
No, that's what someone on a Mal said. Hiroaki Sato surpassed. The screenplay from Key the Metal Idol has been mimic acknowledgement in vast anime like Ghost in the Shell and Serial Experiments Lane, but the original stands apart. The fact that he faded away after Akira and Key is a complete failure of the anime industry. So basically he's saying Ghost in the Shell and Lane ripped off Key the Metal Idol without any credit.
Yeah, there's it's really weird, and it is very insular in a lot of moments. Like, I mean, when people talk about academia having this feeling of sort of the ivory tower, it's pretty true for a lot of it. I mean, you know, you have people who specialize in specific things and they become incredibly influential, and then that influence sort of forces people whom are following their work to go in that line of thought. And that's why Ghost in the Shell and Evangelion are so important, and Key the Metal Idol and Yokohama Kaidashi Kiko are never talked about, which is why it was such a bitch trying to find more material on that. And then, you know, not even that, but I mean, like, you look at, say, well, like, sort of outlier pieces that are incredibly hard to figure out in terms of cultural influences, like Cowboy Bebop. Like, very few people in academia actually talk about Cowboy Bebop in a particularly cultural context. A lot of it is formal, you know. A lot of it is about, like, oh, you know, this is how performance works, or this is how the music works. These are the hallmarks that we might find in Watanabe's work, and so on and so forth. That's what they talk about in Cowboy Bebop. But, you know, when people are talking about cultural context, it's very rare for that particular text. It's always Evangelion. It's always
well, for cultural context, what do you mean specifically?
Well, it's sort of like the sentiment of just like, what kind of ideas might it be capturing, or might it be influenced by, and how it might influence texts that come after it.
I always see Cowboy Bebop as just a visual like form of jazz. I don't know, because jazz is very unpolitical in a way, and I feel like Cowboy Bebop is essentially capturing the spontaneity of the genre of jazz, or not, because the musical genre is very informal in a way, and I always saw Cowboy Bebop as something surrounding that, but I'm not a academic. But I do think that Cowboy Bebop definitely serves as something like a wordy case study as much as Evangelion or Ghost in the Shell would be considered as. Though I would never really consider. I don't think either Ghost in the Shell or Evangelion are as culturally significant as many other people would like to say, at the very least, or as like I'm a big fan of Oishi, and I feel like Angel's Egg is something that definitely deserves much more attention than Ghost in the Shell, or even his film for that one Urusei show.
Urusei Yatsura, Beautiful Dreamer.
Yeah, where where you, I think it was the second film where you finally actually see Oishi's.
Yeah, Beautiful Dreamer.
Sort of like style, I suppose you would say, which would continue on to Angel's Egg and Ghost in the Shell and Platypus.
You know, it's not only just in that movie. There's an episode later on towards his run before he leaves the production that's about Ataru's mom pretty much in kind of like a Inception sort of dream state where she keeps dreaming into a dream that kind of reveals like her own sensitivity. Not necessarily style, I'm saying. I'm just saying like I'm saying like there's stuff in the TV series as well, not just the movie.
Yeah, and it's it is really interesting. I mean, and I know like it took 4 hours for me to mention this, but there's that's the reason why the anime machine is so important. Because
your good friend Thomas Lamar.
My good friend Thomas Lamar, yes. my good friend Thomas Lamar and that Concrete Revolution collab that will someday happen. But I mean, like Matt, have you read The Anime Machine?
The Anime Machine? No, I actually have. I have read very little. I don't think I've actually read any really academic piece on anime. I've read one book on Satoshi Kon, but I don't know if that book would be considered an academic piece.
Who was it written by?
I would have to search this up, so keep on going.
Okay. Because I know Danny Cavallero has written about Satoshi Kon, but Danny Cavallero is not trustworthy in the field.
The Illusionist, Andrew Osmond.
Oh, okay, Osmond.
That's
okay,
what
that seems fine. Yeah, okay. Generally, I would say like if there's one book that I could recommend to people, it would be The Anime Machine, because it is this brilliant gold standard of like animation theory and sort of like how it functions and how it might function or how we might understand it. Because Lamar splits up his book into two major lineages of thought. The first one is this sort of lineage of ballistic motion, the what he calls hyper-Cartesianism, the sense of moving into a world in animation, and how that's negotiated between two very notable directors, Ano Hideaki and Hayao Miyazaki. So that's the first half of his book, and he talks about that. And he talks about sort of like as this sort of post-Heideggerian sense. The second half of his book, though, is incredibly important. It's absolutely important because the second half of his book is, he essentially says, at the same time you have the works of Miyazaki and Hideaki and all these people looking at animatism, the motion between layers, and exactly what that might mean in certain instances. You have this other element of animation that people very rarely talk about, but is very heavily talked about in psychology, particularly psychoanalysis. And that is Saito Tamaki and his work on sort of fictional worlds, sort of the separation between between the real as in Genjitsu and then another real as in reality, as he calls it. And coming out of that lineage is Chobits, is Clamp. And there's a very brilliant thing that Lamar argues in Chobits. And whenever people ask me what I think is a show that's well animated, I always say Chobits. And half of the time, people think I'm just shit posting.
Somebody said
but
Chobits.
it's Chobits.
Chobits.
Chobits. But I think it's a very important piece in terms of understanding how animation might be understood in some ways. Because, well, what's the idea of Chobits? Well, it's hystericization. It's about a guy who wants to get a computer, but he ends up loving this computer. He ends up loving this computer like a girl. The situation forces himself to love this computer as a girl. And the rest of the Chobits cast are people who love this computer as more than they are. People who are imposing this other thing onto objects. And one of the things about the universe of Chobits is that that's outside of the norm, or at least it's supposed to be presented that way, because you have the postcon and they're supposed to just be sold as computers. But you have these people who look at these computers and then say, well, it's more than just that. And it's incredibly important because the way that she is presented in that show, she is, you've got her switch, which is in her vagina. You've got all of these.
Really?
Yes.
I guess I'm watching Chobits.
That girl didn't
I'm
know
watching
that.
Chobits now.
You have all of these moments of sexual innuendo, and that's the catch. That's the trap. That's the animation trap. Because the whole thing is, well, you're supposed to feel a little weird about all of this, just like all the characters do. But the question it brings up is, why? Why should you feel weird about that? Because it's just supposed to be an object, isn't it? Well, if you say no, it's a girl, then that's the moment. That's the moment you've hystericized that object. And that's incredibly important because, well, what is animation? Animation is the hystericization of layers to create this thing that is more than it's more than the sum of its parts. And so Chobits, in this very weird but fascinating way, is essentially a case study of looking at how hystericization works in animation. And Lamar makes that argument, and it's a very fascinating piece of argument. I love that book. I love that book.
I love that one.
I love that book.
Also, hi everybody. I was going to say, jumping off of your point about Chobits and hystericization, that there's also the follow-up of it kind of being a commentary on the merchandise society of otaku as well, of otaku, fetishizing and romanticizing their figurines and the 2D to 3D waifu kind of thing.
Yeah, we can make that argument, yeah.
Yeah, I see that at least.
I guess it makes sense. I mean, yeah. The etymology of animation comes from the Latin word I think animatio, which means to indulge spirit into something. So it's a very liberal personification of something that was originally lifeless. I don't know. But I guess it goes without saying, just because the anime character isn't real, that doesn't mean that my feelings aren't real.
I just think it's a really interesting dichotomy in otaku culture that we put towards this kind of, some at least put towards this importance of 3D versus 2D, and the 2D girl being more or better than the 3D girl. And it's kind of interesting to sorry, give me one moment. I just have a person talking on the other side. That is also of shit. I lost my train of thought. God damn it. 3D to 2D girl.
The waifu husbando complex, right?
Yeah, the husbando complex. But you see this especially with the one case where a guy married his DS for his Love Plus character.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. It's a very real world thing, honestly, that we actually deal with now, especially with the technology age.
I mean, this was even before animation. Do you guys know the show Sugumomo?
Sugumomo.
Yes.
Sugumomo is also this Japanese superstition that if an object exists for long enough, it will develop a soul and be able to, essentially carry feelings. And a lot of people do that. Like, a lot of people sometimes they don't want to throw something out because they say, oh, I don't want to hurt its feelings or whatnot. I feel like we humans do like to indulge human-esque elements into people. And that's why sometimes when we have such a fascination for animals, because we see them as children more than as like a vicious lion. Like Los Angeles has this huge fascination for a lion that lives in Griffith Park, which is essentially this massive park in the middle of Los Angeles. There's one lion that lives there, and it has taken up a celebrity status for being this lion that people see as cute. They humanize it, despite the fact that at one point it actually broke into a zoo and just like devoured a sheep or something in it. And it came to this dilemma where people began to realize that this is actually a lion. This is not some this is not Kimba. And I don't know. I feel like people just always really.
This isn't your cat. It isn't your cat that sits on your bed and licks itself for a few hours.
But even with a cat, we do personify cats as if they have human thought, as if they think the way we do, or as if they feel the emotions we feel. And I'm sure there's plenty of psychoanalysts who are studying the minds of cat. And there was one study that assumes that a cat just thinks that we are bigger cats. It doesn't understand that we are a different species or whatnot. So I don't know. I feel like humans always like to enjoy giving personalities to inanimate objects, and even animate objects that are not human. That's why whenever we think of alien invasions, we always assume what we would do. That would be invade and conquer and raid, when an alien civilization could essentially have a completely different mindset that we just can't comprehend. Because
that's a pretty good point, because we're obviously as a species limited to our own window of thought and how we would progress through something like that. And that's, I think, why there's so much apocalypse theory, especially with gods. Like gods, we don't know what gods would do. Of course, Evangelion has extrapolated on that highly, but I feel like there's a big thing, especially just in society in general, period, where we humanize gods. And I don't think that's a very smart thing to do, because if you say that religious theory is true, like yes, there will be a doomsday. Yes, everybody will disappear. Why are you thinking about it in the personification of humans rather than anything? I know that's kind of
don't let the ancient Greeks hear that.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's like people don't know anything other than themselves, and that can both limit our thought and comprehension of things, as well as I think it's a big roadblock, I think, in how we also think of things, just in general, like productivity wise, life wise.
Well, I mean, like that's part of the tenets of Kantian rationalism, right? The idea that the world does exist, but it is negotiated in some way by our rational cognition.
Space Trade asked if the anime machine theory could be applied to Western animation as well, and I learned something today that answers yes to that question. So I haven't seen the series, but the new series Powerpuff Girls Z, which is the apparently god-awful reboot of Powerpuff Girls or something. There's this one writer who every episode he writes, he tosses a character who's essentially a personification of himself into the show. And he in every episode that he writes, his character is essentially like Blossom's love interest.
Yes.
So he is living the life of being with his waifu.
Are you talking about
Powerpuff Girls is a Western animation, which you could say draws many inspirations from Japan, but still, it is a very popular Western show, and I'm sure many Westerners who enjoy it do not think about its anime influences or possible connections to the medium.
If I'm understanding correctly, you're talking about the reboot that's on Cartoon Network. You're not talking about the Mashita.
Yeah, Powerpuff Girls Z. Yeah, the new one, the very memey one.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, because you said Powerpuff Girls Z, and Powerpuff Girls Z is the anime representation of Powerpuff Girls, which is
Okay,
actually
yeah.
pretty good. Funny enough, it's really good. Like for a shoujo, like on the shoujo plane, it's actually pretty solid for Powerpuff Girls. That's how I got into Powerpuff Girls when I was a kid.
Yeah, because there is a Japanese version of it, but
nobody
I
talks
haven't
about
really
it.
seen
It's
that.
really funny.
To answer your question, Spice Trade Magnet, the answer is pretty much yes. The main reason why that Lamar focused on anime when he talks about animatism is because its heritage is very heavily dependent on animatism, because Lamar makes the argument that, you know, animation in Japan ever since 1917 has been this sort of strange hodgepodge of like Kamishibai language and Western Disney-esque character motion and a bunch of other little things. But when you get into, when you get into Tezuka in 63, all of a sudden the layers become very important. Very, very important in terms of telling movement and motion in the story. And so Lamar essentially says, well, there's a different kind of motion that's happening here, and he calls this animatism. And that's the thing he focuses on when he talks about anime specifically.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of cases here in the West. Homer
there's tons of
Simpson's
them.
wife being on the cover of Playboy magazine at one time. So,
well, that's hystericization. Like when we're talking about like layers moving between each other, that's what we're referring to animatism. Sort of like when he talks about in, say, a Miyazaki movie, when clouds part, they're not necessarily separate clouds in themselves. They're layers that are sort of spreading apart like curtains. Lamar talks about how we can find this very, very clearly in sort of the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons, where it's pretty much just characters moving across layers, like Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo, your favorite anime?
Hell yeah. Absolutely. What kind of mystery are they going to solve now? What kind of deadbeat dad is behind all this?
I would love to see you write an academic paper on the complex of Scooby-Doo and how it derives influence from Archie or something. I don't know.
If I decide to nuke my channel, I will. You'll know. He was like, "Oh shit, Joe uploaded a Scooby-Doo video. I guess he's done YouTube." Sorry, Roger. What were you going to say?
Oh no, I was just gonna bring up what your thoughts were on Bennett the Sage reading the Anime Machine.
Sure, I guess. I don't know. I think the more people reading that book, the better. Yeah, it's a great book, and it's really, really
Do you
interesting.
think you'll ever get Brian to like it as much as you?
Probably not. I'm pretty sure, like, the moment I try and repeat what I just said, first thing Brian is just gonna say, "Yeah, but you know that's bullshit, right?" Like, that's gonna be the first thing he's gonna say.
You'll lose him forever, and you're just like, well, that wasn't worth my time.
It'll be a sad day.
Like, Gate is a bad show.
I look forward to rereading the Anime Machine once I understand everything better.
Oh, the Anime Machine is
No,
phenomenal.
we need to bring back the weekly watch.
I mean, if you have
Reading
any,
it with-
if you have difficulty, reading the Anime Machine, just watch the 2 videos I had with Thomas Lamar.
well, no, like,
'Cause it's
those
a very-
are really helpful.
It's a very condensed version of his book.
And that's cool and stuff. I'm just like, to me, like I just want to understand it better. On a level of, I don't really understand Cartesian's perspective, so I need to read on that. I didn't reread it, so I understand the terms.
Well, the Cartesian perspective is simply the idea that you are a sort of a fixed point and everything sort of spreads out from you, because it's from Descartes' cogito ergo sum, and the hyper-Cartesian.
Oh, good old Descartes.
Yeah, yes. It's just from cogito ergo sum, and the implication of the thought of I think therefore I am, the idea that there is this central focused figure and everything sort of just moves out from there. And so the idea here is when you're looking at, like, say, a lot of Renaissance art, like for instance the cartographer, it's all about sight and how spaces are mapped by being somewhere, and it all just flourishes from that particular point. And what Lamar is essentially arguing is that cinema tends to be much more well equipped to deal with that sort of sense of being in a place, whereas animation has to really work to do that, and he calls that ballistic motion or ballistic animation, where like you can tell, there are moments where you can tell where it is moving into a space. And so Lamar is essentially saying, well, there's another type as well. There's another type of sort of sight that's very important. And he calls this, he essentially calls this a lot of different things, but he mainly works on the material by Takashi Murakami and his very famous art movement, Superflat. The idea that there is not a single fixed point upon a canvas that necessarily dominates a subject in which they can look into or control a piece, but rather it shares its space. And, it still shows a plane, it still shows a sense of depth, but that depth has been so flattened that it does not dominate in a single particular point. The works by Hokusai, for instance, you can see some semblance of space there, but there is no singular point in which everything falls back to have a subject. It shares its space. Everything shares its space. It's all scattered about. And so, yeah, that's why he talks about, that's what I talk about in that video with Lewis, and a lot of people got on my case for using big words. It was pretty cool.
Cool story, bro. It's essential something. But yeah, that kind of helps me understand a little bit better. Although it's like really late at night, so I feel like I didn't quite get it, but that actually was really helpful. So thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry. At this point in the night, I'm just gone. I'm fucking gone. I'm done.
Yeah, it is 2:30, and I still have to edit some video. Yeah.
Breaker View 1.
Well, I mean, my next video is just going to reveal to everybody just how much anime I've been watching, which the answer is, of course, none. Because I'm talking about a show from 2016 again. And, yeah. Well, that said, I think this is a good time. To call it a night. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Thank you, Sheep, Matt, Mirage, and Roger for joining.
All right.
Did you guys have any sort of last comments or anything?
Berserk video when? I joke.
Video when? I'm not joking.
I'll probably get to a K-On! Video eventually, or at least I'll probably have a devoted video to Nichijouke's shows eventually. It's probably going to be once I figure out how I'm going to translate that chapter in Tsunehiro's book.
Oh, can as an example of Nichijou. Yes, it's comparable, but I feel like it's not standard Nichijou at the very least. I don't know, but yeah.
Well, I mean, like the whole point of the Nichijou is that it's supposed to like not Nichijou the show. It's like the Nichijou is
No.
the
Oh yeah,
every-
I know. Yeah, the
Yeah,
everyday life, and
yeah, and I mean, like it's pretty firmly that.
it is that, but it's also it's more about the progression of how everyday life. It's more about how everyday life can camouflage the motion of progression and the persistence of time. If that makes sense.
Sure, but I mean, like I think the trouble here is that you're making the assumption that I'm assuming that simply because it emphasizes.
Oh no, I know. I'm not assuming. I'm not saying that I'm assuming anything. It's just me, like, being an ass because like, I don't know. Keion is just like Keion has a special place in my heart.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I think some of the beer is still in me.
I was just gonna say, as I believe I'm the only girl in here. I don't know. As the only girl, I haven't watched Keion. I haven't touched it. I just thought that was interesting. I don't know. I hear it all around the community. Oh, Keion's great. Oh, Keion's moe bait. Oh, Keion's this, that. I'm just like, I haven't watched it. I don't know. I've read the manga. It's really about it.
Did not watch K-On.
I mean, like, if you want to get a feel for like what the height of Nichijou was, and it's Keion. Keion is like the big text that Japanese academics hold up as Nichijou.
Is that really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keion is pretty famous in Japan.
Yeah.
Especially
Like,
among academic circles.
yeah, there's like a lot like to Keion. I know culturally, I don't know. I find it kind of difficult to unpack personally. Like I understand like it probably has it has a lot going on with it academically as well as like culturally, of course. And then it has a whole thing to do on like the moe and whatnot. But I don't understand it. I suppose. Like I don't know. I guess it's like rather I don't see the appeal. But maybe that's just me. I don't know.
That's fine. No, I just always, whenever I hear Nichijou, I just always feel like it's being used with a negative connotation, and
oh yeah,
the word kind of sounds hostile, even if it may not be at all, but it feels a bit hostile. I could be misinterpreting it.
It just
I'm not saying that that's like your opinion, Joe. I'm just from like how I hear people use it.
You guys are familiar with Scott McCloud and his terminology, right?
No, but I can go Google it.
Well, Scott McCloud published a book in the early 90s called Understanding Comics, in which he talks about different panel movements.
Oh.
I think one of the things, I'm speaking metaphorically here. I think it's really useful to consider it this way. A lot of shows that we sort of register, or at least how we read a lot of shows, is what he would call action to action, where it has a series of puncture points in which we then sort of move on to the next puncture point, and that creates a linear progression. When we're talking about something like Keion, the idea of Keion and the Nichijou is what McCloud might emphasize to be aspect to aspect, where it sort of embodies a particular space. And the whole point is not necessarily to get somewhere, but to be somewhere. And so that's why for a lot of people, when they're watching Keion, they can feel like it's very sluggish, or they can feel like it doesn't go anywhere, when the whole point is that it's very meant to be very sensory in terms of how it depicts these things are happening.
Have you seen Arya?
Yep.
by any chance? I feel like Arya essentially is, in many ways, person. It's sort of emotionally identical to Kaon, but I feel like Arya never really gets tackled with the same sort of ideology.
Yeah, Arya. Well, because because it's in a Yashike text. Yashike are like, so if we look at it this way, so if we say a linear sort of, if we take a look at it on a spectrum, a sort of a linear plot, let's put it on the left side of the spectrum. Kaon would probably be about middle right, whereas something like Arya would probably be very far right, in terms of there is not meant to be a particular clear sense of linearity. Because how Yashike texts function is that they're hypersensory, they are hyper environmental based, and they are very, very good at sort of bouncing back their narratives. So the whole idea is you're supposed to go out, you explore, you come back. And then that's sort of the hallmark of Yashike texts. They're very exploratory, but they're never confrontational.
Okay, yeah, I get that completely.
I wish there was more academic writing. I think I've talked with you about this though in the past, Joe, about, of course, magical girls, and
There is.
like, I mean, like,
There's a million of them. There's a million of them.
Moon would.
There's a bajillion.
There's a gajillion. There's a
bajillion. There's a million.
Utena, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if Utena serves a strong presence in the world of academia.
Let's see here. Give me 1 second. I recently constructed a small list for someone who was asking me the exact question. Let me, I'll list a few of them in the text chat right now.
I think it was me. I think it was actually me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like Maho Shoujo would be like a heavy topic.
With
academia.
I mean, I think I've found some writings on it, of course, but like as Joe said, but I mean, I can't find them printed anywhere outside of a small piece in a book that's about $300.
Do you have a JSTOR account?
No, I don't.
I think I've seen many stuff on JSTOR, though I can't be sure.
A lot of anime stuff actually gravitates towards Project Muse, weirdly enough.
JSTOR.
JSTOR has some stuff.
I'm the big baby to this whole literary reading thing.
Generally,
enjoy the crap out of it.
If you find an article or something that you can't get access to, just let me know.
Okay.
I've got like 3 university accounts, so I might be able to get it.
I have one that I was trying to find. I'll find it. Won't derail the conversation though. It was like
Attack
by
of the Salad Bros. I'm actually very
Hell
curious
yeah.
about that.
Oh hell yeah!
Is it because of the magical sticks or something?
It's based upon Saito Tamaki's theory of the phallic girl in his book Beautiful Fighting Girl, where he says that the magical girl is a phallic girl, in the respect that she can wield the masculine. This is all very psychoanalytical. In that she can wield the masculine order, but she has not undergone the process of envy, in which that defines the phallic mother. So she is essentially a girl that can be feminine and yet still wield this masculine power. And she's never sort of in this position where, essentially, to put it really short and simply, I'm being very reductive, but for the sake of the fact that it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, the idea is essentially, when you look at, say, for instance, a powerful girl, somebody might say, well, she's a powerful girl because she acts like a man. Well, that's an example of where the phallic power language comes in. A phallic girl is essentially a girl that has the ability to enact a particular power, but she's never in a situation where someone says, "Oh yeah, she's acting like a dude." It's a very peculiar, specific power that the magical girl can thus wield. Because it's about all these girls who transform into like these matured female bodies, but they still go around. They just go fuck people up.
I like your academic language for that. You can see that a lot, especially by the time that the Super Sentai Mahou Shoujo is built from Cutie Honey and the masculine transforming woman, pretty much, that takes on and conquers a lot of these gender roles that are put upon towards women in the time period that it was made for Japan. A lot of Mahou Shoujo is very much a underlying commentary about the role of women, specifically in a Japanese dichotomy of man and female. You can see that a lot. And the powerful woman, which was a big point of rebellion, I believe, starting in the 1970s, if I'm correct.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. I remember with the whole as I like to call it, the introduction rather of mechanical pencils and whatnot, especially when that happened and everything. If you guys know what I'm talking about, I don't know.
I don't know about the mechanical pencils.
So pretty much there was an introduction of mechanical pencils over into the Japanese schools for especially teachers and students and stuff. And it was a big call to action from a lot of teachers that felt like female students wrote with too bubbly of words and like in a certain kind of typography that they couldn't read and or was informal, but it was rather a kind of like it was an act of rebellion, I suppose, seen, and it's kind of like a precursor between like the Gao culture as well as a lot of rebel culture in Japanese schools outside of like obviously the rebel men stuff, rebel women, I suppose, like dyeing hair and whatnot and everything.
Yeah, it's really fascinating you mentioned that because in Tamaki's Beautiful Fighting Girl, he devotes a chapter of a good chunk of which he talks about Cutie Honey.
Cutie Honey.
So yeah, it's really cool.
I just was asking, like, what exactly is that? Like, what do you mean exactly?
What?
Of the Cutie Yummy.
No, Cutie Honey.
Cutie Honey. I was totally, I borked that hardcore. I'm so tired. I got home from work. What language are you speaking?
There are more viewers on this live stream right now than there were 2 hours ago. Jesus Christ.
They're interested in the After Dark talk.
Oh no.
Joe After Dark.
Oh no.
Pretty much.
This stream just chugs on like Jackson's Lord of the Rings ending.
No, The Hobbit. Yeah, The Hobbit is a better analogy.
Ren22 for Nichijoke. If you're talking about Nichijoke titles, the first one that Nichijoke was I believe it was actually coined by Kinema Junpo, but you might also find it under the term Ku-Kike, which means air type. And for Nichijoke, I just call it Nichijoke because it sounds more badass. But the first one that was really talked about in considerable capacity was Lucky Star. And then K-On! Really made it incredibly popular. You can call it cute girls doing cute things. I mean, like, a lot of academics call it that too.
You'll understand the coolness.
But essentially...
when are we going to get the cute boys doing cute things?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell
they
yeah.
already did that, didn't they?
Have they?
Yeah.
What, like Daily Lives of the High School Boys?
Oh, what was it? Kimito Boku?
Oh, I've never seen Toboku. Well,
And
no, it's
then like
Kimito
even
Boku,
stuff
yeah.
like Rainbow Days. I mean, it's mostly a romance, but a lot of that is just cute boys doing cute things. Honestly.
So Ren, Moe is not. So Moe is not Nichijoke. Moe is very important as a different concept. Moe is a reaction. So what happens here that's very important here is that you can technically feel moe for something that's never meant to be Nichijoke. That's why you have, for instance, like train otaku. You have people whom are very fascinated with trains, and they call these, they call like the Yamamoto line like a very hard-working moe train. So moe is a response.
It's something that you have a sort of parental feeling toward, in a way. It could be any
kind
object.
of, yeah. Like I know what you're getting at, but yeah.
There's some like sort of aspect where you want it to be respected and you want it to be acknowledged and protected in a way. And it's a very vague. I feel like it is quite a more it's not a stable concept, I guess.
Yeah, it's a very moe is a very. I'm actually working on 2 videos right now about moe and its history. It's a very it's a very political term. It has a very interesting history.
Yeah, moe doesn't mean everyday life. If there's a
moe does not mean everyday life.
Yeah.
Moe does not mean everyday life.
It's an emotional response, or mainly an emotional response to anything. It could be, honestly, it could be something tragic, and something tragic could be moe if there is a person out there who responds to it in such a
Yep.
Hopefully there isn't, but knowing humanity, there probably is at least one person who finds like a terrible event moe.
9/11.
I'm not going to name any events, but
9/11 so moe. Actually, I got an idea, guys.
9/11 Chan was so moe.
No, wait, no, don't say. Don't say that. I get this is after dark, but still.
What? It's a joke. Come on, man.
Too soon. I live in New York.
Okay, what was the other one? Moe. So slice of life. Slice of life is a very broad. It's a metonym. It's a metonym trying to capture a very particular thing. Nichijoke is a little bit more precise because they're actually arguable. It's kind of questioned now and then, but there are some rules that you can use to find out how Nichijoke may function and why. But Nichijoke are particularly defined by the fact that they have an emphasis on everyday life. They tend not to have a background problem. And they are very big on what are called augmented realities. And the idea is that like the story oftentimes takes place in a setting that you can link to in the real world.
Yeah, I feel like one of the first cases of slice of life is actually Robinson Crusoe. A lot of people like to argue that that is in a way a slice of life novel that was published in like the 1700s. Or you could, like, dating a bit closer to our time, Frank O'Hara's Lunch Poems, which is a series of poems that Frank O'Hara just wrote during his lunch break at work. That is also, they're slices of life, slices of his life. So slice of life doesn't immediately mean cute girls doing cute things, or it's not a genre that is exclusive to anime or originated from such. It's not a terminology that originated from anime, I don't believe.
Yeah. Let's see here. But you can count on figures anime. Oh, is there an echo?
Oh, it might be me. Hold on. Turn me down.
Okay.
Beep, 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 beep.
but you can count on fingers anime that are moe, but not nichijoke. Well, here's the thing, Erebus. Moe is a response to oftentimes a character. It's very hard to feel moe for an anime. When people say they feel moe for a character. It's the same reason why people feel moe for Rei Ayanami from Evangelion, to the point where there's the bajillion doujinshi about her.
And a billion figurines.
Or Madoka, where
hell
people try to make a petition to name a nebula after her.
Yep. So like that's
I suppose that triggered somebody.
So like that's a very important distinguisher of moe. It oftentimes is a character, not so much it's almost always a character, not so much
But
a
it can
show.
be anything, Like, have you ever seen a car and just thought like, oh, there's a face on it, and you think it like you suddenly just think, oh, that's kind of cute.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
Like,
is some very elementary form of moe.
Oh, that absolutely is moe. I mean, like there's, like I mentioned it before, there are literally train otaku in Japan who are just like, this train is very hardworking, very moe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's a whole chapter in Patrick Galbraith's book, The Moe Manifesto, where they talk about train otakus. And it's a very important chapter because, if we say fictional characters, if we say that moe is a response to fictional characters, then we have to be able to point at some instance in the world where we can say, well, here's a thing that has no intentions whatsoever of being intended to be loved in such a way, but the fact of its, the facticity of its fictional element makes it thus. So do we have an example of that? And Galbraith says, yes, we do. We have the train otaku.
I feel
they
like
love these
something
trains.
something that's more understandable for a Westerner is the number pi. Well, we have Pi Day for it. It's essentially a lot of people like to consider that it's the only number that's infinite, but no, mathematically it is not an infinite number unless you consider like its transcendental aspects. But overall, pi is just this very random number in between 3 and 4 that has been given celebrity status. And people really care about the number pi. They study it every day. There's a machine that is still counting all the numbers within pi. Despite that, there are many other numbers that are essentially identical to it. The only reason that pi stands out in any way is that it's used for us to measure the diameter or circumference of a circle. And essentially our feelings towards pi, or like the general consensus towards pi, is kind of a moe-esque reaction. How we've dedicated a day of the year to it, and how it's essentially been embedded into pop culture.
Yeah. I mean, I talked to Patrick Galbraith, and so is Roger. And one of the examples he gives that's very common in the West are when people talk about Jesus and how there's this personal feeling that they have with Jesus. Like
anime and religiosity.
Yes. Anime and religiosity, yes. That's something that we can talk about in terms of. You can make that argument that Jesus is moe. There are these moe in Jesus.
Everyone tries to find Jesus in their like burnt pie,
Hell yeah.
Or their potato chip. You guys
Jesus.
talking about this kind of reminds me also of the, like, we were talking also about hysteria Asian or whatever. I don't remember the exact literary term, but computers and how people treat their computers, especially like in these circles where computers are prized and like treated with this kind of like, oh, good job, and you're doing so well. At least that's what I've experienced. I remember when I was a very young weeboo, I always banged on my old like PC XP, and I was like, what the fuck, you're not doing your freaking job. And we assign this kind of emotional status to our computers when they either do really well or they're crap, or we dress them up in nice cases and hardware.
Yeah. Hystericization, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I must have derailed your point. Anyhow.
No, not really. It's just
okay. Cool. Sweet. Awesome.
The question is, are any of us making a point?
I don't know. Are we?
That's a good question.
You know, at this point in the night, I'm gonna go die. So you guys have a fantastic evening.
All right.
I was supposed to close this like half an hour ago.
Yeah, that was my fault.
Anyway, goodbye. I'm off.
I'm ready to freaking end this. It's just like, nope, we're gonna talk about Yashike.
Did you guys have any sort of lingering comments? Or does anybody in the chat have any last questions?
I know this is the most stereotypical and weeby thing ever from this community, but I didn't realize I was in the same room as that punk bitch motherfucker RC anime until like 5 minutes ago. So, hi.
It was bound to happen at some point, to be honest. But yeah.
Wait a minute. Is that
Can't
him?
escape it.
Is it him?
Yes.
No, that's not him.
Hi, what's up?
Wait
hey
a minute.
guys, RC anime here.
Oh, that's him. I'll be over here. I like doing streams like these. I wish I came earlier. I fucking life and stuff. Hopefully, when you guys stream again at some point. Oh, I have a question. When is, because I got you here, Joe. When is the book club recording going to be happening for the next one?
It is the 24th of June at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. Eastern time.
24th of June.
So it's a Saturday.
Every day is great at your June-ness.
Hopefully I'll be able to come in. If not, then that'll suck. I'm like at chapter like 6 or 7 now of the book. So yeah.
Oh, that's nice. Nice.
Yeah.
How you like the book so far?
It's pretty solid. I've really kind of jived a lot with the text. I think I empathize a lot more with the text than most people, being that I've lived in kind of the situations that they talk about a lot with the homeless or like low income or the poverty of welfare, especially in Japan. And it's given a lot of clarity and thought into why hikikomori and the birth rate are the way they are and everything. It's quite interesting and intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping that you might do a piece on NHK with this book in mind. Maybe, I don't know.
I have to read everything that I can find on NHK. There's like a bajillion things.
Oh, there's a bajillion things. I don't blame you. Like, that's a monster, but nevertheless, because it does. I like how she opens up the book where it's like, NHK, welcome to the NHK. The stereotypes, like, well, or rather just personifies the hikikomori as this interesting monster when it's really just a really depressed person living in their room.
It's not necessarily always depressed either. It's just some people. Japanese society is a lot more spiky than I guess our societies. So a lot of people end up deciding that we don't want to deal with it. We don't want the pressure or the intensity, and they just stay home. You know, like, there are many cases where people are just depressed or they are socially suffocating, but there are other cases where people are kind of thinking that, oh, we have the resources to not deal with this world, so let's just stay indoors. And I feel like that's sort of developing within our own societies now too, or it's becoming less opaque, maybe.
It's becoming more prevalent, especially. Yeah.
It's really
I feel
hard.
like in like America and possibly Canada and the UK, there are stronger and stronger cases of people now staying indoors and trying to segregate themselves from the outside pressures and responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
which
like, yeah,
makes sense every now and then, you know, considering what the world sometimes may be throwing at you.
Well, another thing that really stuck out with me with the text, if anybody's wondering or it hasn't been addressed yet, we're talking about Precarious Japan by Anne Allison, correct? Yes, that's the full name. There's a lot I didn't understand, like, because we as Westerners, there are people, of course, that personify the Japanese as these very nervous, quiet individuals that don't want to make a scene, I suppose. And a lot of it, like with especially the address of the birth rate in Japan and why birth rates are so low is really interesting, because it's, if I got the correct thing from the text, there's a certain level of wealth that you have to be to have a kid, if I'm correct. Like
Japan is in a pretty bad recession, and they have been for a while.
It's just
They've been
amazing.
since the early 90s.
Since the bubble bursted.
Yeah.
And like nobody really has like paid attention to this, like on a worldwide scale, period. Everybody still thinks Japan is still Japan. But then like after Fukushima and everything, like it kind of like, yeah.
Oh, Japan is actually really crippled after the Great Tohoku earthquake. But Japan has a really good PR system too. It sells its image very well.
Yeah.
Now, this isn't an academic study, but I have several friends in the JET program, and one of them teaches at a elementary school, while another teaches at a middle school. In the elementary school, you know, with the kids, they like always say, they sing the song head, shoulders, knees, and toes, and a lot of kids in the English class, they get words wrong and they get meanings wrong, and sometimes the teachers just laugh it off, and the other kids like say that, yeah, it's no big deal. But when they go to middle school, everything takes a 180-degree turn, where if a kid spells a word wrong or says something wrong, the teachers actually just slap the reality out of them. And there's this from what I've heard from my friends in Japan in the JET program and teaching at public schools, once you get to middle school, and especially at high school, it sort of becomes a boot camp to train Japanese people and fit them into Japanese society. Now, arguably every school system in all countries do that, but Japan is just a lot more intense
strict,
with its
rigid
training.
Yeah, like
like you have like the student class president and all that. It's all about order and authority and knowing the social hierarchies that you stand in, like your senpais or you kohai and your teachers. And that all builds into this pressure that Japanese people are under, and considering that its economy is not, you know, the engine that it used to be 20 years ago.
Yeah.
There's been this sort of
decline.
Apathy in Japan in a way. Yeah, and I feel like that's coming into its disinterest with continuing, you know, it's reproducing, because
what's the point? Yeah,
essentially it's what's the point. And that's why Japan has recently opened up to immigration so much, because someone needs to take care of its future generation.
Yeah, well, like two things that really stuck out with me was when it was addressed in the text. I don't know if you're reading the book as well, but
no,
like,
but what book is this again?
Anne Allison's Precarious Japan.
Yeah, okay.
I can link you if you'd like it.
Yeah, sure.
But like, there's a point in the text where Anne talks about the case of a hikikomori who stopped going to school after a while and then came back and it was stabbed with a pencil. And like, just the rigidity of like, if you leave this classroom, don't ever come back. And it's just amazing. I can't imagine that like over here. It forms a lot of my own experiences with Japanese students and stuff like that. I used to, I went to community college for a little bit, and I was in Japanese class, and we had Japanese transfer students who were helping us with our Japanese, and it was just amazing how much reverence and fear almost they had for the language teacher, because she was Japanese as well. I don't know, it's kind of amazing. I find that like there's such a reverence for the teacher and for a teacher in such a culture. It's amazing.
Yeah, if you're interested in hikikomori, or at least the topic, you may be interested in Michael Zielenziger's book, "Shutting Out the Sun." It's a series of interviews he's done with people whom are hikikomori, and it shows a very large spectrum, but it also shows when you sort of cross-reference this with psychology papers, it's really fascinating because it shows a very political element to the label of hikikomori. Because part of the thing is that a lot of people whom are labeled as hikikomori are labeled because of truancy. Because in a lot of areas, that's essentially what defines a hikikomori, someone who does not go to school.
Yeah.
And so there's a very sort of strange implication in that politics, because if the school is supposed to be this sort of structure, if the school is supposed to be this structure that readies you for the workplace, for a later, a stable EA family life,
yeah,
and you are not there, then you are, in some areas, by the government, essentially medically shunned. That's essentially what you are. And so you can see the sort of how the structure behaves.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Like, I suppose, like, from our point of view and how we see it over here, that there is a big distinction between those who, play hooky and skip school and are, they're just being kids. They'll come back to school tomorrow, or, we'll get a truancy officer on it, versus in Japan, where it's like, if you're not being an effective part of the society and you're not going to school every day and then you're not worth our time. You're a lost cause. And it really kind of contextualizes also how teachers and these authority figures are personified in anime, especially, and the differentiation between it of that we're getting the very soft, very cartoony version of like a Japanese society, and like you hear people who just watch anime off like the cuff, and it's like, oh wow, that's so stupid. And then it's like there's a little truth to every little grain of sand, I suppose. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, like that's a very important thing that you mentioned to anime, because I think, one of the things that a lot of people ask is, well, why does anime lean so heavily towards the high school setting a lot? Or why does it lean towards the high schooler a lot? And, if you believe in, say, the theory of someone like Miyadai Shinji, well, the answer is because after that period in a Japanese person's life, all there is just this endless grinding. And so this essentially becomes sort of the last moment in which you can really sort of define yourselves to a lot of these people. And this sentiment is echoed by a lot of writers in Galbraith's The Moe Manifesto, where a lot of these writers say, well, we talk about stories in high school, we talk about them happening in high school because this is the feeling, this is the system that everybody can understand. This feeling of establishing and understanding yourself, defining yourself, because after that, it's all work. So, even anime, it really ties into this as well.
Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah. Are you guys talking about how work culture in Japan is essentially equivalent to death?
Yeah.
Or
in a way.
Yeah. A lot of people always question why anime always feature your people's times in high school, and that's mainly because after college you essentially just you sign a contract with the devil and you dedicate your entire life to one or two companies, and most of the time your life is just that if you're a man. And if you're a woman, your life is to find a husband as fast as you can, have a child, and take care of that child so you don't have to work. And then once that child grows old enough to take care of itself, you have another child. Japan is very inspired by America's business culture of the 1950s, and they've never progressed from that
Which is going to
point.
kill them. I mean, we can see
It's
this
self-destructive, that's for sure. And that's why a lot of people are now calling for an openness for immigrants, because a lot of people do want to move to Japan, and if a lot of people move to Japan, that will indirectly eventually adjust its social culture and what it expects from people. But
Yeah.
of course, Japan's very set in its ways due to a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, and I think this is actually very important when we're considering the arguments that Allison's arguing, because Allison, she's done a lot of cultural anthropology in terms of Japanese workplaces. She's been doing it at least since the early 90s. But with Precarious Japan, one of the things that Allison mentions is that, well, you know, we take this idea of sort of I don't know if you'd really call it a dream, but you know, the sort of the Japanese dream of constructing the stable family and the salaryman father. You know, there is this sense, but it's completely compromised now with the introduction, or at least the proliferation ever since the early 90s, of what Allison, you know, notes are the hakken workers, the temporary workers. And so with a country that has so been rigidly structured to favor a particular way of being a good citizen, a lot of people are finding themselves unable to even attempt that option. A lot of people are becoming, you know, they're becoming part-timers, they're becoming freeders, and so on and so forth. And so that's one of the big things that Allison mentions in Precarious Japan, like exactly what kind of a toll might this have on people?
It's not that Japan never tried to rebel against this as well. During the 60s, they had the student rebellions, and the 70s as well to some extent. But of course, it failed, obviously. East Asian cultures are a lot different from, I guess, Western cultures. Like you see the same issues in Korea and some of it in China as well, which I don't know.
Are we talking about rebellion through just passively through the system? Are we talking about outside protests and stuff like that?
It's more outside protests that occur. There were several student protests that occurred in Japan during the 60s and 70s, kind of like mirroring the events going on in America.
I remember too reading about that also, that a lot of those protests, a lot of the people who participated in those protests were looked down upon after they failed.
Yeah, that was the problem, because that actually ruined their careers. And Japan is all about, as Joe said, being a good citizen. And it's a rabbit hole that people are just falling into. And to some protests, people are now kind of acting against this subtly by, you know, not reproducing. They are in ways going by the norms, but they're treating it with no they're not treating it seriously, I suppose.
Yeah.
They're just doing
it looks
because
like
they're
another
locked
nail they
in
have to
chains.
hammer down in the end of
Yeah.
the day. That's really it. It's a system of hammering down nails into the right place. And if a nail is too rusty, or it's a different kind of nail, or it's a screw, then you need to remove it, or you need to find some way to doctor it, pretty much. I mean,
but Japan's really good at hiding this, because when you see shows that do take place in the workplace, like Shirobako and New Game, you do have that work culture there, where like people are working morning to the break of dawn and barely getting any sleep, but the characters are always taking honor in it, despite the fact that their living conditions are horrible and they barely see their homes. They're always in the office. They don't have much free time, but they romanticize that lifestyle, even those kind of anime. Like, I love New Game and I love Shirobako, but it's hard to not look at it as some form of propaganda, even. I don't know. I'm not saying that it is like intentionally propaganda, but it's just the mindset embedded into the Japanese citizen.
Yeah, it's you know, it's a byproduct of a culture that has normalized such a work practice.
Well, like we see this a lot, especially with the recent deaths of directors, which apologies, I don't know the names exactly off the top of my head. I can go look them up though. But it's rather now at this point, it's the health of a workplace that isn't putting health at the forefront of taking care of its employees. And you can honestly actually point at the reason why there has been so much of a decline in the greater workforce outside of finances is rather the mismanagement of your workforce and how you're supposed to take care of them. I am surprised. I was shocked reading the book that there is no way for people who do not have families set in to get health care. It shocks me. Like, I never thought of that with Japan, especially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jimmy actually mentions a very sort of fascinating topic, and which is one of a topic that I really enjoy looking at, which is the Japanese police force. And
that is
it is a mad thing to try and.
Have you ever heard of the news of the Osaka police force underreporting 15,000 cases of crime?
That sounds about
in the
right.
year 2015 or 2014, yeah. The problem is that it's not that Japan's crime rate is very low. Yes, Japan is a country where you feel safe in on the superficial level, but there's a lot of petty crimes which would be considered actual crimes in, say, Canada or the United States, but are seen as sort of just everyday inconveniences in Japan. Like, women have their purses robbed, or even worse, women are sexually assaulted day and night in Japan, in the trains and everywhere. Even at work. Sucks to be a woman in Japan, especially. But also, like, bikes get stolen all the time, and people's houses get broken into. But those petty crimes aren't reported; they're not murders or whatnot. And if there ever is a murder, the Japanese police force don't really know how to respond to it because it's kind of like this alien.
There's
notion.
nothing we can do. It's out of our hands. It's out of our control.
That's the reason why, on the legal record, officially, the Japanese crime rate is very low. But I mean, Japan's crime rate is probably no different from America's crime rate, besides gun law, besides like gun crimes. But
which is shocking. To be really honest, it's so interesting to hear. Because it's such a different way to look at crime and look at the control of a populace versus America, where we have guns. People fear the police. Like, from what I've experienced, I fear the police at least. And everybody has like this quick awakening sense of like, there is so much unreported crime that we don't know about. But it like dwarfs the unvigilance. That's not even a word, but whatever. The unwillingness for vigilance in Japanese like government society, especially with the enforcement of laws. I think it seems like, and this may be me grossly undercutting it, and I apologize, I don't know too much about this topic. I only know a passing fate of it, but of pachinko, and the pachinko as a form of gambling that isn't gambling. Also, is it cool if I invite Jimmy, or do you want to throw him the link?
Sure. And yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right, cool.
You mentioned pachinko. I think even more radical is actually prostitution. How prostitution rings, like, they can hide themselves as soap lands, which are essentially spas where they have the woman rub soap onto your body, but they promise that there isn't any penetration. So it's a legal practice in Japan.
Oh yeah. Shit, I forgot about those.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's so interesting to hear what the dichotomy of women, especially in these two different cultures of Western and Eastern, because I've never really thought about like,
okay, so let's talk about the
issues. Oh, hi.
So let's talk about the Yakuza.
Let me finish my point real quick.
Finish your point. Finish your point.
All right, you guys got 15 minutes because I'm tired as hell.
Women having this like dichotomy of being very unsafe in Japan and also being very unsafe in the West. Like, because I remember, again, I worked with Japanese students of them having strict rules about them going out and doing things after classes and stuff, because they don't understand that it is not safe to walk around at night in America. And like, there's been stories of girls who just haven't come home because they got hurt or, you know, the worse.
Yeah.
And it's just
so like, okay, aside from that point, like I was saying this in the comments, and this all ties into your comments on like the Japanese government and the way they run things. People like Japan is really smart, or at least organized crime families in Japan are really smart, because they've downplayed the presence of the Yakuza to such an extent that people don't actually understand what the Yakuza really are. They aren't that, like, yes, you know, you'll catch some dudes in black suits who like, you know, to look at you funny, and they have like a bunch of tattoos, smoking cigarettes, and beat your ass up, you know, for not paying protection money. That happens, sure. But at the highest levels, the biggest families, they're not just gun running, they're not just dealing drugs. They are going to Japanese Diet members and lining their pockets and influencing policy. That's why I refer to the Yakuza as the silent branch of the Japanese government. Because, and not just are they a silent branch of the government, here's a thing that people really don't like actually like put into perspective. They own corporations to such an extent that like a lot of their practices actually kind of, you know, like any practice that you think wouldn't make sense, or like how is this still happening, or like why is this not getting made, or why is this getting made, it has a lot to do with that influence. For example, and like let me use Nintendo for example. Nintendo started out as everyone, you know, knows this little story. Nintendo started out as a card company, and the thing about Nintendo, like, what? Why are you laughing? Like,
I just love you. You're great.
Like,
just keep going.
Okay, so Nintendo started out as a card company, and if you actually do any reading on the Yakuza, they began as like small gambling firms, and there was a law that was made in Japan that outlawed gambling. Therefore, you couldn't have numbers on your cards. But companies like Nintendo invented these new ways where they would use Hanafuda cards and ascribe them secret numbers. Therefore, gambling could commence. And because of this, there would be Yakuza factions that had close ties to the people who worked for those card companies. Now, and then not only that, they would have some in bed policies and shit. They would like give this guy protection money, make donations to this, fund that particular business practice. And then when Nintendo decided to move into video games as the 80s began and the boom began, the Yakuza didn't leave. The Yakuza stuck right with them. The Yakuza was making they were making money just as Nintendo was making money. So they were like really latched on. And it wasn't just Nintendo. Sega too, Sony, fucking Konami. Like, and here's actually something that I want all of you to think. If you're wondering why a bunch of Japanese companies are opening branches in America, why they're kind of shifting their development cycles for America, wanting to appeal to the West more, and wanting to like be more friendly with the American like market more, it's because once you leave Japan, you're out of their grasp. They can't control what you're doing anymore. That's why Nintendo decided to set up Nintendo of America. That's why Sega's decided to do something similar. That's why that's why a lot of these game companies are starting to like really try and reach out to an American audience, because if they can sustain themselves with the American audience, not only do they have a bigger pool of like money to get, they are also not shackled by having to pay protection money to the shadow part that they can't even complain to the government about, because they're lining the pockets of the Diet members. So nothing's going to be done about it. So aside from that, yes, this does affect anime too. And the problem with anime is it doesn't have the same universal international appeal to the same extent yet as video games do. So studios can't just open up branches in like Ohio or New York. They still have to kind of work under that little they have to work under that little like Tokyo umbrella they're in. That's why you've got like all these Tokyo animation companies making anime that are like tied into stuff that like obviously it's not going to make any money, but like you know, it's vertical and horizontal integration that keeps getting pushed by these like, you know, organized crime outfits that are like controlling the policies of the businesses. That's why companies like Konami make absolutely horrendous decisions, like turning Metal Gear Solid 3 into a pachinko machine. That's where those weird, completely fucked, stupid, you know, business practices come from. And like when I started reading that, like, I know it sounds fucking crazy. I know it sounds weird. Like I know it sounds crazy and weird, but like when I actually started reading up on this kind of stuff, it blew my mind, and it kind of like really fucked the way I thought about stuff, especially from that perspective. Like the Yakuza, in a way, function a lot like business corporations for American politics, with all the, you know, with all like the play, you know, the pay-to-play dealings that they have going there. But yeah, that's pretty much my piece on that.
Does that make Square Enix like the Homeland Security of Japan?
Okay. You know what, Matt? Cool. You know what, Matt? Cool. I made a big like distinction between the business and political part of it, but yeah.
But Jimmy, the real question
Yes?
is, when am I going to be on Pataku?
That's a weird question, because Kotaku's been dead for almost 2 years now.
When are we going to bring it back? We got to bring it back.
It's already back. It's called Anime no Yume, and I don't get to be on it.
No. We can't have a fucking long name. We can't have like some random like dream of anime title. It's gotta be Pataku.
You gotta rename it.
I'm sure like Hoden or Arcada has given you the login at some point. Just break into it.
You gotta name it.
Actually,
surprise the world.
No, they really didn't give me the login. I wasn't trusted with a lot when I was working with them. They really never did.
Feels bad, man.
That's a shame.
The Yakuza did not create Moe. They've capitalized the fuck out of it, but they didn't create it. Like no.
So who has the monopoly on Sakaike? Who is it?
God damn. You have to understand, like, no. You have to understand, like, these companies are still functioning like companies. They still have like CEOs and people who are like working there, and they get paid properly. I'm not saying that the Yakuza are like, you know, in the offices with them, but like there have been reports like of people who work at these companies, some guys who look a bit shady, sometimes walk into certain offices, and they stay in there and have meetings and leave, and they like and as soon as that happens, some major changes happen in the company. And these guys that come into the company, they've never seen them before. They're not HR people. They're not from a different branch. They're like when they ask about them, they're usually told not to mind their own business.
Are they from China?
And that's just how. Huh?
Are they from China?
Maybe. Who knows? But yeah, like that's like one of the things that's like one of the like the stranger parts of like Japan as an entity. Like the fact that they've allowed an organized crime unit to muscle its way into its entire like structure and start calling the shots to a certain degree.
Now hear me out on this one, right? Hear me out on this one. I believe Konami is a Chinese front since 2015, after getting rid of Kojima, to infiltrate Japan and reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Would you agree?
Wait, what?
I was assuming that it was like a Russian involvement with the election.
I'm so confused right now.
What did you say, man? I wasn't paying attention. You were chopping.
Oh no, I just said Russia rigged the election.
No, not you, not you.
Two Matts in this.
Yeah. I'm saying, I believe since 2015, when they fired Kojima, that Konami has been under the influence of the Chinese government as an effort to reclaim Japan to the mainland of China. Now, I know it's far-fetched.
Like, yeah, and like it's cool to make jokes like that and all, but like I'm being dead serious when I say this shit. Like, first of all, Konami is like, it's kind like that's kind of been like a kind of unspoken, like just known thing that a lot of game publishers have like realized that Konami is deep in the pocket of Yamaguchi. Like that's like a known thing.
Wait, what? I was joking.
No.
Are they
Like,
actually?
no. I'm saying, regardless of your nonsense comment, Konami is in the pocket of the Yakuza. Like that is basically how it is. And I can't remember which company it was. I think it was either SNK, or it was one fighting game company. Like they really were trying to get out of the thumb of them, and like they almost got entirely shut down. And they had one of their buildings completely trashed. They had one of their offices completely trashed because of it. Like it's weird. Like like go read up on this kind of shit. It will blow your mind. It really will.
Is it kind of like a hyper realization of like if we took? No, I'm not even fooling around when I say this. Like if we took current American lobbying, right, and we just put like one gang in the center of it, right, and that gang controlled everything. Like suddenly,
you know what blew my mind?
No,
guys, you know what blew my mind? When John McCain asked Comey if Hillary Clinton was related to the Russians rigging the Democratic the Republican National Convention. Because John McCain was like, so Hillary's emails and Russia rigging the election and the Yakuza controlling Kyoto Animation and Yamada killing all of Studio Shaft members.
Okay, you've got full Roger, Matt.
If we could talk about something like not to derail your point, of course, Jimmy, but also about the perception of Yakuza through the Western stereotype of, like, let's say as like a little sub microcosm of the Yakuza games, and how like the Yakuza have jumped on this little bandwagon of like, yeah, this used to be how the Yakuza were, and like, oh, they were, we always helped people and when orphanages.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a major reason why those games are allowed to be made. That's like, because number one, the creator of the lead designer of that game being like, he used to be a Kyodai. Like that's like a thing he said multiple times. A Kyodai is like a foot soldier in the Yakuza terms, like not really like a big, like you can go look up what the hierarchy of like a typical Yakuza family is. Like and then the Kyodai are kind of like towards the bottom. Like they're like the
Godfather's the top though.
Like Oyabun, that's the term. Oyabun is the term for the guy at the top. Wakegashira is like a lieutenant, and like the Yakuza are like it's just a really interesting topic to research, and it's really difficult to research them because again they're really smart about because Japan's an island and the Japanese government really kind of is really good at suppressing a lot of information. You don't really get good solid sources for a lot of this stuff, but yeah, like when you go look it up, it's really interesting.
But Jimmy, what? Okay, so Jimmy, what was the whole point of it? What was the whole point of this? What was the whole point of this?
What?
I understand your concerns, but
huh?
So what's the core of your argument? You just want to say that the Yakuza are everyone knows that.
You guys were making a comment. You guys were making comments on like the weird nature of the Japanese government, right? And
no,
like
not the nature of the Japanese government, just Japanese society as a whole and how that developed. And that mainly is driven from the effects of World War II more than the Yakuza doing anything.
And also one other thing I did
influence on the government. Yes, that's obvious. But
another thing I did say though
have influence over the Chinese.
Another important thing I did say. You were talking about like there were a bunch of riots, and there used to be a bunch of riots in the 70s and 80s. Those riots kind of never stopped. They still haven't. Like in 2017 and 2016, they just get suppressed.
Protests and riots never stop. They're still happening here in the United States, but
their significance but the thing is, the youth
played
now,
down most of the time. So,
like the stuff that the youth now is arguing for, like they're really like getting even peaceful protests get like they usually break those up. They don't let
any country.
Well, they don't break peaceful protests up in Western countries. They at least if they stay peaceful. If they stay peaceful. Oh well, unless black people. protesting. But that's
I
different.
suppose what Matt is really like.
Yeah, but they try
pointing-
to deny the existence of the protests, as we've seen in the past 6 months.
Don't tell me what I'm implying, Mirage. Don't even try.
Don't fucking assume my
Don't assume my identity.
Don't assume my society.
One moment I'm
Joe,
mad
how are
you
you
leave.
feeling?
You guys got 5 minutes, and then
Okay.
I'm going to bed.
I'm turning this off. We're
I-
fucking shutting it off.
I'm so tired.
Oh, gosh.
I can bake a cake with the amount of grease on my face right now. I'm so
It's disgusting. Take a fucking shower, Joe.
Is the Yakuza responsible for error manga sense? Look, the Yakuza is responsible for all the manga, for all the anime you hate. That's the truth. That's the cold hard truth. And the sooner you realize it,
Jimmy, when Hoden like called you a fucking insane person, I thought he was just like being Hoden, but I kind of believe him now.
I'm not being serious when I say, yo. First of all, y'all need to start. I'm not gonna do that tonight. I'm bored. I'm retired from being a controversial figure. I'm retired. I just came to speak my mind on that particular subject. I'm tired. I'm retired from being the pariah of the anime community.
I think in the end of the day, boys, we all had fun.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters is that Joe got 15K.
Joe's about to get 15K hours
I don't
of
know.
sleep.
I don't know why. I don't know why the entire community is Cinderella for me. I hate you all. Fuck you all. Y'all want to keep joining in on everyone. So, and I'm talking to the comment section right now. Like, y'all want to keep joining in on anyone ragging on me. Y'all don't want me to pull up on y'all niggas. Fuck y'all.
Jimmy, the last time you
What
pulled
the
up, you deleted your
man?
Twitter.
Jimmy, what happened to our like old fun conversations on Skype? That happened like 2 times.
You know, you guys want to know what's wrong with the anime community? It's not the videos. It's not the people making them. It's not even this punk bitch motherfucker else the anime sitting right here with me. Nah.
God, Jimmy.
It's you. It's you. The fact you're watching this video. You're the problem. You're the reason
Jimmy, I
none of
want
us
to hug
actually
you
do
right now.
anything
I want to
real.
hug you and tell you that it's okay.
You.
Okay.
You are the reason. Every single, all 37 of you, right now. Everybody here.
Holy shit.
You're the problem with the anime community. You're the reason Damo doesn't make videos anymore. Yeah, I said it. All of you. Hate you. Fuck.
All right, so
Anyway,
so
I
if
love
you
you
guys have
guys.
any
It's been cool.
Anyway.
Joe, we need to hang out and talk a lot more. Like you never speak and you never speak.
Yo, I'm in my Discord, and
yeah, I'll pull up the.
I'm in the Civ 5 Discord.
Oh yeah, actually, Joe, I should add you on Discord. Am I in any server you're in? Are you in the server?
Yes.
Are you in the is he in the Dunning-Kruger conference?
I don't think so.
I
add him
want
to
to
that.
add you,
That's
Matt.
the
That's
one
okay.
I am in the
You
sucking.
can't
one,
fucking
yeah.
add me. Stop trying. You can never add me.
I'm probably gonna make another Discord specifically for anime folk,
Oh,
not just
no.
the Platinum Paradise.
Jimmy,
the
you
hell
gotta,
bunker died.
Jimmy, if you're gonna make another server, you gotta stop modding crazy people, dude.
Just stop modding people. Boom. Solution.
If you guys want to add me on there, I just left it in chat. So yeah. And then-
But yeah. Anybody have any last comments?
This was fun. Congratulations on your 15K, dude. Awesome to come in and hang out.
Shout outs to ReZero, Cell Phone Harem Edition, airing in 30 days. Anime of the season.
Why are you
Summer
bringing that up
2017.
now?
It's a very good anime. You really need to watch out for it. Sleep
Please
ahead.
buy Shimonetta, the Broken World. No, Medi's not here. But... I'll be over here.
Jimmy, do you have any last things you want to add?
Oh, there's gonna be a video on my channel soon, but I'm not the one who made it.
You're not the one.
Like, no, well, I'm editing it. But like when I say like not the one who made it, I mean it's like it's an editorial. It's an anime editorial, but I'm not
Sweet.
the one who like recorded or wrote it.
Sweet.
So look forward to that. It's supposed to be out before the 14th, but unless I procrastinate and be a little bitch about it, but you know. Yeah, but again, I second my point. Everyone in this chat not everyone in this chat. Not everyone in this call. I mean, all of y'all bitch niggas in the chat, you're the problem with the anime community. You're the reason top lists are big. You're the reason Mr. Connexia has 1 million subs. You're the reason Digibro can get away with not being his old self. As much as I love Digi, I'll say that to him. Yeah, fuck all of you. I hate you, especially you, Binary Mind. You're a little bitch. But yeah, San, I'm out.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess that is.
Still holding. Like, see you later.
I think this is a good
I'm messing
time.
with you, Jimmy. By the way.
I was
Are
operating.
we live still? Are we live still? Or are we not
I'm just gonna stop the broadcast right
Big
now.
ass booties.